We are back in Sweden for our first ECS cricket since 2023. It's so nice to be back, and you are not seeing things. This is a blue pitch. We're at Landskrona, just in the Skåne region in the south of the country. And we've got 5 teams here, all battling it out over a 5-day ECS. And then our first ever ECSW in Sweden as well. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Sweden Landskrona, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. 5 matches ahead in the opening day of this Landskrona edition of the European Cricket Series in Sweden. So this should be a very, very high quality series. There's a lot of big hitters in this part of the country. I know that we have actually been here before, but it is 2022 the last time we were here for an ECS. And also very exciting, we'll have our first ever ECSW series here this weekend with 4 matches and 2 teams. And you're not seeing things, folks. Have a look at this. This pitch is blue. Still blue. It was last time. It's actually really, really good for seeing the ball. A few other interesting things about this ground that weren't here last time. We'll come to that in a sec, but first it's time to see what happens at the coin toss for the opener. Opening match sees Ariana Keefe, who we have seen at the ECL before. They're taking on Malmo. Nilkesh is the coin in his hand, and he's ready to go for the coin toss for match 1.
The first match on the Malmo ECS, Ariana Kings and the Malmo. Ariana Kings, you spin the coin, and Malmo, you call the coin. Spin the coin.
Head.
Head is a call. It is head.
We're gonna ball first.
Malmo won the toss and decided to ball first.
So, welcome once again, one and all. Great to be back in Sweden. This is a great view of the pitch. And look, the other thing, have a look in the left of screen there. There's something very different at the moment. There's a construction site, so it actually eats into the field a bit. So that part of the ground at the moment is slightly less than 50 metres, maybe 47. But it's a wonderful, wonderful part of the world. We arrived in Sweden yesterday, and some of our crew's still arriving, actually. The ones coming from Belgium. But you can see the coast in the background. We're staying in Helsingborg, which isn't too far away, about 20 minutes away. And it's only around about 2 or 3 kilometres over to Denmark. Let's have a look, though, at match 1, the first of 5 today. Ariana Keefe are a team we have seen at the ECL. We saw them in 2023, making it all the way to their group final. Watch out for Dharmender Singh. He is a real key figure in cricket in the region. We actually saw him who in charge of the Sweden ECC team last year, and hard hit work behind the stumps, but plenty of hard hitters in there. Watch out for Debachan Dash. If he's batting 6, it must be a pretty strong lineup. For Malmo, though, they've played some really, really entertaining games on the network. Remember, they had some thrillers when I was here back in 2021. But their captain, Saklan Shah, he'll be hoping that he can get off to a winning start. And, you know, for all the teams here, they've had to work pretty hard to get here because there were 15 teams in the region that wanted to qualify for this European Cricket Series, and only 5 of those 15 have made it. So, you know, you're looking at the cream of the crop in the region. Skåne is the region we're in, and it's down towards the south of the country, as I said. Currently, it's about 8 degrees. A little bit chilly to start the day, but I think it should be okay, and a slight chance of rain, but hopefully it stays away. Ariana Keefe probably makes sense. They're slight favourites here, 62%. They've got a lot of hard hitters. They have that ECL experience now as well. Some intense rivalries as well, I think, that you'll see playing out this week. But Malmo, don't count them out. I mean, they're obviously in good form if they've qualified to be in this European Cricket Series, and they will want to get off on the right foot. Of course, yeah, we have been to this region a couple of times before. I know the last time we were here was 2022, and that was a very, very fun series. I mean, there was an all-run. I think Rhino was here with Rico on that occasion. There was an all-run 5 that Rhino, I think, encouraged, and that was a bit of a viral moment. We've seen some very, very good catches as well on this field. There's some real one-handers that I remember. And yeah, it's so nice because you're coming back here, kind of, it brings a lot of those memories back. I remember back in 2021 when I was here, we called it the Malmö series. Malmö is around about 40 minutes away, but I think the fact that it is in Landskrona, I think the region requested that we call it the Landskrona series, and so that's what we've done. I remember back in 2021, it was Göteborg City or Gothenburg City who won that final. We saw some amazing ambidextrous cricketers back then. Ariana Keefe, actually, they lost that final in 2021 by 21 runs. In 2022, it was Malmöhus who got the win against Jönköping. But I think you'll really enjoy seeing these 5 teams this week. So Ariana CC and Ariana Keefe are different clubs. The Ariana clubs actually played a golden ball against each other back in 2020, but they are very different clubs. They've got an intense rivalry. Ariana CC qualified for the ECL in 2025, so just a couple of months ago. But unfortunately, they were in that group that didn't get a ball bowled. If you remember that, we had the power over that decided it. So, unfortunately, that was the only action that they saw at the Carlton Roval. But I'm really happy that we have a European cricket series here, and that we will see them, of course, in Sweden. Unfortunately, we didn't get up here for a European cricket series last year. It's our first European cricket series in Sweden since 2023. When we were up in Mashta, just out of Stockholm. So, first cricket here since 2022, and the first cricket in any of Sweden since 2023 on ECN. And I think it's just part and parcel of the fact that it's just such a packed calendar, and unfortunately it means that occasionally some countries missed out. I remember Germany missed out one year, Sweden missed out last year. But Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxim. I'll be taking through day 1, but Tina is going to arrive in Sweden today, and she'll be with me on the commentary tomorrow morning. And well done to Tina, by the way. Another MVP trophy for Tina Goff in that Greece-Germany T20I series, T20IW, and I'm sure she'll be in a good mood. I guess she's brought the trophy with her as well. So as you can see there, the umpires heading out there. Malmö winning the toss and electing to bowl here in match 1. And you can see the players heading out there. So I want to say a quick good morning to everyone. I know Rob Thompson's watching from New Zealand. I bet he's a little bit happier that we're starting earlier now. It's basically 2.25 hours earlier than we were starting in Jersey, if you adjust for the time difference. Hello to Johnny Heesum in there as well. Hey, John, nice to see you. Hello to Scotty from the Supporters Club Australia. I know that all the players have been loving your content, Scotty, that you've been putting out, particularly Grace Weatherall. I saw she reshared it. And wasn't that ECSW a brilliant series? Lara Marritt's with 100 in the last game, although I suppose by then we knew which way the trophy was heading. Some of the ball striking was quite amazing. Lucy Barnett, I thought she had an outstanding series. Pretty unlucky not to get the MVP trophy, but I suppose Lara with the runs and the wickets, the way she carried her team, MCC, she was the MVP in the end. But it was the Western Towers that rightly, I think, won that series. They just came through when they needed to. 4 wins out of 6 compared to 3 and compared to 2. So a very competitive ECSW and fairly high scoring ECSW. So are you ready to get a little bit blue here in Sweden? Expected maximum temperature today of 14 degrees currently. So it's just ticked up to 9. And yeah, Jack saying, is that blue carpet or what? It is. And we had our first experience of it when we were here last time. Here we go with Hassan to get us going in the ECS Sweden. And it's going to start with a bomb. Well, Patanaik, he does hit the ball well, and there's your evidence as the first one disappears out of the ground. Maximo! That was just a pure strike. I mean, it wasn't the worst ball really from Wahab Hassan, a little bit of out shape on it. But Ariana Keefe, this is the kind of hitting we saw from them when they were at the ECL back in 2023. Full toss this time, hit hard, and that could be the first ball that bangs into the fence. Now, we've done it as much as we can to protect the construction site. There's been a net put up. Big shout out to Mr. Baywatch, Alistair Priddle, and all the helpers here who have constructed this net. I don't know if we'll be able to show it. We'll try. There's some scaffolding there just to try and minimize the disturbance to the construction workers. Every series has its own quirks, doesn't it? We had the adrenaline zone in Jersey over the weekend and last week. This one, let's go. Remember, the wide line is marked there. I think that was all right. Well, ball by Hassan, getting into his work. Yeah, so we've got the construction area here. I know there was a time when they were a little bit worried that we wouldn't even be able to have the series at this ground. There we go. And at the moment, it seems like everyone's on a break. But that's our net. Let's see how. Let's count the netters, maybe. Edged and gone. So the early wicket, Patanaik goes 6-4 and out. That one really flying through to the keeper. Bilal Zagam does the rest, and Hassan has the last laugh. And I think what you're going to realise, I know we had Belgian ball last night, but the Swedish smash is always a good watch. And you're going to have a lot of players in here. They can hit the ball a long way, but also the bowlers, they bowl with fire. Just tries to go a little bit leg side there. And so it's a short one, isn't it? For Patanaik. It's an easy decision for the umpire. So the first wicket goes down. It's 10 for 1. Yeah, it's a very, very fun brand of cricket they play here. Again, it's maybe not quite the same technique that you've seen in the Liberation Series over the last week, but they're still very suited to an aggressive game, which of course this is in T10 cricket. Dheeraj Malhotra comes out at number 3. Again, play we know pretty well, but Hassan's got his tail up now. Malhotra is going to wait on this. I say Malmo, they played in one of my favourite games that I've ever commentated where, I hate to say it, they fell in a bit of a heap. I think they needed about 15 off 3 overs with 2 wickets down. They lost 8 for 4 to lose. And actually, it made me think of it again when the Eastern Royals in the ECSW had a similar kind of collapse on Saturday. Leg side this time from Malhotra. That'll be a boundary. So something for everyone in that first over. 14 for 1. Dheeraj gets off the mark. Deba Chandash is out there and he'll be facing up the second over. I'd say this ground's looking in great shape. I know they worked really hard to get it ready. Some people working through the night as well. And so far, I think you've seen just from that first over that we're in for a wild ride here. Of course, the whole European Cricket Series is a wild ride, and we have arrived in Sweden from Jersey, Malta before that, France before that, and Italy before that. But coming up is a couple of weeks of a bit of a northern flavour with Landskrona here and Estonia, which actually starts on Thursday with some internationals, but their European Cricket Series will start in a week's time on Monday the 19th of May. Also, very lucky to have a special guest commentator with us for that Estonia series. As we start over number 2, Dash goes down the ground, beats the field, and that's going to be 4. As Saklan Karamat, the captain, comes on to bowl. So yeah, Keith, they'll be hoping that they can put a big score on the board. Also, I just feel it's a bit of a more, I don't know if I want to say serene day, but we only have one series happening today in one location. So I actually feel I can breathe a little bit easier because it's been an organisational challenge, I suppose, including the fact that Stefan Gooch, the referee, he only just arrived before the first ball because he had to come on the early flight and then caught the train. Slow ball. Clever bowling, actually. Really clever bowling. I'm not sure that Dash really picks that straight away, and he just ends up kind of bunting it out, rolling off cutter. Could have gone anywhere, to be honest. Yeah, and also Mars, he'll be managing the Blue Crew this week, but he's still on the plane from Belgium. So it's always a logistical nightmare. All right, that's in the air, and it's going to fly, but how far? Oh, it might have actually gone all the way. I think it has. Maximo dashed with the cut. Proper teapot from Suck Lane. He's wondering how in the world did that end up going for 6? But he just throws the hands out a little bit. You can see here, just pops. I say just. It's probably 1 or 2 meters over the top 6 runs. Devachan Dash attacking in the power play. Goes leg side this time. Plenty of bottom hand in that. That's going to be 1 bounce for Cuatro más. And right now, expect to score 138. That might be around the par here. Actually, the par in the Liberation Series, the men's series, in the end turned out to be 15.2, which is out of this world, including that crazy chase in the final, 208. Wild swing here, almost takes an edge. This over kind of mirroring the first. All it was missing is the court behind, and it almost came here, didn't it? A real foot movement there from Devachan Dash. Doesn't really get this one. Oh, fumble. Not sure it would have been a run-out chance anyway, but it will be the end of the over, and the score is 29 for 1 after 2. So I suppose it ends up being pretty similar to the first over scoring-wise. Yeah, it's so nice to see some of these players on their home turf again. Quite a few I have seen in Spain at the ECL. Dheeraj Malhotra, he has played for Malmöhus as well. There are a few different teams here, and just some, I know it can be difficult for the casual viewers to understand. For example, there's Malmö CC that you're watching right now. There's also Malmöhus. Malmöhus, by the way, they aren't in this ECS men's, but they are playing in the ECS women's on the weekend. More about that in a sec. But first, Casamonia is going to get the ball in over 3, and he's going to get the first one very, very wrong. Well, Dash, his whole life must have flashed before his eyes here. I mean, you'd love to have a swing at this, but there's a point where you just got to get your head out the way. So it's going to be a free hit. Understandably so. It wasn't a difficult call. Dash on 15. He misses out on it. So Munir gets out of jail a little bit after getting that first one wrong. He's only conceded 1 run off the ball. Yeah, so we will have ECSW this weekend, and it will be in conjunction with cricket in Estonia. So Bulgaria are touring Estonia, the national team. So on the weekend here, the ECSW, it's just 2 teams, it's just 2 matches a day, a bit like we had in Italy, if you remember that, the North-South series in Bologna. Oh, it's well bowled, gets full, dashes. It's been pretty inconsistent so far, to be honest. I mean, you can't doubt the intent. Yeah, so we'll have Edinburgh CC or Gothenburg CC to use the English version. They'll be playing against Malmöhus in the ECSW. 2 matches on Saturday, 2 matches on Sunday, and there'll be ECIs in Estonia as well. It's well bowled. It's good over this from Munir after the first one got away from him. But you can see there, full outside the off stump. I think when batters have this strategy, and the only offside 6 we saw was that cut shot where he had some length to play with, but it's a good line he's bowling at the moment, Munir. That no ball's still the only run in the over. It goes pretty close to the line, but not quite. But again, not a bad spot to miss. I'd even consider they've got the long off back. I'd be considering bringing him up and putting the third back because I can just see an edge flying away here. It's also an attacking position. You can take catches in that third. Hello to Kroom as well. He's liking the indoor style Astro, yeah, the blue pitch. I've played on plenty of blue pitches in indoor cricket in Australia and in other countries as well. Goes a bit straight, and it's in the air, and the first opportunity, or is it? It's going to be taken. What a great catch. Fantastic catch early on. Hamad Rafiq, well, he thought he was even closer to the boundary, but he actually had room to move. But Rafiq, that is an outstanding bit of work. What a brilliant catch. And I can totally understand that he thought he was closer to the boundary because it seemed like it was flying further. But he takes it and then he says, oh, actually I had plenty of room. That's why he took it in that way. But Dash, yeah, he has to dash. He's out for 15. And again, let's have a look at that catch. It was a very, very good catch. You're better to be safe than sorry. So if you think you're close to the rope, you take your chances. You're 31 for 2. Shirzad comes out at number 4. Munir deserves that wicket. He built the pressure. On the leg side, must have been some sort of noise. So it won't be out, but it won't be a wide either. Check out the replay. Yeah, just flick the pad. You can see that. Yeah, we had some crazy games, particularly involving the Helsingborg Royals. Unfortunately, haven't qualified for this year's edition. Very good over from Munir, considering he almost was on a third-degree manslaughter charge after the first ball. It was 31 for 2 after 3. Yeah, the doubleheader I remember most is the Malmö versus the Helsingborg Royals, which is back on the 5th of August in 2021. Now, the first game was a golden ball, and that, from memory, it might have been the only. Yeah, I'm just checking the record actually, but yeah, Malmö won that golden ball, and then they won the return. But yeah, Malmö had a record then 3-4 with 1 no result, finishing in 3rd in their group. The hot truck gets the strike back and the 3rd over, so we're up to 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. And there's one particular game I'm looking for. I'm just looking back in the scorecards to pinpoint it, but it was such a crazy collapse. Never quite seen anything like it. You lose like 8 for 4. A little bit short, and that one is dealt with by Shirzad, who gets off the mark with a Maximo. Karamat, captain, coming back, bowling out here in the 4th. So hello to Adian Tessarande as well. How nice to see you. Yeah, a few people remembering the catch in Madrid, and that was also in the opening match, where the fielder thought basically the first baseline was the boundary line and threw it back to the bowler. All right, that one is going to be launched out of the ground. Well, Shirzad, his natural hitter, and he throws the hands of that. That's Captain Baywatch. That's Alistair Priddle. It's going after it. Well, as the truck goes past, it almost had the Grizzly on the back, didn't it? I think a few people already loving this blue pitch. I do as well. I think for the white ball, it just shows up so much better. I mean, think about a lot of the tennis surfaces now. I know the Australian Open is blue. I'll tell you a bit of the history about how it came to be blue in a moment. I do remember it from my last trip here. Oh, it's a bit short as well. Throws the hands at this, and that's going to go over the boundary as well. So just getting the length wrong here at the moment. The skipper, Maximo, the 50 up as well. Beautifully pulled away. Yeah, so apparently it's as simple as they asked, for some carpet to create the pitch from the local government, the local supplier. And they said, yeah, sure. I'll give you some carpet. Oh, that one is going to be a blast. Don't think anyone's catching this. Going, gone. Maximo Shazad's come out on a heater, and he's hit 4 sixes on the spin. Karamat does pitch up. You can see he's not a one-trick pony, Shazad. This time he's anticipating it's going to be full, maybe after the short balls. And slams it for another Maximo. So this over's gone magical now. 25 off it. Nice ball to fourth. We're looking for one. They're not going to get it. Almost causes a run out. So Shazad, he wanted the strike. Felt he had the hot hand, and he wasn't wrong. But he'll have to watch from the non-striker's end, at least for the start of the new over, because after 4, it's 56 for 2. But still, there's 4 Maximos punctuating the 4th over. Yeah, so they ordered carpet. The carpet was blue, and they said, hey, it's blue. And of course, cricket not being that well known in Sweden. They said, yeah, is that a problem? And they said, well, normally it's green. And I said, well, and this is blue. And they said, okay. So that's the history of the blue pitch. So, yeah, I think it's great, though. Playing with a red ball maybe might be a bit tough. Maybe not, though. I don't think they play really too much red ball cricket anyway. Hello to Lance. He's loving the blue pitch as well. Kenneth, good to see you. Hello to Jacob Lambeth as well. So we're going to get some spin for the first time. Mubarak coming on. Oh, it's going to sneak away for 4 first up. We tried to do everything right there. Sahil Sherazad out there, got down to ground, but somehow it snuck through for 4 runs. Hello to Dave as well. And if you do want to throw in a question or a comment, please do. A little bit short this time, pulled away into the gap. That's going to be 4. Malhotra with the placement, threads the needle. He moves into double figures now. Keith rebounding despite the loss of a couple of early-ish wickets. Mibrak just a little bit short. Malhotra's a good player. Yeah, so got to say well done to Danny for finishing up in Jersey yesterday. It was great to see that Grace was in the commentary box there. She had a very good weekend. Very courageous player. One of the most competitive people I think I've ever met, Grace Witherall. Down the ground this time. Really know that Rafiq's a very good fielder. I mean, Rafiq, remember, he was a very, very important player. Hamad Rafiq is listed to open the batting for Malmo here. Oh, that looks pretty close. You know, the funny thing is, the ball came through quite slowly, so the keeper had to wait for it to pass the stumps first. Let's have a look. Oh, I think it's... Oh, is the bail off there, though? The bails don't really come off that quickly. This is one that could go either way. This is where the impact versus bail off is a tough call. You might have to stick with the umpire's call there. The umpire may have called it out, might have called it in. I think it's been given not out. It's a funny one. The way he pushed the stumps, they kind of stayed put for an extra second. All right, well, might not matter because that one's in the air and that's gone. Well, maybe a bit of natural justice there because that one before could have easily been stumped if the bails had fallen a little bit quicker, but the very next ball Shazad's going to go and will only score those 4 sixes in the end. He'll be out for 24. Change to spin, doing the job. Mubarak with a wicket and 65 for 3 in the 5th over. Nicely taken by Kaza Munir. He's been in the thick of the action so far. Okay. Oh, Baluch. Well, he's a weapon. And he's going to start by launching one. That has gone miles. Maximo. Nasser Baluch. We've seen him. He's actually selected for Team Europe, but unfortunately couldn't take his place because of injury. We also saw him as a wild card for Hüdinger in the ECL in 2023. He's a rapid left-arm bowler. Hopefully he's fit. That ball is no longer with us. Look how far that's gone. It's the end of the over. It is 71 for 3 after 5. Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Great to have you wherever you're watching from around the world. I am in the igloo again after I had an igloo-free week in Jersey. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we'll be joined by Tina Goff for this series. Tina, of course, you might have known she was playing in Corfu yesterday, so she's making quite a long trip today, but she will be with me tomorrow. She'll be carrying some in the middle of the week for a little mini break, but then I will be back and we'll do finals day together and the ECSW together. So welcome to Sweden, and I think right now you probably realise it's going to be fun as Munir comes back for over number 6. Yeah, just came out of that ECSW. It was great to have Grace on the commentary with Danny. It was also great to have John Harris on again last night. I think Harrison Carline was on there for a while. And I think everyone in Jersey thoroughly enjoyed the experience and really, really bought into it as I thought they would. There's Maniac. Just wanted to go across Malhotra. It's nice to settle in with some of the crew last night. We had a bit of a walk. We're probably about a 20 to 30 minute walk outside the centre of Helsingborg, which is a little town. I say little. I think there's more people in Helsingborg than Jersey. I looked that up actually. But we walked in and it was a beautiful afternoon. Rotra just struggling here, isn't he, a little bit? There's good heat from Munir. Hello to Mokhtar Gulami as well. Nice to see you. Watching from France, of course, he had a brilliant series over there. Mokhtar Ali Gulami, French national team player. And, of course, a player we have seen playing for Seaside before in Sweden. He spent a lot of time in Sweden. Mokhtar, good to see you. All right, that's high. This is catchable again. Another opportunity. This time it's taken once again. Mubarak returns the favour as Munir will have a second wicket. And the catching this morning has been outstanding. A bit of a temperature update. It's 9 degrees. So it's, I'm glad I'm not under these high balls. Also, not an easy kind of sky to pick the ball up. It is quite cloudy this morning. So that will be the end of Dheeraj Malhotra, who's going to get caught for 14, 72 for 4. And Malmo, they're really fighting. A little bit of a change up there, perhaps, from Munir. But yeah, you could see. Oh, Dheeraj, he went down in the end. I think he just slipped on the edge of the pitch. But anyway, Hardeep Virk will come in. Again, the stars, they just keep on coming for Ariana Keefe. Bowled by Munir, being pretty consistent in keeping it outside off stump. Yeah, Hardeep's guy, we did see him playing for Lund back in the 2021 series. Very entertaining opening. All right, that's another one that is catchable again. They've been good so far, and they're still good. Mubarak with 2 catches in the over. Munir's got 3 for 3. After starting with a ball that almost knocked their head off the batter on the full, he has settled in, and he's got 3 wickets. And for Hardeep, a.k.a. Happy, it's a not-so-happy dismissal. And, well, it's going to be yet another wicket. This time it's our first duck of the week. Hardeep going without scoring. 72 for 5. And a real window opportunity for Malmo now to get over the strong Ariana Keefe. Remember, you play 8 games this week. It's the same format we had last week. 8 matches. Bottom team has to drop out. 4 teams play finals. 2 of them get the double chance. Ariana Keefe, remember they won the series back in 2020 with a very strong win over their rivals, Ariana CC. Right now, here's Safi. Push and run isn't handled cleanly. That'll be the end of the over. Munir is going to finish 3 for 4. What an effort. Sensational work from the right armour. 73 for 5 after 6. He's completely changed his game. But have a look at that. Keefe are still favourites despite being 73 for 5. And that tells you a lot. That tells you that they've still got plenty that they can go to, and a very strong bowling attack as well. Sadiq Sahak still to come in. Amenda, the captain, he can certainly bat. And only 3 extras so far. I think it's been excellent from Malmö. Okay, Hamad Rafiq is going to have a bowl. Took a good catch earlier. First one gets through again. Rafiq's an off spinner. Just a bit of extra bounce there on Safi. Again, slight extra bounce. Well, Baluch has only faced the 1 ball so far. He's just kind of been starved. Starved to the strike. But the 1 ball he did face got absolutely smashed down to the ground. And this one is also going to get hit. Except might be in trouble. He's dropped the first drop catch. Nizami out there, and that's not a good guy to drop, because Baluch, it could go bananas with this almost 4 overs that's still left. Not a good drop at all. Remember that he was dropped on 6 and the score would have been 74 for 6. Safi gets a strike back. Just can't really get going at the moment. That one hits him on the leg. He'll get through for 1. The thing is, the left-handers, if they go to that kind of mid-wicket power zone, you're looking at the construction site being in big trouble. Well, once again, Baluch goes, but he doesn't get all of it. This time he's dropped again. That one wasn't so easy. They want to come back for 2. It probably would have been out in a direct hit. And Baluch is dropped on 6 and 7 in a critical part of the game. Wow. Now this isn't getting caught, and that's why this is a guy you can't afford to drop. They dropped him not once but twice. Again, reaches, he's got these fast wrists. That'll be the end of the 7th over. Really should have had a wicket there, Rafiq, but instead, Baluch hammers the last one out of the ground. And so, 3 overs to go. Quick look at what's happening around the ECN universe with Landskrona happening this week. We'll be in Australia from Thursday. See, starting with T20I cricket for a couple of days, ECI cricket on the weekend, then their ECS starts next Monday. Romania, the next location after that. I'll be doing the Medina Cup, actually, from Belgium, so some T20I cricket there. Hornchurch is our first destination in June, and then plenty of cricket from Czechia through the middle of June as well, so stay tuned. Okay, sticking with spin. As this is Mubarak. Gets the first one past Safi, who probably this needs to play the role to take the 1 here. Doesn't. He wants to go for the glory shot, and it pays off because that's going to be going, I think, all the way. Yeah, it has. Maximo Safi finally gets one. And Poe's hitting with the spin, the perceived spin. Big swing and a miss this time. Yeah, that series back in 2020 was pretty amazing as well. It included a golden ball. This one's hit down the ground. You're not really timed down towards the end of the bat. So, yeah, the bullet factor dropped twice in the 7th over. And that one is going to go as well, just angled in from Mubarak. And Buluc, he is absolutely whacking them at the moment. A couple went to hand, plenty haven't. It's well bowled though. That was a clever bit of bowling from Mubarak, slowed it up, and will be the end of the 8th over. 97 for 5. Still waiting for maybe a bit of a foot move. I don't think it ever happened. Umpire already started walking. almost started the new over. So having a look at the worm. It's kind of settled in around the 12 and over or so. All right, well, that's in the air. It's got to get over the fielder and bounce away for 4. So Safi with a couple of boundaries. As the spin twins continue through the second half of this innings. Just crept over. That one's cracked square of the wicket and won't be able to keep it inside the field of play either. So that's going to be 4 more. Yeah, 123 expected. All right, that's in the air. Now it's another opportunity. Will this one be taken? It will. Yeah, the funny thing is they've been really, really good with the catching, except for those two catches in consecutive balls that Buluc got dropped. This might come back to bite them, but yeah, Safi, he goes to the skies, tries to go offside this time. And a pretty safe catch taken in the end. So partnership does finally get broken. And the score is 105 for 6. New batter comes out. Sadiq Sahak. Again, watch out for him. It's well bowled though. It's right up in the black hole. And Sadiq Sahak is a guy we have seen for the Swedish national team as well. Oh, he's going to get stumped here. And so we'll check it out in the replay. But it looks pretty regulation to me. Because Sahak's going to get stumped for a dunk, and so it's 105 for 7. You can see didn't get the bat down in time. Sahak saying, "Oh, wish I hadn't done that." But I suppose it is the 9th over when it comes down to it. And they still back their lower order. And there's we got the 60 seconds to get there. Just using the whole 60 seconds here. I think it's Darmenda coming in, isn't the captain? I think he's going to wear a penalty here because you remember you only get 60 seconds, and the gloves have gone down, the helmet's getting adjusted. I'm pretty sure we're going to be amazed if we didn't. Could even appeal for timed out here. Still not ready. If you appeal here, I think it's out. I wonder if they will. Yeah, 5 penalty runs is given, but if it's 90 seconds, then you can appeal. I mean, we've seen it happen, I think, twice. I think maybe in good spirits, Darmenda's just going to be able to bat. So, yeah, 5 penalty runs there. Oh, and he goes reverse first ball, and he's going to miss it, but he's going to get 4. Well, I wasn't expecting that. It's a tough one for the keeper because you find yourself basically in the firing line. Look at this. Bang. Actually goes too far there, Zagam, who's kept pretty well. But that's a tough one to deal with. So, yeah, 5 penalty runs in the... It means that the second team batting Malmö are going to start on 5 runs. So, he lost 5, but he got 4 back with the 4 byes. So, good over for extras as well. 109 for 7 after 9. Okay. Johnny Easton saying in no hurry. Clearly. All right, here we go, 10th over as Baluch. He'll get 1 here. Probably like the idea of 2, but don't think they will. I mean, Darmenda's a good player. I know he's batting low here. Maybe feels like it's a pretty clear penalty there. But yeah, 60 seconds, that is a strict 60 seconds. He was well over it. Anyway, Stephen Darmenda, he's a left-hander and he's going to test our net. It's a successful test for the net though, Maximo. And yeah, whacked away. Darmenda, well, he cost his team 5, but he's got basically 4 with a wild swing that he missed, and he's got 6, so he's now back in the black. 4 to come. Oh, he misses out the next one. This is going to be a really interesting second innings because Ariana Keefe have some very good bowlers. And even though I feel like this is maybe a slightly under par batting performance, they're still favourites. That's for Nasser Baluch. He's one of the best bowlers in Europe. Fast left-hander. Wild swing this time. They're going. It's going to be run out. And thing is, this is why Baluch is annoyed. Because he had to run around Darmenda, almost ran into him. So he feels that cost him. Look here. He had to run around him. I still don't think he would have made it, but we'll never know. So what an interesting innings from Darmenda. Nasser saying, what are you doing? And he said, sorry. So if you don't laugh, you cry. It's 116 for 8. Well, let me do the accounting on Darmenda. He scored 6, but he did basically score 4 byes. And he's lost 5, and he's lost the chance to get Baluch back on strike. Rahatulla comes in at number 10. 116 is really 111 in real terms. Crack square of the wicket. It'll just be a single. So Dharmender, we get one more chance to add to the score. 117 at the moment. Yeah, Adian saying he can only see a team. He's said he's never seen a team score while fielding before. Good point. Okay, last ball. Oh, is that a wide? Interesting. He wants a wide. Maybe it's head high. Yeah, it's fine. It's good bounce up to finish. So they're going to finish 117 for 8 off the 10 overs. But Malmo will start on 5. So in real terms, the target is 113. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting highlights package. Let's have a look at it as we get a little bit blue here in Sweden, and it was a crazy opening, really. We had sixes, we had edges flying through to the keeper. Patanaik went 6-4 and out. And I will say the catching was outstanding. Rafiq thought he was a lot closer to the boundary, but caught it anyway. Devachan Dash had a bit of a hit and miss innings, didn't he? Before he went for 15. But yeah, no one really ever took the bull by the horns. And the change to spin had some immediate effects. I thought that Munir had an outstanding 2 overs. He took 3 for 4 and took 2 important catches. Malhotra, unfortunately, down and out in more ways than one. But yeah, the top scorer in the innings was actually Akram Shirzad, who hit 4 sixes in his 24. But he also faced 5 balls he didn't score off. So yeah, no one was really able to turn that start. And we had 6 batters reach double figures, but the highest score was 24. And that kind of tells you all you need to know. This one was taken, Safi. Went for 16, and Menda, he is a real character. I love whenever he's on the network. He just caused a bit of chaos. He cost his team 5. He almost ran into Baluch, his key fast bowler. But he also whacked one into the net. So yeah, the first one. So, 117 on the board. Malmo will have a tough time, I think, against the openers. 24, the top score for the Ariana Keefe batters. Just 9 extras in there, which wasn't too bad, actually. Just 2 wides and no ball, so pretty disciplined stuff from the bowlers. So yeah, basically, they will start on 5. 3 for 4, Munir was an absolute superstar. First one got away, but after that, it was pretty tight stuff. And also they held their catch, except for 2 key catches with Baluch. But I suppose they could have been hurt worse. And he was kept away from the strike for a fair bit of that innings. Rafiq with 2 for 17. Wickets also for Hassan and Mubarak. Karamat did go for plenty, though, in his second over. He was in the eye of the storm as Shirzad launched him for 4 Maximos. We'll take a break, back in just a few minutes. 118 the target, though. They will start with 5 runs due to that time penalty in the second innings when he sounded him, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. We'll take a break and see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Landskrona for our opening morning of this 5-day men's European cricket series. You also have 2 days of women's cricket on the weekend with our first ever ECSW. Right now, we are watching Malmö coming out to chase down a target of 118 with Akif making 117 in their innings. And what that means with bonus point, of course, there's 4 points up for grabs. Actually, first series we had in Sweden that has had the bonus point. I know Akif have been to the ECL. But if you win comfortably, you actually can take an extra point off the other team. So normally you win with 3 points. If you can restrict your opposition to 70% or less of your score batting first, or if you can chase in 7 overs, you can take a 4-point win. As a losing side, if you're competitive, you will get to keep a point. If you're not, you will lose that point. So it's going to be a pretty spicy opening. Nasser Baluch is opening up. He is a guy who is rapid. He's one of the fastest bowlers in Europe when he gets it right. Also swings the ball a lot. So here we go with second innings. 5 on the board already. It's a good shot though first up. I won't get a run. Oh, yes, they will get a run. Shouldn't have. It's very well played actually by Zagam. Good straight back shot there. I think Baluch is a guy, especially with a total like this, you don't have to be over aggressive against him. Let's see how Mubarak goes. Well, does give it a go, and he's going to get 4 runs. Well, bounces off the mat, pace in, pace out. Mubarak, an ideal start, but yeah, Baluch will really get the ball flying. Not out. It's going down the leg side, but that's gone. No, where's he gone? Oh, no! Oh, a double slip. Oh, he was worried about the LBW. It wasn't even close, but he was wandering. He was looking at the umpire. Meanwhile, you know, both looking at the umpire, but Baluch looks first, and then he slips on the edge of the pitch, and it affects his throw. And Mubarak was so lucky to survive that. He was just hypnotized by the appeal. It wasn't out. It was missing by 2 stumps. What a crazy bit of cricket. Oh, ECN's back, baby. Oh, another one. I mean, he won't be able to walk soon. Keeps getting hit on the pads. Baluch is one guy you want to get across to him, but it's not easy because he does swing the ball down the line, and you do become a bit of an LBW candidate. But you can see, I mean, if that goes down the leg side, the keeper's got a handful trying to stop it. So can Baluch get it right? If he gets it on middle stump, it could be interesting. And he goes a slower ball this time, actually, and that's going to be 4. That's right off the end of the bat. And I suppose you only get 2 overs. Baluch has almost gone through his first one. It's not a bad shot. I'm a bit surprised he went away from the fast in swinger, because I think that's the ball that's going to get the wicket. Okay, it's got a surprise factor to it. But the thing is, he just hasn't quite got that line right, except for the first ball, actually, which Zagam, to his credit, kept it out. Last ball of the first. Oh, what a good shot as well. That's going to fly. That's going to be 6. A maximal to finish the over. Mubarak wins the battle. He's having a good game, isn't he, Mubarak? So, in the end, that's 15 off the over, and it's actually 20 without loss after 1 because of those 5 penalty runs for the slower rival. This is a look at the Challenger division, which Won't feature Sweden because they are comfortably inside the Premier Division at the moment. They'll have to play well to stay there, with 2 groups of 6 and then 4 teams to play in finals day. One team that will be there are Estonia. They're in Group 2. And Estonia is our next destination. That will be there. We'll be there from Thursday. So yeah, the Challenger Division will actually take place right in the middle. Right in the middle of ECC 25. This is worked away. Right in the block hole. This one's carved out. That'll be for Mubarak on a bit of a heater. This is Sahak, who's bowling over number 2. So again, yeah, very talented bowling lineup, but just haven't been able to get through yet. All right, now that's up in the air, and that's going to fly as well. A little short arm jab, pitches just inside, 4 runs. Mubarak, he's got all the answers at the moment. Now, one thing about this series, it is wide open. I know you got your favourites, and Akif have to be amongst them. But Malmö, I mean, they've qualified on account of playing some very good cricket. I would love to get away with a win here. Remember, teams, they play each other twice during the week. They're generally not as a double header. That's going to be flicked away dismissively as well. And that's gone for 6. Maximo. And Mubarak, who really, let's be honest, he should have been run out on that LBW appeal where he just kept running down the pitch, looking at the umpire, forgetting that he was leaving his crease. When Balut slipped over, remember? But then in the first innings, Balut slipped over a couple of times. Yeah, Mubarak, 28 already. Sahak trying around the wicket. This is hit down the field. That's going to be 4 more. Oh, some power play this for Malmö. Just a good shot. Long on was pretty wide there. And screams away for 4 runs. So Sahak, somebody's gone for 19 in the over, last ball of it. And they won't get a run here, but it won't bother them too much. End of 2. And Malmö are 39 without loss. 15 off the first over, 19 off the second. We started with the 5 penalty runs on the board, don't forget. And really, it's their game to lose now, isn't it? So, question about the ground dimensions. It is the normal 50 metres, I should say. But one thing I will say is that there is a chunk of it to the left, but because of the construction site, it's got like a bit out of it. So that is probably, there are some parts of that are more like between, probably the shortest bit is 46 and kind of 48. Maybe we'll show you that in a second, but that's, yeah, to the left of screen at cover, to the right-hander at mid-wicket to the left-hander. Anyway, time for over 3. Go back to Damachan Dash, who's going to get hit down the ground first ball. Only be a single, but yeah, hand it back to Mubarak, who is on an absolute Class A heater at the moment. Anytime you can basically win the battle with Baluch, you're doing very, very well. Now this will just get off the field, and that'll probably run away for 4 as well. Pretty fast outfield here, considering you don't get necessarily too many scorching days at this time of the year. Now wild swing and a dot ball. I don't know though, Keith, I wouldn't count him out just yet. You take a wicket here, maybe you can roll through them. They've still got about 70 plus runs to play with, but Malmwood, can they keep this up? That's in the air, and that's going to run away for 4. The end of the power play cannot come quick enough for O'Keefe, who concede another boundary there. In fact, we're even looking at a potential 4-pointer if they're going to keep going at this rate. It's such an evener. I mean, O'Keefe for a team we saw storm to their group final at the ECL just 2 years ago. Feels like just yesterday. All right, there's your chance. It's up, it's in the air. It's a big moment in the game. Not an easy one, but a very good catch. That was a mile high in the clouds. And Dheeraj Malhotra will take it. He was pretty relieved. Had to make a late adjustment. Check it out here on the replay. Off the end of the bat of Mubarak. And just somehow was able to grasp it. It's an excellent bit of fielding. And Mubarak has to step aside, but not before a real chunk of this target is taken care of. And polite applause from Sadiq next to him saying, I'm glad that was you, not me. But Malma lose their first wicket, 48 for 1. It'll be Dash that rakes through with the opening wicket for O'Keefe in the series. And then a testing delivery for new batter Rafiq. It was listed open, but they decided to throw Mubarak there. He was actually listed at 7. He comes off with 40 runs, including eating up an over of Nasser Bullets. That's the end of the power play. Pretty entertaining one, to say the least. 48 for 1 after 3. Harsh, just talking about the pitch. I will say I think this pitch is a little bit more bowler friendly than the Jersey pitch, but just a bit. I think you got some rough patches, a little bit of unevenness, but I still think it's a pretty batting friendly pitch. Malhotra, he did very well to hold on to that catch. Now he's going to keep the ball and he's going to bowl over number 4. Just coming in with his slow mediums, his first one. There's the chunk out of the field. You can see that. For safety reasons, you've got to be a certain distance. We're trying to maximise the distance in front of the construction and the fence that's separating the field from that area. Oh, it's a good take, actually, from Happy. He's up to the stumps to Malhotra. It has its risks as well, of course. Okay. Game's changed a bit now. Mubarak out of the picture. Fraction short this time. Pulled away. It's only a single. Wide rate for the game is 10.46 at the moment. Zagam. Big swing and a miss again. Good keeping. Good Gloveman is Hardeep. Malhotra. Looks kind of like Clark Kent. But can turn into Superman when he gets it right. Now that's another chance in the air. This is more regulation. Time to repay the favour. Oh, he won't. Dash misjudges it horribly and ends up just going with the one hand. And it was exactly in the part of the field where Malhotra was able to catch one off him. I mean, if this had stuck, would have been a classic. But you can see he just lost it. He was searching. He wasn't stable under it. In the last moment, he had to lurch to his right. Malhotra kind of shakes his head, wondering why the universe is being so unkind. Because he's probably going to go for 6 now. And you betcha the next one is smashed down to the ground. Maximo Zagam. He got put down on 4, scrambled to 2, and then the next one he hits out of the ground. So Malhotra, probably they've played enough cricket together to get over it, but I think he's going to take a bit of time to process it. Diraj will be the end of the over, 58 for 1 after 4. Chance to have a look at the Worms. I mean, they're not too far apart from each other at this stage, actually, in the over by over. 58 for 1 here. It was 56 for 2 after 4 in that first innings. Is Dash getting another over. This one is flicked away. And, well, this one is taken. So it needed someone to hold a catch. And it's Safi out there that will. So Dash hasn't been held off his bowling. And Rafiq, who can be dangerous, he'll go for just a single in this one. It's 58 for 2. So yeah, Ariana Akif, or Ariana AKIF, became Ariana Keefe a couple of years ago. Still the same club, just to disambiguate. But on the screen, you often see them as AKIF anyway, the A standing for Ariana. Haida Atsham comes in the number 4 position. Around about halfway to the target at the moment. Facing Dash. Nice cut first ball. Brilliant shot. Wasn't that wide. He just let it come into him. He released the wrists. And Atsham with an excellent cut shot to start his innings. I know that we'll have the Ariana Derby at some point this week, or a couple of times actually. I think we were calling that the Ariana Grande. Right, he's going to launch this one. That's the short boundary as well. Maximo! They're just keeping it pretty simple. Willing to go offside. Their game to lose, really, Malmo. They wouldn't want to lose from here. Now, that's in the air, but I think it's going to fly. Fielder goes back, but he won't be able to turn into a catch. And I think it's going to end up being 4 runs. It is. Tries to pull it back with the foot. You can see basically swinging very hard, and that edge flies. Dash. From here. About 8 and over required. Still think you got Baluch to come back. Probably think it's worth bringing him back sooner rather than later, and just trying to dig a bit of a hole through this middle order. And that's in the air. That's going to fly as well. So, yeah, Malmo doing a very good job so far. You're batting with intent. That'll be another 4. And it will take us to the end of the over. So it's 76 for 2 after 5. Yeah, Ariana Keefe, a bit frustrated here. Don't seem to be having the rub of the green. Having said that, I mean, Baluch did get dropped a couple of times. Without that, maybe they're not even scoring the 116. So now we're going to get Diamenda, the captain, coming on. So yeah, rather than going back to Baluch, he's saying, okay, spin was pretty effective first innings. Let me have a go and see if I can turn things around. He really likes to toss it up on occasion. That's a good example first up. Yeah, so the name Ariana, if you're wondering, it's not a place here in Sweden. You might have heard of Ariana Football Club. Also, we're pretty familiar with the two Ariana cricket sides that we've seen on the network. Muscles this down the ground into the gap, and that will get through for 4 runs. Yeah, the Ariana Grande, when they play each other. It's been called a no ball. Might have been for too many outside the circle. Just saw the signal there. So, yeah, captain bowling maybe didn't have an eye in his field. So, yeah, it's the region, the historical name for the region, which is now present-day Afghanistan. And so obviously it has that cultural significance. Uh-oh, quicker one, and that's going to go out of the ground. Maximal was a free hit because there was no ball before. Really hard to see there's his way back into this. So Diamenda probably can't wait for this game to end. It just hasn't gone well at all for Ariana Keefe. And I suppose that's the way it goes sometimes. Okay, they will get to play 3 matches today. So by the end of the day, you know, if they can come back, it'll be ancient history. But right now they're battling even to save a point here. 26 off 9 for a 4-pointer. This is hit back pretty hard, and that's going to run away for 4. So 22 off 8, and they can take all the points. This would be some result. Ariana Keefe, they play the Ariana Grande against Ariana CC in match 3, and they'll also have the return clash against Malmo, who they're playing right now, tonight in match 5. Right now, it's the green machine that are rocketing away. Oh, it's so slow. It was so slow that Hardeep assumed it was going to get hit. It was on the way down by the time it got him. And it'll be a pretty short to buy. I don't think there was any bat in that. Maybe there was. Maybe it was a little edge that went down. That one is a little bit too far outside leg, and it's going to be another 4. There's a valiant effort out there. Well, it's a no-brainer. I think you got to bowl Baluch in the 7th and just try and save your point. This is the 6th over, and this could matter. I mean, every point matters in such a short tournament. You've got 5 teams. You've got 4 days of qualifying matches. That's the one he tosses up, and they're not able to do too much with it. So that's the end of 6, and the score is 97 for 2. So now you need 21 runs off this over to get all 4 points. So I think you get... I definitely bowl him a strike bowler here. I don't think you're saving him for anything else. The thing is, if he bowls you a really good over, it might make you competitive in the game again. It might not. But... yeah, you just don't want to go magical here. Having said that, Ariana Keefe, they've got a lot of different different bowling options they can go to. They've decided that they're going to go to Akramuddin Shirzad. So, I mean, as a batting team, I'd be pretty happy to have a non-Baluch bowler bowling here. And you can attack it. Having said that, I have seen Malmo lose from this kind of a position before. I remember back in 2021. Hello to Warren LaRue. Nice to see you. All right. Shazad. It's good with the bat. His first one straight to the fielder. And he's got it. Oh, Sahak. You wouldn't expect him to drop this. He was in the construction zone. It popped out for a second, but it came good at the second opportunity. Can't be very easy fielding out there. You'd be a bit worried about all the noise going on behind you. And some drops turn into catches, and this was one of them. So Acham goes for a very bright 33 off 9. And Tarmenda, he knows his team. He pulls the right strings. It's Usman Safi, actually. Safi, who's the bowler here. And he chips in with a wicket first ball. So, 5 balls to get 21 for all 4. Probably still worth the crack. Munir has had a good game. He's going to come out with the bat now. His first one's going to go an absolute mile. Wow, what a strike that is. Maximo makes it 15 off 4 for the bonus point. If they do end up walking away with the donut here, 0 points, around a Keefe, they'll be kicking themselves. They didn't bowl Baluch this over. You might end up just bowling the one. Happy to see Baluch back, though, because he had that shoulder injury. Unfortunately, kept him out of the Western Shield back in 2024. Must be a chance this time. Oh, a little French cut. He's going to send the fielder after it. Probably just a single. So, what does that make it? 14 off 3. Hit a boundary here. Hit hard. And if it's only a 1, this is where you should go for 2 here if you're actually being strategic. But now looks like, oh, jeez. Comes in, whacks the bowler. Could have easily got away for an overthrow. Because, yeah, you need 2 to make it 2 sixes. Anyway, Safi looks like he's done enough. Oh, and he almost has a catch there. There's still a couple to get now. Like I said, Malmo, there's one game, I think they lost 8 for 4 when I was here, and they were in this kind of position. They found a way to lose. They won't lose this, will they? Eastern Royals over the weekend. What care to comment? That's a really good shot. That is going to go into the net. Well, new balls, please. Maximo. They go pretty close to chasing it in 7, but not quite. There's still 6 to get. It's 112 for 3 after 7. Yeah, I like the net, but I don't think anyone thought about how we're going to get the ball out of the net. We'll probably go at the end of the day. Let's have a look what's coming up next with Seaside on the park. I noticed that former player Mukhtar Gulami was in the chat earlier. Seaside, another club based here in the Skirno region, captained by Ashik Hussain. And Malmo won the toss, elected to bowl. So, yeah, they're going back-to-back first up. Hasn't Kaiser Munir been good? You're already chipping in with 3 wickets and a bit of a leading role here in the response. So, Malmo, they'll be hoping they can go back-to-back wins. And no easy games here in this ECS, no doubt. Because you've got 5 teams that have all qualified. There were 15 teams in the qualifying. Only the top of each group of 3 made it in. Oh, last roll of the dice. I think strategically they should have bowled Baluch last over, but he's still got him up their sleeve. Defending 6. Anyway, regardless, this will be fun to watch because it does bowl rapid. Here we go, the 8th over. Big swing to miss first up. Yeah, Belucci's a guy we've seen for Sweden. We've seen him for Ariana Keefe at the ECL. He was also a wild card for Huddinge when they qualified in 2023. 2024, that might have been actually. 2023, actually. It was Huddinge in 2024 that almost actually knocked Hornchurch out. Huddinge with 100 after 5 overs, but lost against the eventual champions of the ECL in 2024. Yeah, gets Munir jumping. Different ball game when you're facing this kind of pace. So, what does everyone think of Sweden so far? Hopefully you enjoy as much as I am. Yeah, looks like it'll be Keefe feeling a bit blue after this first game. But like I said, they've still got 2 other matches here on opening day. Beautiful clip there from Zagam. That'll tie the scores. Zagam impressed me the very first ball. I know T10's often crash and bash, but he got a very difficult ball from Belucci that he played with a straight back and just kept it out. And I think 99 times out of 100 on ECN, that ball's crashing into the stumps or into the pads. So technically, Zagam is up there and he's able to handle someone like Nasser better than most. Any score wins it now for Malmö. And that'll be it. It'll be it. A little edge that flies away for 4. And Malmö will get the win in the opening game of this European Cricket Series. They'll bring it up with 13 balls to spare. They go pretty close to a 4-pointer against the former ECL club and champions of Sweden in the format. So, Keefe, back to the drawing board for them. It just didn't happen. It seemed to be one of those innings with the bat where a few people hit 1 or 2, but weren't able to make a big score. Wasn't enough runs, was it? And even with their bowling, wasn't able to hold up. Seaside versus Malmö in the next game, starting in about a half an hour's time, with Malmö hoping to repeat the dose. They've won the toss and elected to bowl. So Seaside, you'll see them in their beautiful purple kits, and the first time we've seen them since they took part in the ECS in 2023. But have a look at this. Should have been gone, as Mubarak went walkabout for no reason except he was worried about giving LBW. The fence got shattered, the net got hit at one point, but that opening kind of assault was a big one, wasn't it? It was 40 from Mubarak before Malhotra caught him, and a catch that wasn't very easy. Unfortunately for Dash, he couldn't find the drop zone in a similar area next over, and poor Dheeraj, he wore it the next ball as it got smacked out of the ground. Hamid Rafiq went for only 1, but didn't waste too much time while he was out there, because that brought Acham in. He cut a really nice 4, then he slammed one for 6, and they were just fearless, weren't they, Malmö? A side that we have seen before, but haven't seen for a while. And they made up for lost time, didn't they? In the end, we saw that catch taken to get Acham on the fumble. 33 for him in just 10 balls. But Munir came out and he whacked a huge 6. And the net was called into play for the first time. Belucci was brought back, but by then the game was well and truly gone. This ball flew away to the rope to bring up the win, with Malmö chasing down the target with a little bit of help, of course, from the 5 penalty runs, but they chase it down comfortably anyway with 13 balls to spare. Looking at the scorecard, Mubarak survived a bit of a scare and went on to post 40 in 14 balls with 2 maximos and 7 fours. Zagam kind of steered the innings in the right direction despite not having a lot of the strike. He ended up with 32 not out off 14 balls. The other innings of consequence was Haidar Acham with 33 off 10. Came out there, hit the ball really well. Munir with a big bomb. To be honest, Munir was my player of the game. See what they decided. But I just thought his 3 for 4, yeah, and it was Kaiser Munir with his 3 for 4 and the 9 at the end. that sees him secure the player of the match. Both teams pretty good with not bowling too many extras, so I think that's one thing. The bowling standards here aren't typically reasonably good. You got some pace, you got some spin options. And bowling-wise, Dash with 2 wickets, but Malhotra probably should have had one. 1 over none for 10. Safi did take one late in the piece, 1 for 15. Baluch, just a rare moment, I think, where he doesn't get the success that he so often does. We'll take a break then, back in around about 25 minutes time, as we could all take a trip to the seaside. Seaside taking on Malmö. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I hope you're enjoying your Monday morning. Plenty of action still to come. We're only just getting started here in this European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. We're in Sweden for the first time this year on ECN, actually the first time since 2023. And now we're heading into the second match of the day with Seaside. Beautiful name, beautiful team as well. A team we know pretty well here on the network. Seaside playing Malmö, who are going back-to-back here on the opening morning. Stefan Gooch has arrived. He's got the coin and the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Malmö to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We're gonna ball again.
Bowling? Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. All the best. Malmö have won the toss and they're bowling.
And why wouldn't you after the big win for Malmö in the first game of the day? Bit of an upset win. I think they were 38% before the first ball. That they were just able to get some of those dangerous Akif hitters and then neutralise their threats with the ball. So Malmö starting with a 3-point win, chasing down the target of 118 with 13 balls to spare in match number 1. But we're looking ahead to match 2 now. And Seaside will play for the first time since 2023 on the network. And they were part of the series in Stockholm, in Mashta. Watch out for Said Jalani, who is a real key player. He's come into the Swedish national setup. And I think he will be a real difference maker. I wouldn't be surprised if he batted a little bit higher as well. He's also a very handy bowler. We saw him come in for the Austrian series last year and then be part of the action for Sweden in the ECC. For Malmö, though, I've got to say that the gamble to throw Mubarak up to the top of the order paid dividends. A quick fire 40 from him. Zygam kind of steadied the ship pretty well, and Munir had a brilliant first game for them, taking 3 for 4. The one player that would like to probably make up for a little bit is Captain Sucklane, who did go for a few runs, but that's all part and parcel with the format, isn't it? Hello to you if you're watching on Fancode, of course, in the subcontinental region. Hello also if you're watching on our YouTube channel. And Seaside, well, they're about the same percent that Malmö were in the first game, but they got through. So who's to say what'll happen here? Malmö 61% favourites here, and maybe partially affected by their performance in match 1. Plus, I suppose the fact they've already played is a bit of an advantage, I think. Hello to Rostam Ali, who said, after a long time, he's joined in the chat. Well, Rostam, great to have you with us. And let us know where you're watching from. Stefan Gooch has arrived. Couldn't do the first coin toss because he was on the train over from Estonia, where he's had maybe a few days to rest after the Estonia versus Malta series. That was in Malta. And he was a key figure in that. And that was actually very hotly contested, the T20s at least. It was 2-1 to Malta, but Estonia had a dramatic last ball win in match 2 of that. Earlier though, it was Malta that whitewashed the T10s 5-0. Yeah, so good to see Seaside back. You know, their last series didn't go the way they wanted, but I think a few changes have been made, and we're really happy to welcome them back onto the network. A team that, actually, I remember they were completely undefeated up until the final of a European cricket series. That was in Gothenburg, or Göteborg, as they call it here. Gothenburg back in 2020, when they went down to Jönköping in the final. That can happen. Malmö, well, like I said, they've got a real golden opportunity here. Probably didn't feel under too much pressure against Keith earlier in the day. But they've got every chance of going back-to-back. But, like I said, Seaside, they've got some good players. They were 6-0 in that 2020 series. That's a long time ago now. It's 5 years ago. But I know that Mukhtar Ali Gulami, the French national team player, the former Seaside player, he'll certainly be tuning in to see how his old side go. Plays for PUC. Here we go. Well, maybe not. Maybe not quite ticked over. But every game, I think, has the potential to be a very exciting one. All right, shake, rattle and roll. Here we go with match 2. Pretty good first ball from Hassan. Hassan got kind of whacked for a 6, but came back with a good early wicket. It was just a bit of a hallmark of game 1 with Malmo in the field. They just seemed to be able to pick up wickets at fairly regular intervals, and their catching was very good. Some of the ground fielding probably not so much, but they took some brilliant catches. And yeah, a bit like we said last week in Jersey, with good players and top order players are going to give you chances, you better take them, otherwise they can hurt you and hurt you pretty badly. Afan Arif gonna crack this one. Well knocked down though. That's Acham. It's a bit of a finger stinger, and Seaside off the mark. Harinder Singh will face up for the first time. And if you just joined us, yes, you are seeing correctly. Do not adjust your screen or your colour settings. It is the blue pitch, back for the first time since 2022. Oh, that's a long way across, maybe just missing. Wasn't that far away though, I'm telling you. It's a good decision. Look how far across he gets. But straightens a bit. I mean, it's a good shout. It's a very good shout. Batter was a moving target there, so umpire just had some doubt. I can understand that. Probably is a good decision. Yeah, Scotty making the connection I made earlier. The blue deck's very Australian Open tennis. Yeah, you're right. You can see the ball so well on it. This time, bit of an up and under job. It'll sneak over the offside, and it'll just get to the boundary. Really dangerous pullback from Chinwari when the ball had already gone over the rope, but the result will be 4 runs. Maybe slightly late on that. Still good enough though. Harinder is off the mark. Uh-oh, that's gone. That's not a good dismissal. Maybe he straightened on a little bit. Couldn't decide whether he was trying to flick it or whether he wanted to bunt straight. In the end, it was just a little push and a simple catch for the captain, Saklain Karamat. It's an absolute gift, wasn't it? Full toss. It's one of those times where you're better off actually being aggressive. Yeah, just maybe trying to get careful, look to clip, and just changed his mind kind of mid-shot. And that's one of the things about batting, that you don't have as long to make up your mind as it looks on TV. Just got a split second, and he just got rushed, didn't he? Ran out of time. So 5 for 1, disappointment. Here's Jelani. I thought he might bat a bit higher, and he will. Bats at 3. A big swing and a miss first ball. Yeah, so Helix, good to see you. And hello to anyone else I've missed so far. Notice Lithium popped in a little bit as well. That'll be the end of the first over. So we had a 4, a 1, and a wicket in the first. It's 5 for 1. I showed you this a little bit earlier, so we can show you, just talking about Estonia and Malta, who played each other a week ago. They're in separate groups for the Challenger Division. It's 12-team Challenger Division, 20-team Premier Division in the ECC this year. And the Challenger Division will be a 9-day phase between the 7th and the 15th of October. And again, you win that, you get promoted to the Premier Division. I will say Group 2, for me, looks like a bit of a tougher draw. You've got Guernsey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg. I think they all have visions that they could be the ones to win that ECN trophy. Here's Karamat, the captain. He's going to hit down the ground first up. He did get hit a fair bit, mainly a second over. He got whacked for 4 consecutive sixes. He ended up, I think, with none for 40 in that first game. Didn't matter though, because they won. They won fairly comfortably. It's well bowled though. Oh yeah. Well, Octagalami going to call this a wide, but to be honest, I thought this was inside. And remember, even if it was on the line, it's a harsh call. And by harsh, I mean wrong. But anyway, day one things. Anyway, doesn't bother Karamat. Just kind of gets on with it. Some people thinking maybe the construction background noise might have just scrambled the circuits of the umpire there. We'll say it's good to see Oktay out there umpiring though. I know he's taken time off to do this. He's a guy we have seen playing for Sweden. Maybe he played in the first ever ECC. And he's actually an ambidextrous spinner. He also bowled a golden ball 3, that should have been won by the bowling team. But not a great throw and fumble by the keeper meant that the batting team got back Nazratul Sultan from Ariana CC. And that was in the Ariana Grande, which is the Ariana CC versus Ariana Keefe derby, which is actually coming up the next match after this. So stay tuned for that. Get out the popcorn. I think it's quite straightening enough. So it'll be a leg by, I think. As called. Adiun is moving in 2 days, moving to Malta, right? So I think, he says, okay, I'm going to call it an early night. Fair enough, but you can always catch up anytime on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. There's also highlights videos there. There's player of the match videos. I actually wanted to catch up on some of yesterday's action maybe later on tonight, including that 100 from Maritz. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of that. And does kind of swing down the line, but Jelani's good enough to whip it away for a boundary. Bit of a risky shot, this one, but he does hit it. If he didn't, he was going to be in big trouble, I think, LBW. But crashes into the fence. Seaside get 4. I do like the purple kits for Seaside. I just think they're very unusual colour. You don't see a lot of purple. It may be more these days. The Kolkata Knight Riders have kind of gone to the midnight purple after they were more black. Big swing and a miss. Karamat doesn't go for too many. 7 coming off their second over, and it's 13 for 1. So, you know what they do here? To go back to Wahab Hassan, a bit tempted to. Nama kind of had the paces operate and then went through this spinner phase. And he's not a bad guy to go to here, Munir. He's going to bowl the third. He's coming off 3 for 4 in the first game, though his first ball was a big beamer that was a full toss straight at the head of the bat. Anyway, hopefully he doesn't start that way this time. Down leg side, it's been called a wide first up. Now I'm going back to back. Yeah, Scotty's saying he was at the MCG yesterday. Sounds great. Watching the Tigers in Richmond. Still got the best theme song in the AFL, I think. Why not? Another dot ball. Good start this from Munir. Just a wide and then a dot. Arif just finding it hard to get going here. He's 2 off 5. Well, that's going to be runs. That could go all the way, you know. It does. Maximo. The classic Maximo, really. Arif needed to find something. It's not where he meant for it to go at all. And everybody watches it fly. So the accidental Maximo, is the first one of the innings. Munir is probably better off when he pitched up anyway. I think when he got up and outside the off stump, he kind of creates his own problem there by digging it in. Well, this time he does pitch up, and this is an opportunity. They caught well earlier on. It's not an easy one. It's dropped. Got two hands to it there. And it actually popped up for a second. And that's the captain, Karamat. Credit to him, he calls it. This is not an easy catch on a day like today as well, with the cloudy skies and the grizzly flying through the air. Now, this one's going to be up there. Another opportunity. This one settling and caught. Wahab Hassan will take the catch. And so, they don't get a reef, but they do get the dangerous Saeed Jalani for only 5. Trying to go up over the mid-off. It was up in the circle because of the power play. So one dropped, one taken. A little bit of the crocodile style, but all is well that ends well. Wahab takes the catch, and Munir's brilliant day with the ball continues. His 4th wicket of the day is Saeed Jalani for 5, and the score is 21 for 2. So Seaside lose a key hitter. New batter comes out, Saiful Hassan. Malmo having a brilliant start. Not just to this game, but obviously building off the 3-point win in the last game as well. Wide down the leg side. Lefty coming in, Saif. Probably is a good time to watch out if you are working on the construction site when a left-hander comes in. And Malmo, they play this match. Obviously, they played the first match, but they also play the last match of the day. So they have a long day as well. They play 3 times. Guess they get the double game break after this before their rematch with Ariana Keefe. Oh, this one's going to fly away. Another lucky edge. Yeah, it's going to be 4 runs. There we go. Not really a play for the keeper there. Zagam, who has been good so far with gloves. Munir. Bit more expensive than his first spell. That's cracking shot though. That's the way to finish the power play. Saif stands and delivers. Turned out to be a bit of a half volley. Cracks it through the cover gap. And that's the end of the 3rd over. It's 30 for 2. I've got a question from Helix in the chat as we look at the power play. 5, 8 and 17. Although there was a wicket in that 3rd over. Also one in the 2nd. Or 1st over, I should say. 1st and 3rd. The 2 wickets fell. Will I have a friend in the commentary, or will I have a helper? I certainly will. More than a helper. I'll have Tina Goff, who would be here with me today, but I'll give you 3 guesses why she's not here today. And those that have been following the action on ECN would know that she was playing in Greece over the weekend in Corfu. And so with the last game yesterday, she's travelling today and will be in the commentary igloo with me tomorrow morning. Yeah, well done to Tina. She's also the MVP of that T20 IW series for Germany against Greece. Karamat is going to bowl himself out here, but he gets too short, and that's going to go away for 4. But the football goal's down there. I wonder how long until we get a goal. That Karamat had some protection out there with the deep square leg, so maybe that's why he thinks he can get away with bowling a bit short. But I think what we've seen so far today is pitching up is probably a better tactic. You do want to occasionally probably mix it up a bit. You do get your 1 bouncer and over, but I don't really have the field for it most of the time. This time he does pitch up, and almost an opportunity out there for Kaiser Munir. Couldn't quite come in quick enough to get it before it bounces. It's a good comment in the chat. Where did it come from? It was about this being a very sporty area. And yeah, you're right. And it gets kind of front on, muscles it away. Little step over from Munir, but it'll only be a single. Yeah, so actually, we've had tournaments here in 2020, 2021, and 2022. We haven't been back since. It's great to be back. Helix it was, actually. I was talking about that. But yeah, you can see the football goals here. There's equestrian to the right of screen. Pitched up from Karamat. Certainly had better outcomes when he has pitched up. This will only be a single. Yeah, so I remember the golden ball here, the horses in the background. That's pretty cool. But one of the things I got, which is something that I'm so dirty that I wasn't here in 2022, Rico and Rhino were here back then. This is up in the air, short boundary. It's over the full boundary anyway. Maximo for Saif. As we see the bus fly past in the background. Really turned that into something drivable, didn't he? Changed up the length by coming out of his crease. Maximo comes off the bat of Saiful Hassan. Yeah, so around the corner they've got curling. Yeah, curling. Curling's basically like, to use a sport we've been talking about last week, it's like lawn bowls but with stones on ice. It's probably the best way to describe it. Well, that one is a blast. That's not coming back. Maximo! That's the exact ball that Saif would like, I think. He doesn't have to move except to swing that big bat, and he puts it out of the ground into the over. 49 for 2. A better spell this time from Karamat. Still goes the journey a couple of times. 26 off his 2 overs. Yeah, so I've never done curling, and I know our blue crew, did a curling day. So or a curling night. They all had a go at it, which sounds awesome. But unfortunately, I wasn't on that one. It was a rare one that I had off back in 2020. 2022 would have been. Apparently they had a lot of fun. I suppose now, one of the issues we have with the 5-game day, probably don't have time to go. And that's why I think we made the most of it. Those of us that came a little bit early yesterday, I got here mid-afternoon, so we had a bit of a walk around, walking to Helsingborg, which is the town that we're staying in. It's about 20 minutes away. We're still trying to find that ball. Yeah, the other thing, as Helix mentioned as well, great to have Nish back. Yeah, Nish, I know he's quite busy with his career now. He's a career guy. That's great. He's studied for a long time to be able to go into that field. Software engineering. But you won't have to wait long to get Nish again because he booked his holidays. He said, look, if you come to England, is there a chance that he could manage and maybe still work a little bit with his regular job? And I said, yeah, for sure. So even though I'd love to go to Hornchurch, Tina and Nish will be doing that one. Tina will be probably spending a bit of time in the UK playing cricket around that time anyway. As we get Rafiq. And first ball is hit up in the air and caught. Well caught by Munir. It was just a couple of metres short, wasn't it? And the move to spin wins once again for Malmo. You see there, just rolls it out, a little off break. Munir called it, And good backup from Hassan as well, just in case. But unfortunately for Arif, just doesn't happen for him. A 4 and a 6 though in his 15. He's the third to fall. It's 49 for 3. Yeah, so with the program being so packed, you probably realised that as well. I was hoping to get to Hornchurch at least for a bit, but I think I have full confidence that Tina and Nish will do such a great job. Of course I should. We've been so lucky to have so many commentators shining with the opportunities given to them in ECN cricket with more and more tournaments. There's a lot of departments that make ECN tick, but as the head of the TV department, the head of the media department, very lucky to work with a bunch of people that are very enthusiastic about doing a good job and showcasing European cricket to the fullest. And actually, we'll be joined by a commentator you won't have heard before on Thursday in Estonia, and actually over the next... Oh, it's going to be... this has been called a no ball. It must have been called for encroachment. And now it's going to get smashed. So, yeah, it's actually the second time this has happened this morning. The keeper breaking the line of the stumps. So you can see that time, obviously, he's been scared straight as Zygum. So that's why it was a no ball. So, yeah, sorry, let's go back to what I was saying. Marco from Austria is joining us. He'll be with Rico on Thursday. And then I suppose the three of us will kind of be doing parts of the ECS. So myself, Rico, and Marco Chelagin. Marco played for Austria, actually. Had a pretty good career. This is hit hard. It won't carry to Wahab Hassan, just a single. Yeah, so Marco's lived in Vienna for around about 30 to 35 years. He's originally Australian. Connected with Vienna Cricket Club, Vienna CC, who always host us at the Seebahn ground in the European Cricket Series Austria. Big step across. And so, yeah, Marco is quite an enthusiastic European cricket watcher. He's got a bit of experience, I think will be pretty handy with his commentary. I think you'll enjoy that. And depending on how his schedule is, if you like hearing him, let us know and maybe we'll be able to get him back. All right, up in the air. It's going to get away. How did that get away from Munir? This was just one thing earlier with Malmo. It's probably their only issue. Well, there were two things. They dropped Baluch a couple of times and the ground fielding. Gets there and just maybe takes a little bit of a side hop, but it wasn't travelling that fast. That's a frustrating one. Saif doesn't care though. He's up to 30 off 8, and the longer he's batted, the better he's looked. Hit this one pretty hard as well, but this one will be handled by Hassan. That'll take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 62 for 3. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to be with you. And like I said, Tina will be here tomorrow. She's travelling after that fantastic effort in the series against Greece. She was playing for Germany. They swept all matches, T10 and T20, and she was the MVP over the weekend. As I mentioned, Rico will be back on Thursday, and Marco, for the first time, will be getting an opportunity to commentate on ECN. So I'm sure you'll enjoy Marco Chelagin. I know he has been tuning in a fair bit from his place in Austria. See my colours today? Actually, you can come back to me, Anders, for a second. But my colours I'm wearing today, this is because we're in the Skåne region, and these are the colours on their flag. It's the kind of the yellow of Sweden, but also the Danish red, because they're so close to Denmark. They have that connection. Oh, that's out. That is out. It's just a little bit of flight from Archam and Saif. First ball he's tried to not hit hard, really. It pitches on the stumps. He's trying to make a case, Saif, but I don't really think he's got one. We'll check it on the replay. Does drift back a little bit, maybe. Pitches on. That's hitting leg stump for me. I think it's a good decision. Can't see it. missing leg. I know it's not going to hit middle, but it'll hit leg. And fantastic bit of bowling from Artsham. But, geez, what a good cameo from Saiful Hassan. 31. You can kind of see two stumps here, which always makes you think, oh, is it going to miss? But I think with that angle, straighten down the line a bit. I think the umpire's got that one absolutely right. He jumped across to off, actually, so it looked like it was probably going to hit middle live. I think even the replay, I think it was still hitting leg stump. Wow, this is a little turnaround. Nobody at fine leg. Zawar Hussain will get that about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. We'll have to settle for the single. Good to see KG as well. Nice to have you tuning in. Yeah, so Dave said he's just been chatting to the water heater technician. Never heard of cricket? I bet he has now. Helix saying Nish is a hacker now. That's one way you can put it. Friendly hacker. Keeping down the leg side here. That's speared it down there and set a bit of a task for Zygam. That'll be a wide. We'll have to bowl that one again. Oh, it's well bowled. Really flighted that one and kind of fooled Hussain there. Dave also mentioning, you must have told him that cricket is in the 2028 Olympics. True. Straight up in the air. Keeper's got to go. There's nobody else around, and he'll take it. It's kept very well this morning, Bilal Zaga. Hussain probably wanted that area square of the wicket. There was a big gap, but it was a top edge and flew in the air. Still not sure about the sunglasses. It's so cloudy, but obviously it works for Bilal. He's going to take it. He didn't have the problem of worrying about if it was his catch or not, because there was absolutely nobody else there. And so Zawa will go for just that too at 66 for 5, and Seaside finding it hard to get going. Well taken. Manoj Chadfest is the new batter. Oh, geez. I was worried that he wasn't ready, but it might be a wardrobe malfunction. I think he's saying, I am ready. Don't worry about my shirt. We already saw a time penalty earlier when Dharmender smelt the roses on the way out. It's Chadfest. Oh, it's not Chadfest, actually. That's probably the issue. It is actually Mushtaba Hakim. Okay, I see what happened now. Hakim 71. The one had come off, so they thought it was Manoj, not Mushtaba. Another good piece of bowling. Artsham just teasing, and it's pleasing for the Malmo fans. Seaside behind the 8 ball at the end of 6 overs, 66 for 5. Yeah, and yeah, so we've been lucky to build a commentary team over. Well, it's taken a while. Obviously, it's not for everybody. Well, I'm very, very happy that we're developing commentators. I think Phil G's been outstanding. The more that he's been doing, he's just finished the night series last night. Obviously, we've got some that have been around for a while. Danny Hudacek's actually been around since 2020. He's always very insightful every time we have him on. He loved being in Jersey. One thing about Danny as well, especially, he's a bit of a specialist when we get to Prague, because he's been there for so long. He knows the cricketers so well. He knows the city so well. Rico, obviously, goes without saying. He's doing a huge workload. Oh, yeah, that's going to be gone. It's a little bit of an edge. I think this would have hit the top of the stumps if he hadn't have nicked it, but he did nick it just over the bails, and it still carried. to Zygum. What's this one? Well, maybe it was over the top anyway, but it's a wild swing. You can see, unfortunately for Sahibzad Abdul Haq, he's going to have to go very, very quickly. He's a fun player to watch, though. He just is disappointed on this occasion. He won't get too many, but the week is long and there's plenty of opportunity still to come. We'll go for just that single, and 66 for 6, the Devils' number here in the 7th over. This is Jadvet now, who's coming out at number 8. So Nizami chips in a wicket with his first ball. Now this is in the air, another opportunity and taken. So Nizami not once but twice, and Jadves gets a golden duck. So a nice bit of outfield catching once again. So disappointment, just a bit of a top edge. So again, the catching's been pretty good so far. Got it kind of 48 metres, but pretty easy catch down there. Mubarak has been pretty good this morning in many facets. So Batula's going to come out to face the hat-trick ball. Of course, we've had 20 hat-tricks now. Lara Maritz in her 4 for 4. Took one over the weekend in Jersey. Here's the hat-trick ball. Nope. Oh, geez, there might be... Blocked it and then got told to run. He said, what? What do you make me run for here? He said, nope. He said, okay, you're halfway down. I guess we're doing this. Batula is off the mark. He could really roll through them here now. 66 for 7. Go bang, 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 and suddenly you're only chasing 70 or something. You're eyeing up the 4 points if you're Malmo. Hakeem still to get off the mark. Oh, it's good swing from Nizami. This is a very good over. It really did curve left to right. Yeah, so I know that last time we were here in Landskrona, Rhino was here. I know he's very upset that he's got basketball commitments, obviously working quite a high-level position with FIBA. So he sends his regards, and he's upset that he couldn't be here. But Tina, obviously, being here is fantastic. All right, high. I think this is catchable, you know. Wahab is... Oh, he got so close there. He ended up too far out. He needed to come in a bit, but it was never going to go for 4, even with the short boundary and the, I don't know what you call it, like the kidney area of the ground. See if that comes back to bite them. What an amazing catch. Proper Bermuda Triangle job there with the two outfielders and the infielder. Right, that one is hit better though, and that's going to be up and out of the ground. So Maximal Hakeem hurts him straight away. Is there a bit of a rally here for Seaside? It will be the end of the over. There's a double prize at the start of it for Nizami, but it finishes on a bit of a downer. And Seaside, 75 for 7 after 7. Speaking of commentators, Phil G was actually originally meant to be here in Landskrona, but because of the night series, it meant that he did that instead. It means that Tina's here. And they're really happy to have Tina on again. Charlie obviously did a lot of great work for us over the last 3 years or so, but there's a chance we'd be able to get him for some days in Hornchurch. I know we're hopeful about that. Oh, good bowling, Archam, just drifting that one away from Batula. Who haven't I mentioned? Oh, Corey. Well, I mean, Corey obviously is quite busy with his coaching commitments this time of year, so you won't have him on ECN too much. But he is at home in the Netherlands, where he lives, for now at least. And that's going to run away. Maybe not all the way. Going for, getting ready for 2, but maybe it's a bit too risky at this stage. Still 3 overs to bat, only 3 wickets in hand. Yeah, Corey, I know he's been commentating some of the Dutch national games from Amstelveen. So, yeah, I'm sure he's been having a great time with our good friend Andrew Leonard, who does jump on now and then on ECN. I know he loves it. Dug out for one this time by Hakeem. Yeah, but it'll be great to give Marco that opportunity that we wanted to give him for a little bit of a while. It's one thing about Marco you're going to enjoy is he's a DJ amongst other things. Pretty famous cricket DJs. Max O'Dowd from the Netherlands is a cricket DJ actually. See a little drift he's getting here. Again, not so sure that's a wide. Remember the wide line now belongs to the bowler. It's probably one of those things that they'll coach the umpires on as this goes down to fine leg. Actually hit pretty well. It's a little bit of the boot job. Keep it in, keep it to 2. Yeah, last time we were in Sweden, it would have been the old wide rules, which is if the ball touches any of the line whatsoever, even a tiny bit, it's a wide. But now with the static wide line, the line belongs to the bowler. Yeah, this one's going to get called. So as long as they're consistent. That one was more like a wide. I still think if you look at it, probably gets a piece of the line. That one you can justify a bit more. They're just battling here. Can they put a kind of ugly 100, 110 on? And then I suppose with Seaside, they'll know they'll need to get early wickets. They'll have to get stuck into this Malmo batting lineup. It held up in the end. Oh, tries to muscle it up in the air. It's a skipper again. This time he takes it. Oh, Suck Lane looked to be a bit of an unwilling participant there. He was waiting for someone to call him out of it, but he heard absolute silence. And then he ends up having to basically go back and take it himself. But he does. Give him credit. He's like, anybody? Anybody? Saw him put one like this down before. He has a bit of a wry smile, I think. There's that one. Holds up. And the bowler, almost like one of the 3 tenors after belting out an operetta. He just says, I implore you to catch that. Atsham with 3 for 11 off his 2 overs. Are you not entertained? Seaside now, 82 for 8. Yeah. I beseech thee if you were to drop a high catch off my bowling. So new batter comes out. Immanuel Pandya-Rajan, but he's not facing at the moment because Batula on strike. So just 2 wickets in hand now, Seaside. Oh, this one goes pretty close to knocking out the stumps. Batula backs away, goes between him and the sticks. And a question about when's Corey moving to Spain. I know he's planning to move around about either during the summer or maybe after the ECC, so maybe around October, November. He's planning to find a place in Valencia. That one's hit pretty well, actually. And it will go for 4. What a nice shot by Batula. And they need to battle here. That was a bit of a half volley, but I like the way he hits this straight. It's a genuine cricket shot. See, actually, it's a good angle there where the gap was. Long on and crept around more towards mid-wicket. And we, of course, had the regulation slip over from Pandya-Rajan. Yeah, so speaking of Valencia, well, the plan is we will be there, actually, for our first ever ECN cricket in Valencia in November as well. So that might be nice. Maybe Corey can have us over for dinner. What do you think? So Munir coming back. A good morning with the ball. There's 4 wickets already. Now he's going to adjust the length and it's going to get away for 4. Well, Fielder did pretty well in the first place to find where it was going, but then it just shot at him a bit. And even though Chinwari tries to get down, tries to get the leg down, it just shot past him. There, see, straight through the legs. Batula with back-to-back boundaries. It was a good adjustment actually from Munir in the first place. He's got a fielder there just for that. So pretty frustrating when it still gets through for 4. Oh, what a shot. This has bounced. I think this might have hit. There's a little bit of green grass there. But look at this. Has it hit the... Oh, no, it hasn't. But it's hit the toe and bounced over the keeper. You couldn't do that again if you tried. Backwards drive. Cricket's a funny game sometimes. Pandirajan gets his opportunity, batting 10. Still 8 balls to go in the innings. Creeping up on that 100 Seaside. Big swing from Pandirajan, no contact. Yeah, so the other thing, as far as the umpires getting coached and all, being brought up to date with all the regulations, Stefan only probably had a couple of minutes with him before game 1 because he was on the train getting here just before. So, I mean, it's a hectic schedule, but we are back to 1 venue, at least for the next 3 days before we go back to 2. You're wide down the leg side, so you'll have to re-bowl it. Now, I called it the frenetic fortnight over the last 2 weeks because we had 11 different series starting and finishing in like 5 or 6 different venues. It was crazy. So now this is kind of the start of a new phase. Still a busy time, I will say that. We've got plenty of cricket coming up. Scramble through for 1 here, and that'll take us to the end of the 9th over. It'll be 93 for 8 after 9. Pandirajan gets off the mark. Yeah, so this is kind of, I'm going to call this like the northern phase over the next 2 weeks, because we've got Sweden and Estonia, and there is a bit of overlap. Thursday to Sunday, there's both. Because the ECS starts on Monday in Estonia, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Bulgaria are touring. First time we've seen the Bulgarian women's side, I think, out of Bulgaria. So they're taking on Estonia women in T20s. I think a best of 3 T20 series, 2 on Thursday, 1 on Friday, and then there will be women's cricket in 2 venues on Saturday and Sunday. Bulgaria and Estonia playing ECI cricket and ECSW here. All right, here we go. Is this, again, it will be called a wide. It's probably helped him out, the fact that the umpires have been kind of old-schooling the wides. See, that one for me, I think, again, it's over the line, but over the line's okay. But I'm sure that'll all get sorted out. The thing is, for both sides, it would be the same. So that's the way it is at the moment. He wants to get away here. Pandirajan won't be able to. Hello to Rahel Khan. Rahel, great to see you in the chat. And yeah, last time I was here, I caught up with Rahel a fair bit when we were at Mashta. It's nice to be back in Sweden. I've been made to feel very, very welcome so far. Oh yeah, and goes upstairs a bit. Pandirajan, number 10. He knows he's alive. Whoosh. Probably not even a bouncer, It's probably armpit height. Give him the benefit and say he swayed out the way of that one. I wonder if he goes back to it here, Hassan, or whether he goes at the stumps. See what kind of fast bowler he is. Nope, he goes back to it. And they're going to come back, and geez, almost a run out. It's going to be called a wide. This one really took off. So he says, okay, that wasn't a bouncer, but this is a bouncer. And Pandirajan isn't tall at all. And the keeper, understandably, having a bit of trouble. Although I do think that throw had hit the keeper's end, probably would have been out. So, still 4 to come. Batula steals the strike back. Oh, in the air. It's just out of the grasp. And they're going to go for 2 here. They'll go the long way and they'll get it. That's excellent running. Probably thought the bowler's end was an easier option, but they actually tried to get the set batter. It's quite amazing. 2 runs for a ball that never leaves the infield. Still 3 to come. Wild swing from Batula. Can they get the 100 here? I love Monty Lou saying, I'm a bit bored with blue uniforms, but blue pitches are, and then the emoji, I think, says it all. Yeah, Rahel, good to see you. Hello to Wayne as well. And I'll have to ask Tina if she's been to Sweden before, because I actually don't know if she's been. It's her first commentary up here for us. All right, run hard. Well, don't think there's any way you can really get back for 2 this time. So 99 with the ball to go. Yeah, Kroom's saying there was 113 extras in his game. What? Oh, Kroom. Gotta admit, I had a 71 in one T20 innings just about a week and a bit ago. All right, last ball. Oh, yeah. Gets a fair bit of this. Well, I get one. Might as well go for 2. Oh, it's an underarm throw that comes in, and I think it's just out. I think it will be 1 and out. But they do bring up the 100 there. You can see most people trying to run off the pitch, I've noticed. He's trying. He's saying, come on, really? There we go. Just out. But, hey, credit to Seaside. They do battle. They'll finish 100 for 9 off the 10 overs. It wasn't really the way they planned to get there, but it gives them a chance. But that chance could evaporate pretty quickly if they don't get early wickets and if it's a heavy scoring power play for Malmo. Let's go and look at the highlights. And, yeah, it was a bit of a soft dismissal, wasn't it, really? I think just in 2 minds there. But yeah, Seaside, it's not always easy playing a team that's already played in the series either. You know, you're still trying to find your feet. Seaside, I mean, they've qualified to be here, so they must be in some kind of form. Remember, the 15 teams qualified or attempted to qualify, and only 5 teams qualified ultimately for this ECS. But yeah, Saiful Hassan, while he was out there, he was looking very, very destructive, wasn't he? Arif never really clicked in his innings. He had a 4 and a 6 in there, but eventually hold out. Munir would have liked that one back. This was a big moment in the innings. I think it was a good decision. I think it was pitching on. Although I think the replay showed it wasn't hitting middle, it was hitting leg stump. Bilal Zagam has been excellent with the gloves as well. You see him take a variety of different dismissals this morning. Seaside and found themselves having to defend a hat-trick ball as Jadvest came out and he went first ball. This is a funny old Bermuda Triangle because one of the corners of the triangle had to go around a construction site, which isn't something that you see very often. This is another catching opportunity. Karamat was able to hold this one, did grasp one earlier on in the day, but then it was time to battle, wasn't it? And despite being kind of 8 down, they were able to put together a little bit of a partnership. They put on 18 in the last 2 overs despite being 8 down and eventually 9 down when you count that run out off the last ball that saw them get to exactly 100. And I know that means that the bonus point will be 70 or less because it's 70%. The 100 makes that calculation very easy. You can see the multi-sport district here around the Landskrona cricket ground, and then in the background you can see the coast. It's such a nice part of the country, and Denmark is just only a matter of 2 or 3 kilometres away from Sweden here. Let's have a look at the scorecard though. With Saiful Hassan 31 before he was trapped LBW, but he scored his runs very quickly. It seemed to be getting better and better and better, so it was a good time to get him 31 off 10. Next best figure was actually Batula, batting at number 9, 17 off 12. Had to battle hard. The only other batter to reach double figures was Arif opening the batting, who went for 15. Bowling-wise, plenty of good performers there, but I've got to say Artsham with his spin and his guile was very, very effective. 3 for 11 Nizami, a bit surprised he didn't get a second over after he did take back-to-back wickets. He took 2 for 9. Wickets also for Hamad Rafiq with his off-spin. Munir in the wickets again. And also Wahab Hassan bowled a very good spell. 2 overs, 1 for 12, including the opening wicket. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. It's 101 for Malmo to start this ECS with back-to-back wins. Or can Seaside start with a memorable defence? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a break and see you shortly. Live from Sweden, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of this one with 100 on the board for Seaside. If that can be chased in 7 overs, it'll be a 4-pointer for Malmo. Or, I suppose, if Seaside could put a real good performance out and restrict Malmo to 70 or less, they could walk away with all 4 points. So, just a bit of light rain falling in the break. Very, very light. Hopefully it stays away. Currently, it's about 10 degrees. Won't quite say it's the middle of summer yet here in Sweden. You're looking forward to seeing if we can get a fairly competitive contest here. Seaside playing in their first game in the competition. Malmo, though, I think they only know one way, and that's to be pretty attacking. Zagreb's a bit more of your traditional opener, but Mubarak, they threw him up the top, and it came off great before, so they're going to stick with that combination. You've got Abdul Haq, who's a genuine swing bowler, bowling the first over. That first one goes down the leg side. Hey, something I spotted in the chat in the break. John Higginbottom talking about the UAE side at the women's qualifiers retiring all 10 batters out when they basically had enough runs. I think it was after 16 overs. Yeah, pretty interesting one, that. I've been looking forward to getting back and discussing it. Abdul Haq needs to move the line, but really getting it swing. That one is also outside the leg stump, and it's going to be clipped away for 4. It's a bit of an easy pick-off for Zaga. That's 5 on the board. After just 1 ball. They're actually 5 after no balls in the previous game, Malmo, due to a clock penalty against Ariana Keefe. Yeah, I've got no issue with it. I don't think anyone could really have an issue with it. And I suppose some people don't understand the context when it gets shown on social media. It wasn't that they were trying to be disrespectful, and even so, I don't think it is disrespectful. But they were worried about it raining and for the second innings not to get enough overs in. More good swing from Abdul Haq. Hits the pad this time and be a leg by. Yeah, so they were worried that they wouldn't get the win if they batted their full 20 and there was a bit of rain around and the forecast had rain. So they rather wanted the second innings to start quicker, and they felt very confident they had enough runs, and they were right. They bowled out Qatar, I think, for 29. See, it still took 11 overs for them to bowl them out. Okay, they didn't have to necessarily bowl them out to win, but they did need to make sure 5 overs were completed in the second innings. And that's going to be dragged, and it's going to fly away for 4. Just beats the fielder at 45. Mubarak, well, he is a lightning rod for action. Comes off the inside part of the bat, runs away for a boundary, his first. So I guess sometimes you have these mismatches. I would call UAE versus Qatar a mismatch in the women's game. And yeah, I think it's very clever. But it begs a bigger question. And why did they do it? Because you're not allowed to declare in a limited overs match. That's what the rules are. You're not allowed to declare your rules, you're closed. And it's actually happened on ECN before that we've talked about it. We've never actually seen it done. We've talked about it. And we actually said it. We said, well, you can't declare. You could just retire everybody out. It's funny how they did it. Apparently they came out, tapped the bat and said, I'm out. You should be able to just say, we're retiring the rest of our team out. So it was quite technical. So, I mean, there's an obvious solution to this. Oh, wow. How did this miss? If this had hit him in the pad, you would have sworn this was hitting the stumps. Look at the late swing. Oh, just missed the stumps. Too much swing. Can't believe it. I can't believe it either. Yeah, but you're going to like Sahibzad Abdul Haq. It's like chat about where the field should be. They've got a very fine third as one of their outfielders. They've got a deep forward square leg. Last ball the over. Oh, he gets it wrong. Oh, excellent effort from the keeper to at least get something on that. Otherwise, that was probably going to head to the boundary. Apple's just got to start it more outside off. He's trying a different angle here. This angle, I still think it would have been better going over and just trying to get it further across outside off. But he's tried something different. Yeah, so the simple solution is, why not allow declarations in limited overs matches? You should be able to. Obviously, you would have a reason. Might not be the reason you normally declare. I mean, it kind of is the same reason you normally declare in a test match or a first-class match. You declare because you try to give yourself long enough to win the game. Or long enough for the game to be completed. End of the first over, and it's 11 without loss. Yeah, but what are your thoughts on that? I just do feel like it's a bit of a shame. It's such a stats ruiner for all of the batters that just had to be retired out for Diamond Ducks. Anyway, 19 matches since the Golden Ball. That's quite amazing because it was only Friday on finals day of the Men's European Cricket Series that we had a Golden Ball. And here we are starting the opening day of our next Men's European Cricket Series. And it's already 19 matches in the bank. And that doesn't even include the 4 T20s that we've had. So that's 23 matches ago on ECN. So we had a bit of a thriller in the final in Jersey as well on Friday night with the highest ever chase. That was absolutely insane. Behind this one. Uh-oh. Oh, he overcommitted. Again, a bit worried about an LBW appeal. Uh-oh. Luckily, he had time to make it back. If he had time to do that, probably had time to make a run. But anyway, all's well that ends well. Yeah, we had that insane record-smashing game. Oh, in the air, he wants to go the long way. Probably was the end to go to. The keeper was probably a bit slow to make position. He was probably watching the ball like everyone else. Look at it here on the replay. Ball watching from Mubarak, and they said, oh, now you want to go. But the throw didn't have too much power, and it was wide of the mark. Mubarak does get the strike. Oh, he gets Gundy ball, though. Keeping Marinda. Looks very good behind the stumps there. Yeah, so most matches, most runs ever in an ECN match was smashed as well. That was previously 403, which had actually been done twice. And we had one game that was 400. So it only happened 3 times before. But this chase was absolutely unbelievable. No ball called. It doesn't matter if it's caught or not. They'll be hoping it stays inside the field of play. It won't. It'll just hop away for 4 runs. So, yeah. Just overstriding there. Yeah, you can see it. So, a free hit coming up. So, yeah, the previous highest chase was 186. It's now 208. That could stand a long time. Look how much distance there is between that and the next. Free hit will be cashed in, 4 runs. And Mubarak just capitalising on a little mistake. Ashik Hussain, captain. Front foot, no ball. Next one strays onto the pads and run away for 4. So, yeah, look at the distance between these chases. So, it's high. You'd expect when it was beaten, it might get beaten by like 1 or 2 runs because you got 2 on 176. I think there's others below that. Those get it in on count back. You got 3 on 177 or 179, 2 on 83s, a 186, and then over the top of that, that 208. Will we ever see it broken? Probably one day. I said at the time, though, after the last ball, I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime, the 200 chase. Another ball, which is not where it should have been. Gets out of jail a little bit here, thanks to his fielder, Hussein. Just got to try and get it outside the off stump, and also just way too short at the moment to Mubarak. He's kind of escaped maximum punishment. Well, it's better length this time. Clipped away in the air. The chase is on. And the chase is won, only just. You can see Sahibzad Abdul Haq was pretty determined not to touch the rope, so that's quite smart fielding. I went to go pick it up and said, well, hold on, have I stopped moving yet? Well done in the end, though. Break this partnership, Seaside. Right, that's in the air, and this should be it, because it's up in the air. Two fielders going to fight for it, and they're going to drop it. Oh, wow. I mean, Hakeem is giving his neighbour a bit of a hard time, but I don't think it was his catch. Well, maybe he called it, but couldn't have been more. Couldn't have been more to the fielder that was just straight at point. So, that's a big moment in the game. It's 27 without loss after 2. And I think what happened is they both called yes. And then there was no further discussion. It's Batula who was at point. Have a look at it here. He says, yeah, I got it. And he says, no, I've got it. He says, well, clearly you don't. And then I love it. And then Muchi goes, hey, what are you doing? He says, well, just kind of standing still and attempting to catch the ball that was hit straight at me. Anyway. Seaside. Letting one get away there. Jelani's good bowler. We've seen him break into the national team setup now. So yeah, it's not foregone conclusion yet, but not helping themselves. Seaside. Monty Luce liking the Hobart Hurricanes vibes. That's a very good shout, actually. They have very Hobart Hurricanes. Oh, he's dropped him. Oh, it's one again. It's motoring, and it's the man at mid-on, Sahibzad Abdul Haq. Was struck reasonably well. It was moving. Got the hands across. It just popped out. Yeah, so Dave's has got the question, could you do that on ECN? Could you retire everyone out? Absolutely. I don't know if we'd make you physically walk out. You should just be able to say, I'm retiring out. That's it. Jelani with a good comeback. We should have had a wicket already. Yeah, so I don't think we'd make you walk out to the centre. There's no real, in the laws, it says you can retire out. It doesn't actually mention anything about how. I think you normally just walk off. But I suppose if you didn't want to walk on, you say, yeah, I'm not. Could get timed out, but anyway, that wastes time. That's 2 minutes every time. And in the ECN, that would be 90 seconds. Plus, they'd have to appeal. So if they don't appeal, you're not out. Ooh. A nasty one for Harinder. Almost breaks his nose. It's not quite what you want in your first game. Look at this. Oof, edge of the pitch. It reminds me of the bounce on the Golden Ball 3, where they'll come back for the second, and there was a bounce like that for the keeper. Oh, carved out again, Mubarak. Oh, had to get going quickly. Did.
Good bowling.
You see here, Seaside, there are no pushovers. They're fighting hard. Toss, push and run this time. Throw whistles in, but they do get away with the single, so they're on track at the moment, Malmö. After 3 overs, they're 31 without loss. Had a question from Dave, who are the umpires here. Of course, they're all local Swedish umpires. We've got Madhava Rao as well as Oktay Gulami and Sagar Hanif in control of this one. 13, 14 and 4 in the power play. That 4 off the bowling of Jelani. He's a very good bowler. Probably should have had a wicket there as well. And Gulami, who is a guy that we actually do see in the chat sometimes. You might recognise his name, Oktay Gulami, from the chat. He does jump in from time to time. He's a former Swedish national team player as well. Can bowl both hands. He bowls spin, left-handed and right-handed. And we have seen him playing in the ECS in the past, but this time he's umpiring. And he said, yeah, he's enjoying the challenge. All right, so look, Abdul Hak's pretty annoyed that Zagam's not ready. Now he is. Zagam, like I said, a little bit chalk and cheese, these two. Zagam, he can attack, but he's also just happy to have others bat around him. We saw that in that first successful chase. Some bat in this, I think. Let's wait if there's any signal. It's only a single. It's going to be pretty tough to get an LBW from this angle anyway. He's given a run. He's very wide and he's swinging it. But having said that, I mean, did hit him more or less in line, but he nicked it. But I was just thinking, you remember that ball earlier that missed the stumps and no one knew how? That play on the umpire's mind as well. It's good fielding down there. Well, it just shows you Batula can catch. He had that one pretty much hit straight to him. Got a good pair of hands. Got to break this partnership. Seaside. Oh, well, not like that, because that's going to go a mile. Maximo! Mubarak is having a very good morning. He was listed at 7 in the batting order, but they just had a bit of a hunch, and they said, you know what? This kind of a target. Why don't you get out there? Why don't you whack him? Just whack him. If you get out, who cares? If it comes off, you can maybe win us the game. He scored 40 earlier on. He's 24 off 13 here. It's the teapot for Abdul Haq. I like the suggestions of how you could retire your team out. Captain could declare it, or just each batter could wave a white flag. And hits him. Oh, jeez. Missed the penalty. We saw this earlier when Mubarak got hit in the pads and he got nervous and he just took off for no reason, and Ballot should have ran him out. That could have been out as well on the kick. Look, if this had hit, oh, close. But yeah, if Baluch hadn't slipped over, he probably would have run him out and would have saved him a bunch of runs. Wild swing once again. That'll be the end of Sahib Abdul Haq. He'll finish with figures of none for 21, but he's a fun character to watch. I remember him very, very well. I know he hasn't played too much on the network compared to some others. Anyway, Malmö, they're 40 without loss after 4. So, okay. Held him pretty well so far. I wonder if there's a time where, you know, Zagam, he might be replaced if the rate starts creeping up, especially when you've got someone like Kaiser Munir just kind of sitting in the sheds. So I just think that's something they may consider at some point. He's 10 off 10 right now. But he will make good contact here, and with the fumble is going to go for 4. We've seen this a few times today. Muji, even though they moved him all the way over to the other side of the field, he gets called in action here. A slight little Tortuga last bounce, but still he should be handling that, and it runs away. And there you go. That's one way to increase your strike rate. And Jelani, not too impressed with fielding off his bowling so far. Good comeback though. Beat Zagam outside the off stump. taken by Herinda behind this tub, so he's been excellent so far. Flicked away and dropped. Oh, he's golden at the moment. That's Ashik Hussain, the captain. More or less a regulation catch. It was a little bit above his head, you could say. Jelani, second catch that's been dropped off him, and there's been a four that's been fumbled off him. Yeah, got a good look at it. Unfortunately for Ashik, couldn't hold on. Mubarak gets the strike back, and he will hit. And he will hit well into the gap. That's going to be four. So once again, a drop catch, having immediate consequences as it gets the big hitting Mubarak back on strike. Cuatro carreras más. Not a bad shot, actually. Jelani's not slow. But you can see this outfield in pretty good shape. It's pretty hard. And Jelani just kind of questioning his life choices. Well, he took up bowling in the first place. 2 to come for him. Goes the attempted Yorker. Pretty well bowled. Only get a single. 50 and the 50 partnership up with that, but really should have been broken a couple of times. Last ball for Saeed. That's a good one. Beats the inside edge of Zagam. That's the end of 5. It's 50 without loss. And to be honest, I think I would retire him. I would retire him at this stage. He's done his job. You know, unless you're going to tell him to start attack, but don't make him something he's not. I would get Munir out there. Honestly, at this stage, I think you shouldn't be still 10 and over required. Quick look at what's coming up, of course. Estonia starting on Thursday. Like I said, you can see the overlap there then. We're here until Sunday, but Estonia starts on Thursday. And then the next location after that is Romania. There's also some T20 cricket with Medina Cup, which we have had in France before. Last year it was in France. Sorry, first year it was in First year it was in Malta. Second year was in France. Third year in Belgium. There we go. All right, well, someone's got to catch this. Keeper's called it. Herinda takes the catch. We needed the gloves, but they've broken the partnership. Mubarak's finally going to have to go for 29. Batula, oh, he comes on. He's been a very good performer for Seaside this morning. Straight up in the air. Herinda, we called it straight away. Keepers have been excellent on these high balls this morning. Makes sure of it. Finally, that partnership is broken. Mubarak with a bright 29 once again. Another cameo at the top from the double M. And it's 50 for 1. Tracked that perfectly, didn't he? And then good technique from Herinda Singh. Yeah, okay. Even though it took me a while to spit that out. There's 3 countries in the Medina Cup. There's Malta, France, and Belgium. And Medina, although it is an area of Malta, it's just called that. But they move it around. It's pretty well bowled from Batula. Hanging outside the off stump. Rafiq comes out at 3. He's a big hitter. Missed out in the first game. I mentioned you still got Munir. He might have been my choice, given how well he hit his first ball this morning. Oh, will be a wide though. But still good movement. Not a bad spot to miss. Seaside battling. Seaside, mentioned that in 2020 they were undefeated through their European Cricket Series. Unfortunately for them, the only game they lost was the final to Jönköping. All right, that's in the air. Now, oh, it's Jelani going back to his right. Oh, he drops it. Oh, it's Jadbest actually. No, it is Jelani. I was right the first time. It's a difficult catch. Come back behind him. He actually gets a fair piece of it. 2 hands, fingertips, almost brings it down. Oh, that would have been a big wicket as well. Rafiq gets off the mark when maybe he wouldn't have. Zygum. He's going to crunch this one. Well, that's the other thing with Bilal Zygum. I think he does have gears. He can be more aggressive. And just have a look at it there. I think he's just a bit selective about what he goes after, but he probably thinks now's the time. Still batting to come. That's a beautiful looking shot. You can see he's got an excellent technique. Will this be a nail biter? Sitting on that required rate. We'll see now. Gets conservative, happy to just take the one. Also, Warren, nice to see you in the chat. Warren LaRue, where are you watching from? Are you one of the Wazzers in disguise? Don't think so. I don't know if there's a bit of bat in this. Also look to be climbing. He's given a leg by. Will take us to the end of the 6th over. 58 for 1. Helix asking, if the building area is increased on one side, is it at all possible to shift the pitch a little bit further? I think, to be honest, I think the construction area is bigger than the actual building will be. If that makes sense. There's extra. Have a little peek outside my igloo. Well, at the moment, it's like where they're keeping a lot of the sand and these kind of things. So I believe in the end that the pitch, you know, there won't be this kind of overlap. It's just a temporary thing while the construction's there. But I'm no builder. Okay. Over 7. Time for some spin with Afan Arif. Now Zygam's got to go after this. I think the time's gone to just push. I think you got Kaiser Munir likely to come in next. Atsham still, he made runs this morning. We'll crack this hard. Well fielded. What are we going to call the part of the field that has a chunk taken out of it? Do we call it the bite? Like the bite of a cookie? A little bit of the away drift there from Arif. Rafiq tries to get on with it, misses out. Oh, Malmo got the staggers a little bit here. What looks like a regulation chase. And this is better contact, and it will be lifted into the gap. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo for Rafiq, right on cue. And he just got there. This is a catchable ball if there's a fielder on this line, because it only just carries the rope. Back to live action. He walks and gets this past the fielder. Well, that's going to go to the short part of the boundary, and there you go. So there's value there if you can hit it out there. Some of those the shortest part of that boundary is probably about 46 from the bat. You can see how we've had to bring it in from where they would like the boundary to be. It's for safety reasons. Last ball of the 7th. This is dragged from outside off stump. That'll get away for 4 as well. So, bit of bang, bang, bang at the end of that 7th over. The first half of the over only went for 2, but the second half went for 14. Surely Malmo have this under control at the end of the over. 74 for 1. 7 overs down. Coming up, the Ariana Grande. Yeah, it's the two Ariana teams, Ariana Keefe and Ariana CC. These two teams, let's just say they have a very intense rivalry with both teams having qualified for an ECL before. You know, they have a shared history, but now kind of diverted into two different teams. Keefe, though, they are down 0-1 after losing the first game. Ariana CC, they actually were qualifiers for the ECL. Don't think so. Again, a bit high, a bit leg side. Good umpiring. Saif, the new bowler, but he batted well. It just jumps a bit. Have a look at it. Still on the way up. Maybe missing leg as well. So Ariana CC qualified for the ECL, but unfortunately we're in the group that couldn't play a ball. So they had to play a power over to survive. Voorburg, VCC from the Netherlands, ended up winning it, but that Ariana CC team, it feels so much for them. Great to see them wearing their ECL kits, I think, in this ECS. They didn't get the opportunity to use them. Wild swing from Zygam. Honestly, I wouldn't have been trying to stump him at the moment. I know he's played some really nice shots, but at the end of the day, he's only going to run a ball. 21 of 20. And that one's in the air, and it's going to be 4. That's Fencewood's. There it go, heads towards the bite. And it would have been 4 anyway, obviously. It was hit so well. It almost was 6, wasn't it? If you are a good cover hitter, you'll enjoy that. If you're a right-hander, Zygum get the boundary right on cue. Won't do it this time, though. Yeah, Ariana CC actually had 2 players bowled in their power over when their teammates bowled them out as well, as if it wasn't rough enough. But it was a sad situation. I mean, the power over itself was quite a spectacle, but worked so hard to qualify for an ECL and to not be able to play a ball was disappointing. Rafiq, though, he will finish the over on a high. Turns this away for 4. That's the end of 8. It's 83 for 1. Well, we're going to the 9th. I mean, if you bowl a very good 9th over, then you're in the game, aren't you? Look at the worm. You can see that they're all converging. Could this be a thriller? I know we often talk about who's got the hot hand with golden balls, but I got to say I'm on a heater for golden balls. I just did one day in Malta, got a golden ball. I've just come off doing ECS finals day, golden ball. That was in Jersey. So look no further. And I'm here alone, willing to go again. Here we go. 18 to win. Argam's going to hit this. And oh, well, again, that's that part of the ground. He actually has to run over the bite. And it's going to be 4. Have a look at this, the fielder. There's no training for this. He's like, yeah, okay. Oh, hold on a second. That's not normal. It's going to be 4. Zygum gets it down to 14 off 11. Maybe he's just judging this perfectly. There's leg side. This time I'll get through the fielder. Oh, well, it's definitely 4 now. I think it already was. So, great effort there from Muji. He hasn't had a great 10 overs in the field, but the effort's there. Have a look here, and then I think it's 4 about here because his head's on the rope and he's touching it. Oh, what a shot. What a bit of television. He picks up anyway, 10 off 10. Nagam has run this race to perfection. Now he's going to open the shoulders a little bit, and that's going to go for 6 runs, maximal. So I think we were all maybe a bit unkind on Bilal because we were saying, oh, he's not going that fast. I don't think it, and I said this earlier, I don't think it was that he couldn't. It's just that he thought, okay, I'm gonna manage the chase. I'm not gonna take too many risks, but I'm just gonna make sure we've always got it under control. And it's never really gotten out of control, the required rate. Well, 4 runs required now. It becomes 3. So I think it's actually very intelligent cricket, and he's kept very well. He's a good cricketer. I can see that. Credit to Seaside, though. They have held their point here. 3 to win. 2 to win. Isagam's a guy that we only ever saw play one match back in 2020. In fact, it'd almost be the longest time between 2 matches. Well, this match is history because Rafiq has put that out of the ground. Nice little confidence booster for him. And Archam just blocks it back, saying, oh, I didn't get a bat, but I did get a hit. As Malmo bring up the 100 and bring up the win with 7 balls to spare. Winning with 9 wickets in hand. And yeah, Seaside, I mean, they fought hard, didn't they? They never had enough runs on the board. I think it was pretty clear. They kind of compounded their problems with a few drop catches. But, yeah, in the end, it is back-to-back winning start for Malmo. They'll step aside. They'll be back for the last game of the day. But before that, we've got the Ariana Grande coming your way in match 3 with That game due to start exactly 30 minutes from now. So that will be a fun one. Those two actually have Golden Ball history. They played in Golden Ball 3 all the way back in 2020. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one. Yeah, Abdul Haq did get the ball hooping around, but he just couldn't seem to get the location right in the first place. And then the old friendly fire coming in as, unfortunately for Batul, he wasn't trusted with that one, and the catch was put down. Batul actually had a pretty good game for Seaside, all things considered. Abdul Haq then tried around the wicket, but his partnership just grew and grew and grew with Mubarak once again. Bit of a wild card at the top of the order, finishing with 29 off 18 balls. Some of the ground fielding again. It's left a little bit to be desired, and then another catch going down there. That was the captain, so no excuses there. Eventually, we would see a wicket, and Mubarak skied this, and Harinder looks very, very professional behind the stump. Took that one. Yolani's good fielder, good player all round, but he couldn't quite bring that one down all the way with him. And Zagam, a lot of people said, oh, is he going too slowly? Hey, maybe just like Goldilocks, he was going just right, and said when he needed to, he was able to find the boundary. And certainly is capable. There's the old cartwheel, which was an unsuccessful attempt to keep the ball in play, and then this ball was put out of play and hit back, but by then the game was over with Malmö. Dream start for them, 6 points out of a possible 8, and another crack at Ariana Keefe tonight. So a nice aerial look of this Landskrona cricket ground, the LCG, and gives us a chance to have a look at the scorecard with Zagam. Top scoring with 41 off 26, so he did lift it when he needed to. And actually look at his strike rate, 158. And Mubarak only went at 161. So, yeah, in the end, I think it's a very intelligent chase. Rafiq was out there as well, 26 not out for him. He scored much quicker. He scored at that strike rate of 26. Once again, not too bad with the extras. But in the end, Seaside finding it tough going, ending up losing with 7 balls to spare. Looking at the bowling figures, well, just the 1 wicket in the innings, and that wicket went to Batula. I said, thought had a pretty good game, but in the end, just not enough on the board. Even though he battled hard with the bat. He finished 1 for 29. Apart from that, Jelani was unlucky not to take a wicket, none for 14, and also Saiful Hassan bowled a pretty decent over, taking none for 9. We'll take a break, back in around about 20 minutes, and strap in, get out the popcorn, because the Ariana Grande is coming your way. Match 3 when we return to Landskrona for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. 2 games deep on opening day in Sweden. Landskrona Cricket Ground, the venue for this week's European Cricket Series. Coming up next is a great battle. It always is. It's the battle we call the Ariana Grande because it's the 2 Ariana teams. Ariana Keefe taking on Ariana CC in this one. Obviously, we know these teams have a great rivalry and let's see it play out. But first, we had to have the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the 2 teams getting ready to see who wins it here in match 3.
Ariana to call. Tails is called. It is the tails.
Yeah, we're gonna bet.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
All the best. Yep. Have a good game. Ariana won the toss and they're having a bat.
There is the news, and yeah, first Ariana Grande, for at least 2, because these 2 teams will play each other twice in the qualified, maybe even on finals day on Friday. So Malmö, they'll be pretty happy they can step aside. They've got a couple of games off before they'll play Ariana Keefe tonight. But looking at this one, well, these are 2 teams that have qualified for the ECL before. Ariana Keefe qualified for the 2023 edition. Actually played very well while they were there as well. Just had a bit of an off night in the final. Ariana CC qualified for this year's edition, but unfortunately there was an issue with the weather there and they didn't play a single competitive ball in their group. But still, they are the champions in the format of 2024 and I'm sure that they want to get off to a winning start. Ariana Keefe didn't get off to a winning start, of course, because they went down to Malmö in match 1. Plenty of players to watch out for on both sides. And Ariana CC, well, obviously the supercomputer respecting the fact that they are the current T10 champions of Sweden because they have listed Ariana CC as 63% favourites. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, taking you through opening day in Landskrona. Tina Goff will be with me from tomorrow. I'll have to check in on Tina and see where she's at right now. I wonder what her flight schedule was from Corfu. I don't necessarily think it's direct. We typically fly into Copenhagen Airport. Of course, Copenhagen in Denmark, which is just across the border, and then it's around about an hour or so in the train. It's a beautiful train trip as well. So that's the Ariana CC ECL strip, which, yeah, just unfortunately we never got to see. It's such a shame, honestly. But I mean, they were pretty philosophical about it. I mean, they know you can't control the weather. Maybe one day we'll be able to. But this is going to be a really good contest, especially his first 3 overs. He's got Baluch. He's going to be steaming in. Asked him about his shoulder. He says, nah, back to full fitness. You know, it will be Sami Ibrahim Kill to face up. So we're at the other end. Lights, camera, and action. Here we go with match 3, the Ariana Grande. Starts with a big wide, and they're going to come through. That's good running, actually. Geez, it might have been out if it had hit. Would have been a miracle from Happy behind the stumps. Look at this. He says, well, I've got it. And if it had hit, it would have been a diamond duck for Saweri. Yeah, look at that. Oh, has to go down as a missed opportunity. Yeah, Ariana Keefe played in Group F of the 2023 edition before, unfortunately for them, they went down to COIMS in a night that their batting just completely disintegrated. They actually bowled out for 25 in the end, unbelievably. It was chasing 103 for victory. getting on to Saweri pretty quickly, wraps him on the gloves. And Baluch is pacey and swings the ball. That's why he was actually selected to play for Team Europe in the Western Shield in 2024, but couldn't take his place due to that injury that he sustained in the ECL, playing for Huddinge, actually. So I've asked Tina where in the world is she. She said she's currently at Corfu Airport. She has a 2.5-hour stopover in Dusseldorf in Germany. All right, false shot here, hang up in the air, but it will fly. And that's the problem with pace in. It's pace out as well. Ibrahim Kill goes maximal. And it was more edge the middle of the bat. Luch hasn't been able to get too much happening with the ball so far this morning. He'd know as well as anyone that when these genuine edges with bat speed happen off his bowling, they're going to fly over the rope. That one actually gets away from the keeper. It's been caught a wide. Again, the umpires might see a bit of an adjustment because I don't think when this, for me it's over the line. I know the umpires a slightly different perspective. Maybe just trying to keep warm. Umpire. But I do think he likes bowling to right-handers, Baluch. Likes to straighten it down line, trap and bowl to OEW. Yeah, keeps that one out. Take it. Yeah, so Tina says that she is currently in Corfu, has that 2.5-hour stopover in Dusseldorf, and then all the way to Copenhagen, then they take the train. So probably only getting in tonight at 10 or 11 o'clock. Now the thick outside edge, that's going to fly away for 4 as well. So Saweri gets a bit of a working over, but fights back. Still a ball to go on this first over. It's worth 16, but it just can't buy a trick this morning. Saweri's a really fun character as well. And like I said, these two have an intense rivalry, but I suppose rivalries are part of cricket. I mean, they're basically split into the two Ariana sides, but there's obviously enough cricketing talent to go around to both of them. They've both been national champions now. Oh, he charges him. That's a very bold strategy, and it's going to fly. Well, what a shot from Saweri. He charges one of the fastest bowlers in Europe, and he gets him. So Maximal to finish the over. Of all the options available, I don't know if that's the one that I'd be taking. Something tells me Baluch might have just put that one in the memory bank. That's the end of the first over. 21 without loss. A magical start for Ariana CC. Yeah, and we'll say that it's a pleasure to be back here in Landskrona. I've been waiting for a while to get back here. I was here in 2021, which I think was the debut of the blue pitch. But Tina will be joining me, and looking forward to seeing her. And she'll be here tomorrow, and then all the way through to Sunday. 5 days of men's ECS cricket and 2 days of women's. No Kroom a while ago sent me the scorecard of his game on the weekend. He said that there were a lot of extras, and he wasn't wrong. 61 extras in the first innings, or was it second innings? 61 in one innings and 52 in the other. Gee. That is quite a lot. How'd you go though, Cam? I'm going to look you up. 0 out of 1. Nice. All right, here we go with Debajan Dash. Swatted away. Oh, just gets over the field at Dharmender, and it'll be 4. Love Dharmender's effort though. Still hurls it himself at the ball, even though the ball was always winning the race. So left-hand, right-hand combination working nicely for Ariana CC early. Now this is another one that's dragged in a similar direction. That's going to be 4 as well. So Dash, it's finding a bit tough bowling to the left-hander here. Kroom also bowled 8 overs, 2 for 29. With only 2 wides in 8 overs. Noted, Kroom. Now, you're someone I'd love to see you in a European cricket series. Can't you have a chat to... When the clubs are released, I'll let you know as soon as I know, for Hornchurch, for example. And maybe you can try and get a gig. Because I'd love to see you in the ECS. How do you think you'd go? Wow, shot that time. Ibrahim Kill gets on the charge. And Dash is kind of medium pace at a push. Not quite Nasser Buluch velocity. And that one is launched up out of the ground. Maximo moves early and smacked out of the ground. That's a good comeback though from Dash. Gets it right, pushes it across. And you'll see a fair few players that have national team experience in this series, and Dash is one of them. Saw him playing in the ECS for Sweden in 2022, for example. There's a good couple of comebacks now. Ibrahim Kill is going to charge this ball. Just got a feeling he's stayed put twice, and he's tried to nurdle. And it's the last ball of the over. It's the last ball he'll get against Dash in the power play. So if I had to guess what's going to happen here, he's going to charge. If I'm bowling, so then I'm thinking, what am I going to do in response? And put the deep third back. So a big hanging edge might get caught now. But yeah, at least my cricket instincts are telling me that. See if I'm right. No, he goes and across. It'll be a wide actually, because it misses the leg stump. Remember, anything misses the leg stump's a wide. Goes pretty close to bowling him though. Well, I knew he was going to try something, that ball. I thought maybe the charge, because he was able to whack it for 6. Our Australian viewers are liking the Southern Cross feature, by the way, on Ariana O'Keefe's uniform. That is a big noise and turned down. Well, it was a big noise. I will say that. Let's have a look at it. It's a long way across. I mean, umpire's in the best position. We can never really tell. Could it have been anything else? Was it maybe the foot moving or something? But I'm going to admit, I heard a noise. Maybe. He's saying was it his shoulder. I don't think it hits his shoulder. Definitely misses the shoulder. I think the bowler's talked himself into it not being out, but I got a feeling it probably was an edge. But anyway, we'll never know. 36 without loss after 2. They do go back to Buluch here in the third. Whoa, charges. And it's a great take. So Buluch tries to think of a strategy. So he thinks he's going to basically cramp him for room, but he overdoes it. And right in the webbing of Happy down the leg side, I could have easily gotten away for 5 wides. I did have a random question that I threw out there over the break. There's the change-up. This should be out. Well, Buluch wants it himself, and he'll take it. A very good all-round cricketer, Nasser Buluch, has Sawari. He got the rolling cutter there. It was the off-speed delivery. Very clever bowling from Nasser, and then had to do his own catching as well. Let's have a look at it on the replay. So it was slower. You could see he had to change the swing because the ball came out slower than he thought. I like the way he gets around and comes back and faces the ball. So it's a breakthrough for Ariana O'Keefe. So where he goes, a 4 and a 6 in his 11. It's 37 for 1. Just don't think you can get away with consistently charging Nasser Buluch with his pace. You don't want to get too crazy talking him up, but he just has a gift that most other cricketers don't. Delaware Khan comes out at number 3. Yeah, so my question was, what does Marco need to know jumping in the ECN commentary box for the first time on Thursday? And I like that Dave B straight away says, rule number 1, protect the equipment. So it is fitting that is the first thing that was said. So Baluch, ball with 2 lefties now. Fair bit of bat on this. Squeezes into the pad and will get away with 1. Yeah, Monty Luce is right as well. If you bring golden balls, you'll attain deity status rapidly. I don't know why the commentators seem to get credit for golden balls. There are certain others. Tyrone Peters is a bit of a golden ball magnet. For example, he only umpired that 1 game on the field in Malta, and that was a golden ball. Corey, for a while, he only commentated 1 game with me in like 500, and that was a golden ball. He's upstairs this time, Baluch against Ibrahim Kil. Yeah, so thanks for welcoming Marco into the fold, known as Dr. Kazoo on YouTube. It's the rolling cutter again. I was going to get past the keeper, and it's going to be 4 byes. Attempted foot fielding down there from Mujadedi. Yeah. Nadi will be disappointed with this. Does keep down a bit, but just kind of puts the feet together. He didn't make himself kind of wide enough there. I think you're better off keeping the legs apart and just kind of trying to block it with your body, because in the end it went around him for 4 byes. Still, it's a good over. There's only 1 run off the bat this over so far. Slow ball, but he gives it away. That one is smashed out of the ground. Maximo. It's the biggest one in that area so far. And no net was going to stop that. Baluch, he goes the old noise tactics, trying to disguise the slower ball, but he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and that one ends up to where the bite's out of the cookie. 48 now on the power play, last ball to come. Oh, he goes short. Going to be called a wide. I think he's already bowled a bouncer in the over, so I was just curious here about the height. Borderline. Nice ball the 3rd. Oh, it's a wild one. Effort ball. Gave it everything he had there. Baluch knows he really wants to break this partnership. Oh, that's another one. That's certainly short-ish. Yeah, Baluch annoyed, kicks the ground. Yeah, so I suppose it's around about the shoulder height. Probably for me, that's a no ball, you know. But he gets away with it, and it will be the end of the 3rd over. It's 50 for 1 after 3. So we'll see Dash bowling out here. Bowled the 2nd over. Did finish very well. Started conceding 4-4-6 first up, and then dot, dot, wide, dot. And Tim asking, is it the only blue wicket on the ECN circuit? You are correct. Only one I've ever seen in my life, actually. Hello to Jay Wild as well. Hey, Prez. Hopefully you're well. Not sure what I did to impress you. Saying you appreciate the might of my mind, but hello. Not out, but not a bad result. Only a leg by. No, probably should have been another dot ball, but gets past Dash. Hit straight, hit very well. That will get past. It's a good effort. Yeah, the top hat survives, but the ball doesn't on the field. That's going to be 4 runs. Dash pitches up. It's drilled down the ground. That hat fell so beautifully. Pulls the length back a little bit this time. That's a good cricketer. I think we have seen him in the blue of Sweden before. I actually think, I think the blue pitch shows the ball up really well. Just kind of looks cool. That's better take. This time on the second bounce. Well, it's a bit different with the velocity of Dash compared to Maluch. And what do Australian viewers think of the stars? The Southern Cross on the Keith jersey. Certainly probably going to be pretty popular for those down under. Time it goes on the walk again. Third's up in the circle, and that's going to run away for 4. Seaside players won't be able to field that because they're on the other side of the fence, but Dash will end up with none for 25, and the score is 61 for 1 after 4 overs. Yeah, some duck talk in the chat as well. Yeah, Dudley is expected in May. It is now, last I checked, it's the 12th of May. Still no duck. And Annie has got a good point here, saying Nusratullah Sultan, very big hitter for Ariana ZC, isn't in the side for this first match. Remember, it is a working day here. That one's on the hip, and it's going to be put away. It'll go all the way. Maximo. Diraj Malhotra coming on in the 5th over. Again, having to deal with the lefties. Going to be a bit of a pain. Frustration at the moment for Keith. That's all they've had this morning. Throws the hands at this, and that's going to find a gap. That's going to be 4 more. And Delaware doing a good job keeping this score moving forward. 150 expected at the moment. This is just going to climb over the fielder, and that's going to be 4 as well. So just balls flying all over the place at the moment. One offside, one leg side. Was just hit well enough to get over the fielder. I would say that even if it was the 150, you wouldn't count out Ariane O'Keefe with their batting. Nice bit of glove work up to the stumps again. In this one, it's called wide earlier today, but I think for me that's over the line. I think it's okay. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler now, even if the ball's over the outside of the line. But this one is going to be straight to the fielder. No. Oh, the bite has its first victim. He knocks it up and it falls over the rope, but before the fence. But he was in the field of play here if it had stuck, but you can see it popped out and it ends up going for the shortest 6 of the year. Maximo. Oh, boy. Lucky moment for Delaware. The 46-metre 6. So, I wonder if that'll come back to bite them. Delaware's batted pretty well so far. Last ball, the 5th over. Oh, it goes upstairs. Good keeping again from Happy. And it will be the end of the over. So 81 for 1. Just hoping he might pop out of his crease, but he didn't. So at the halfway point of the first innings, let's welcome you into the igloo. Oh, it's a bit lonely in here at the moment. A little bit colder, we'll say. What have we got? 11 degrees at the moment. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on your Monday with Tina Goff in transit right now, maybe just jumping on the plane from Greece. She's going through Germany, then through Denmark, and then we'll catch the train across to Helsingborg tonight. We're at the Landskrona cricket ground, the only blue pitch I think that we've ever seen, definitely on ECN. And I suppose it goes with that colour theme, doesn't it? Anyway, great to have you with us. I'll be taking you through this series along with Tina. And then we move to Estonia as well. So another big 2 weeks coming up. There is a bit of overlap. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll actually have matches in both. So stay tuned. The frenetic fortnight, as I called it, that might be done, but still very, very busy. Heading into another period. Here's Sahak. Well, it's a full toss. It's going to be up in the air and it's going to be dropped. It won't be 4, but I've got a feeling this might be a no ball, you know, because it seemed high and he's pretty much playing it from the crease. Oh, it's pretty close. Maybe it's not, you know. Maybe it's just okay, so it is a missed opportunity. Now he goes full, but a bit more reasonably, and it's a long chase out there for Dash. He's not going to get there. That's going to be 4 as well. So yeah, things just rolling against Ariane O'Keefe here in Ariana Grande 1 of 2025. Wasn't a bad ball really, that one. That was just maybe a bit of bad luck, and then Dash wasn't able to chase it down. 156 expected now. Going to plug that gap. They put a 4th fielder on the leg side. They've got a square leg now. Now, low full toss. That should be handled. It is by Dharmender. Put that down a moment ago. I mean, it wasn't an easy catch. He was also a bit worried about where he was standing. At least it didn't go to the boundary, but they really need to break this partnership. See there, just very good fielding actually by Shirzad and the recovery. Got him. Ibrahim Kill finally charges one time too many. Basically Yorks himself, and the Sahak attack is real. Haryana CC lose their left-hander at 87 for 2. It's a good bit of bowling. It's a good example. If first you don't succeed, just try again. fooling at the stumps. I think that's your tactic here. Even though one similar ball got squeezed to the leg side for 4, I think that's your play. Especially with someone like Sammy who's going to charge, he's going to move around, just capitalise if he makes a mistake. And basically, that's what Sadiq Sahak does there. So Ibrahim Gill out for 32, 87 for 2. That one crashes into the middle stump. Yeah, question about, do I have my hand warmers? I absolutely do. They've saved me today. Tommy Thomas, I think, enjoyed the boundary. The boundary within the boundary. Zazai gets a hit at 4. And hits the ball pretty hard first up. One bouncer down to Akram Shirzad. Can they just kind of get Delaware here, get a couple of freshies out there? Another full toss. This one's got a feeling might have been a little bit higher. Have a look. Oh no, it's the same ball. It's going to be just okay. So, that will be the over. It's a Hawk chipping in with 1 for 8, and it's 89 for 2. Still, it's got that expected score down from about 158 to 147. And I love some of the trivia coming in. And Monty Luce had a good question about how old Landskrona is. And yeah, over 600 years. A solid innings. Yeah, definitely. Some beautiful places around here. Beautiful little towns. I say little. I mean, quite significant, some of the size of these towns. Anyway, Safi comes on, almost knocks out the off stump of Delaware. He's golden at the moment, isn't he, Delaware? He got dropped just over the rope. That one went pretty close to knocking out the stump. If there was a 4th stump, I think it was probably hitting it. Now he's going to go on the walks, miles high and flying out of the ground. Maximo! Just a perfect pickup. There's the igloo. That's where I'm hanging out. The Grizzlies are behind me. Just picked up and pretty close to the middle of the bat. Wants to go again, but this one's in the air. It's a thick edge. I don't think anyone's catching it. It's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. They've dabbled with the third back, and I can understand why maybe you don't, because they're trying to protect boundaries elsewhere. But this would have been catchable if the fielder was back where he was earlier. And I think it bounces just inside. Yeah, there you go. 4 runs to the score. Well, that one's hit pretty well as well into the short boundary. Maximo! So I mentioned he's golden. Sometimes the luck's on your side. And Devachan Dash, again, he's fielding on the bite. That would have been 6 anyway. Crashes into the bottom of the tower, the net tower. Once more, edged and gone. Well, luck runs out just short of the 50 for Delaware. Probably would have been a wide, you know. He jumped across and he went at it anyway. And a left-hand snare. Hardeep gets happy. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It was pretty wide. Goes up. Couldn't reach it with 2 gloves. And Delaware, an entertaining 48 with 4 sixes, 5 fours, but he has to take a seat. The score 105 for 3. Funny one, isn't it? He just sees it and says, right, I don't think I'm going to be able to get the right hand over there in time. So I see it pretty well. Just going to go with the one hand and it sticks. Hello to Was as well. Good to see you. Watching from SA. Last ball of the over. Good, Jarrett. He's going to hit this in the air, but he'll get away with it. It'll just be a single. So, I mean, they get what they want in a sense, Keith. They do get 2 new batters out there. There's still 3 overs remaining as they've worked their way back into this contest. It's 106 for 3 after 7. We mentioned earlier that we have a selection of different places on the calendar, and typically now you're looking at 1 week series, although some have, well, one exception is England. England's normally 2 to get over there, but 1 week series but with some add-ons. So for example, Estonia is a 1 week series, but there's 4 weeks of 4 days of internationals on the front end of it, so that's 11 days in total. Czechia actually has 8 days of internationals on the front of it, so they have 2 weeks in total, but 1 week ECS. Finland just the 1. Bulgaria 1 week and maybe some T20 internationals after that. And of course, you can see we're actually back in Sweden on the 21st of July for a series in Stockholm. So yeah, it's great that we're back in Sweden, not just once, but twice. Anyway, here's Dharmender Singh, the captain. First one's a fraction short, and it's going to get slammed down the ground. It has been given 6, maximal. So just, yeah, power. Just, yeah, good camera work there. Wasn't that far away from Bullets down there. I think we'll go slower and a bit loopier here. There you go. And it's hit very well. Maximal. Gudja comes out, and let's not forget Ariana CC. They qualified for the ECL, even though we couldn't see them get out there on the park, but they're there for a reason. They've earned those ECL shirts. They were the winners of the Swedish T10 last year. That's why they qualified for the ECL, and that's why they actually went into this game as slight favourites. It was likes the blue pitch. Yeah, agree. Goes again, once again. Dharmender just allowing Gujjar to play this from the crease, and he hammers it. And one thing about this hitting, it's offside hitting, so it's not cross-bat hitting. Just backing himself to go with the line of the ball. Ooh. He's going to take a bit of a dodgy 2 here. Dharmender throws in the quicker ball. End of the bat job there. He wants to go quicker ball again, but this is also going to disappear. Well, that one is another netter. And yeah, not quite sure how we're getting those back, but we'll probably find a new ball. Is he going to do it? Oh, I want to stay with that, but it was a good shot. Oh, he's got the ball. Well done. Devachan Dash. Maybe you need to have long arms to field in that area. Slower one, makes him make all the pace. So, end of 8 overs, 133 for 3. It's 3 wickets along the way. That was a magical over at 4 sixes in it. 27 runs. Ninth over, it all happens in the ninth. Start with a blast offside. Oh, well. Oh, that's the first net fail. There we go. It's a matter of time. There's a great shot, by the way. Gurjer's come out on absolute heater. He's got a high grip. He really can whip that bat through. Now, where's it gone wrong here? I believe the net may have been breached here in match 3. It's basically 2 nets together. But there, that one will be retrieved at some point, I'm sure. Well, that's him. He lifted up as well, and another net fail. It's going to be 6 runs. Oh, construction crew under attack. And Gurjer's come out. He's 40 off 9. Just has the confidence to hit through line of ball. That one takes out a tree, which survived the construction, but didn't survive that. On for an 11 ball 50 here. Oh, now he's going to go leg side, and he's very hot right now. Is Gurjer. Maximal, 6 more. Coming home with a wet sail here. Haven't quite got the Yorker to him. I mean, you can see anything that bounces, he's very, very good at hitting it on the up. And yeah, 6 runs. Absolutely right. Good question from Woz. What are they constructing? Something that looks like an apartment complex. Actually, something I should have checked. But we had to drive through it. Took about 5 minutes to drive 200 metres. One short. Might have just been on the top corner of the zone here. Because is it a wide for width? Probably not. So is it a wide for height? Let's have a look. No. That's a good ball. You can only get away with one of those, though, in the over. Here's the one for the over. This one is going to fire out. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's zigged when he needed to zag out there. Patanaik. Well, he started running aggressively in and to the right. And, well, it's a bit of a funny way to bring up your 50, but that's what's happened here. Gurjer 50 off just 12 balls. What an impact innings. It does hit into the pitch, which makes a side spin on the second or third bounce. But, again, he goes with the foot. If he goes with the hand, you've got more ability to adjust. So, Gurjer lights up the LCG. 50 off 12. Last ball of the ninth coming up. And he's going to hit it, miss hit. Should be out. Dash comes in, takes the catch. So it's the end of Gurjer. You can see there with his 50 runs, though. 39 on the offside. So he's such a good offside hitter. This one not quite in the middle, though. Down low. But again, look at the length. It's not something that he can get under off the length. The cat's full toss. Probably slightly over pitched, but at least it's the end of Gurjer because Keefe was struggling to contain him. Good knock, though. And he faces 13 balls, 7 sixes and a 4 out of those 13 balls. So 9 overs down is 155 for 4. I don't know, though. I'm not willing to say that it's too many runs. I mean, I saw 208 chased down on Friday. Once you've seen that, you're never quite the same again. And you go back to Safi here. Makes sense. He had 1 for 17 in his over. Better than the alternatives. Anyway, 10th overtime. Zazai faces up. Misses. So you win this over if you keep it into the 160s, but you're going to have to bat very well. But they have some very, very good batters. Another big swing and a miss. It's good location from Safi. Sometimes it's a simple game, you know. You can see natural kind of cross swipe from Sazai, but he misses out. Now he will get something up in the air. Catching opportunity taken. Yeah, classic ice cream cone there for Dharmender. It almost popped out, but luckily it stayed in. So Sazai gets the old 3-card trick pulled on him. Watch this. Nyonk. And he just says, yeah, never really in doubt. So well bowled by Safi. He's got one dot wicket. They've lost 2 for 4 in the last 4 balls. 2 for none, I should say, in the last 4 balls. I love it. Good ice cream cone. Bit cold for the ice cream cone today, but who doesn't? A bit of time to get out there, actually. Bashir. As we know from before, when Dharmender took comfortably more than the 60 seconds. Another dot. Bashir Ahmed comes out and misses. This is an unbelievable finish. I mean, they looked like they were, with 7 balls to go, it was 155, and you're looking at maybe 175 chase. Now they're 155. They haven't scored 5 balls in a row. They will score here, and it'll only be a single. So what a wonderful over from Safi. Got 1 for 1 in the last. You can say Keith given about 18%, 19%. Last ball coming up. Sadat will only get to face the one. He'll miss it. So what a great work. What a great over, I should say. It'll be a 1-run over in the last. They score 1 run in the last 7 balls as Ariana CC really run out of steam there. They will finish on 156 for 5. So the score to chase down for Ariana Keefe will be 157. Otherwise, they risk going 0-2 in the series. Let's go back and have a look. Well, Baluch always brings this spice, doesn't he? But he was met, and Sawari charged him with no regard for his personal safety. Eventually, Nasser would have him caught and bowled. Nice catch as well. Like the way he turned around and faced the ball again. And this one snuck past Haradeep. Ended up being 4 byes. But one thing about both these teams is that they are going to swing. They're going to swing hard for pretty much the whole innings. Sammy Ibrahim Keel played some nice shots in his 32. And he had a bit of a lucky one here. It's unluckily maybe. It didn't end up going to the boundary. He ended up getting castled by Sahak. Just playing the charge one time too many. And how about this for a catch? Very nicely done by Virik. And then the nets would be tested. I will say, although it passed some early tests, unfortunately, there was a structural issue. And then a tree got hit. So, look, I guess we'll see how that situation develops. Gujar came out and just played the cameo of all cameos, didn't he? A 12-ball half century to get things moving. Eventually he would go just after bringing up the 50. And that would actually precipitate a real kind of flatlining with only 1 run in the last 7 balls of the innings. Dharmender ordered an ice cream cone and got it. But Usman Safi came on, took 1 for 1 in the last over. And the score went from 155 only to 156 during that 10th over. Another interesting innings, wasn't it, in that we saw several players get going. And although no one got a really big score, they had 3, I'd say, kind of medium-sized scores in there. 32 for Sami Ibrahim Hill at the top of the order, and 48 for Delaware Khan, who played some nice shots. Was a bit golden there for a while. Ended up with 48 off 18. And Samuel Haq Gujarat came and played a real dashing innings. 50 off 13 with 7 maximos. 13 extras, so maybe a bit on the high side, but still not out of sight. But Ariana CC they'll be desperate to defend this, and well, they'd love to somehow take all four. Don't think that's that likely, but certainly a possibility when you put the 150 plus on the board. Bowling wise, Usman Safi. He went 1 for 17 in his first over, but just 1 for 1 in the last, and he's given them such a better chance. We know it gets exponentially harder to chase once you go 150s to 160s to 170s and so on. 2 wickets also to Sahak. And Nasser Baluch did pick up a wicket, but again, he's still frustrated that he hasn't had much more of an impact with the ball. He finished with 1 for 31. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Ariana Keefe out to try and steal the first Ariana Grande of this competition. 157 the victory target against Ariana CC. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll be back in just a few minutes with more European cricket series here in Sweden.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the European Cricket Series. We are having opening day in Sweden and so far it's been a sensational day of entertainment.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us. I'm here
Ariana
at the
Grande right now between Ariana Keefe and Ariana CC. Ariana CC with 156 on the board. Certainly, I think favourites with a score like that. But I do think that Keefe have got some heavy hitters. If they can get in, this is not beyond them at all. 109 or less if Ariana CC wanted to take all the points. Ariana Keefe already starting the tournament with a loss. Both these teams have qualified for an ECL. Mentioned that earlier as well, with Ariana Keefe taking part in the ECL 23 edition and with Ariana CC qualifying this year, but unfortunately the issue was the rain. They weren't able to play any competitive cricket. So it's going to be Mohammad Atif to open up for Ariana CC. And we are away. 157 to win. Nicked and gone. The ideal start. A big in-swinger. And it takes an outside edge, flies through to the keeper. And cricket's an easy game when it runs your way. And Patanaik, this is kind of how he got out before, in a way, because he got caught behind, one that jumped. This one starts miles outside the wide line, comes back. Patanaik just can't believe he's nicked another one. But you got to give credit to the bowler. It really did come back off the wicket and in the air. And Ariana CC, I got to say they're happy is a bit of an understatement. A lot of toothy grins out there. It's the Royal Duck. Every opener's worst nightmare as Patanaik goes without scoring. Healthy edge as keeping catches go. They don't get much easier than that. Sadat prances away with the prize. All right, they only waste one ball though. Shirzad comes out, he hits a long ball. I'm just going to show you some respect to this first one. Oh, now they'll get the overthrow. Will they? Oh, whistles in. Dash. Almost gets one out there. I just thought Shirzad probably wants to go leg side and get across and smash him. I think at the end, maybe would have been home there. But let's see how Dash goes now. Against bowling of Mohammad Atif. Both big in swingers. Oh, it's a wild swing again. Yeah, it's always handy if you can move the ball around a bit. So you can see Atif's given the new ball for a reason. Atif. Oh, gets hit this time. There's Dash. Again, this would have been miles down the leg side. It's not the start Atif would have wanted. Okay, the thing is, you can handle the early wicket because you know you've got other batters to come. And you've got quite a long batting lineup. But it's pretty hard to eat an over of single figures when you're chasing 150 plus. Oh boy, that just climbs over the bail. Atif with a little wry smile. Oh gee. I think Dash was very much expecting to hear the death rattle there when he missed it. What a great over. Last ball of it. Another wild swing this time between the batter and the stumps. Sensational over from Mohammad Atif. 1 for 1 off one. And that's the score. I'll have to get a move on if we're going to have a golden ball. Golden ball 78 will be the next golden ball. I always imagined, you know, where would I be? How long would it take to get to golden ball 100? Well, at the moment we're 77. And at the rate we're going, we might even have it by the end of season 2026. Imagine that. 100 golden balls. Bearing in mind that roughly 1 in 100 matches, maybe slightly more, maybe it's more like 1 in 92 matches is a golden ball. So that would mean we would have done almost 10,000 matches by then. All right, here we go with Delaware Khan. First one off the end of the bat, high in the air, should be caught. 2 fielders, oh no! You hate to see it. Infielder came in. It's a Yubi that was going back, and it was Bashir coming in. I hope he's all right, because he wouldn't be expecting that. The ball goes down. Oh, well, just a lack of communication there, or lack of hearing each other. It's a proper red card job from Bashir. And really, to be honest, the Yubi looks pretty settled under that. Now, gone. So Ibrahim Keel is going to take the catch. And to be honest, it doesn't cost him anything but the 2 runs. That collision, the ball before. So it's just bad going to worse now for Akif. We've got to battle even to save the point now. Okay, I know things can change and they've got plenty of hitters to come. You got Baluch, for example. We know he can hit the ball a long way. But that one straight to Sammy, who is on the ring. So no injuries, only wickets so far. As Akram Shirzad goes for 3, and it's 3 for 2. Again. See it on the replay. It's backed away slightly, didn't he? Hit it low down on the bat. Well, speaking of Baluch, here he is, and he's going to start with a 6. Maximal. So yeah, do not count Ariana Keefe out as long as this man has a bat in his hands and a heartbeat, because he is a born cricketer. No matter what he's doing, he's very, very strong in a number of areas, and he does favour the leg side a bit, but he's a guy we have seen at a high level be able to change cricket matches. And they need it to change quickly. Akif. Well, this is in the air though. Oh, I think it's going to fly over everybody. In fact, it will go for 6. Maximal. Well, Nasser, he'll tell you, hey, I copped one of these when I was bowling. No, it's only fair I get one back. And throws the hands hard. He's a bit worried. Is there a fielder back there? There isn't. And in fact, it wouldn't have mattered because it ends up going over the rope anyway. Maybe it's a blessing that Balich is out there with so much of the innings still to go. We'll see. No full toss this time. Doesn't time it. Have to settle for 1. Yeah, okay. Johnny might have missed the memo. That's why. Well, the reason Derek's away is when you see him, when you see the new duck, it won't be Derek. I don't think it will look like Derek. This is going to be pulled away, and that's going to be 4. So this over is now worth 19. In fact, that's the end of the second over. The score is 20 for 2. So yeah, after that 1 for 1 over, catching up to an extent in the second. Yeah, so. Well, Dudley, I don't know if he'll be as popular as Derek. I suppose, we'll give him a chance. If I had to guess, I don't want to pre-guess anything, but who knows? Maybe we'll have like a grassroots campaign to bring Derek back. Hashtag free Derek. Oh, well, that's an absolute bullet out of the ground. Maximal. And this is the difference Mohamed Atif to someone that's willing to maybe be bold and hit with the swing. Bang. Gets down on one knee and smashes it. Yes, I suppose. And will we have versions of Dudley? I don't know. Again, I think there's a lot of design that's going into our new duck. Oh, gets one through him this time. Balic hitched his wagon to the leg side off a teeth. Makes sense. That's a good question from Akka. Asking some players who have Danish passport, they play for Ariana. Is it possible? It's really up to each individual country. Oh, it's 6 as well. It just shows you a different matchup, and Atif suddenly looks a bit toothless with those in-swingers. That's another one into the trees. Maximal. And I'm just glad that Balic isn't left-handed, because if he was, this would be hitting people that are building that that complex next door. Yeah, so each country has different rules about how many international players or non-domestic based players you're allowed. Most of them have some allowance for it. Some don't. I know Malta's one where you have to live in the country if you're playing domestic cricket in Malta. But typically, especially if it's possible, like here, you're so close to Denmark, like why not? Well, let's get this down the ground. How long can he stay there, and how long can he keep in the contest? Yeah, so I mean, you're only an hour away from Denmark. So if you are in Copenhagen, I can totally understand how you'd want to play in the competition. So yeah, ECN just leaves the qualification criteria to each country as to what they allow in their domestic competitions, and even with ECS. Chopped onto his body this time, Dash. That's the other thing. We've never done a European Cricket Series in Denmark. I've always wanted to have one there. I know the players are very keen for it. We saw Skanderborg make a deep run into the ECL this year, making it all the way to final day. So yeah, let's hope that we have an ECS in Denmark at some point. But I suppose the other thing is, with the weather here, the season is quite short, and there's a lot they need to get in. Last ball to power play. And Balic, to be fair to Atif, he does get a couple of wins on Nasser. He really wanted a piece of him here, but the difference is he gets the line, the length slightly better that time. And actually, less swing is better, I think, because Balic is playing for it. So it's the end of the third over, and it's 34 for 2. So hopefully that answers your question, Akka. 119 and 14, still a very good power play for Ariana CC in this Ariana Grande battle. Looks like they'll go to the captain, Nasir Bacha, in over number 4. Helena Martin-Hurst. And yeah, my thoughts exactly. Those in-swinging length balls were right into the wheelhouse of Balic. Here we go with the 4th. And it's going to start with a hit up and over the leg side. Maximal. Well, Debaton Dash, he's found it tough going in that first over. Just wasn't his kind of deal. But this is more of an instinctive swat over the leg side. Hello to Paul Kempen. Good to have you in the chat. How are you today? Nice to see you. Shiraz Ali, keeping it simple, just saying, look, they'll chase it. Norway too, another place we'd like to go for a European Cricket Series. Hope we do sooner rather than later. Dash. Again, just losing that front leg and limiting his options a little bit. The other thing is there's lots of countries I'd love to see get ECN cricket, but one of the things is you do kind of need to be in the ICC setup. So certainly countries, Lithuania, Latvia, for example. All right, high. Huge moment. Can anyone get there? Keeper wants it. Oh, doesn't get there. Probably was Sadat's catch. He could have reached it. He was a bit worried that someone was going to run into him, I think. He runs all the way to the outfield with the gloves, but he probably had the best chance because that was so high. And now he's regretting kind of pulling out a little bit at the last moment. It was going to, yeah, they're all saying, you called it. He says, yeah, I know. I just didn't think you'd believe me. Baluch gets a life, gets 2 runs. Now gets 6. Smash down the ground. Maximo up into the 30s. Well, Baluch has been dropped 3 times today. Twice in the first game. And I think you do have to put that down as a drop. So it went so high. It was certainly an opportunity. Then bangs it. He's not a one-trick pony either, Baluch. He's able to hit with a straight bat. We have seen that before. That was a good option that time. Now we'll wait on this. A short arm jab it, and 6 more. Maximo. 40 off 11. This game has changed. I did mention early, do not discount Ariana Keefe with this guy in their lineup in particular. Just a small error from the bowler. And now full toss, and that's going to go as well. Well, the 50 came up the ball before. Now the 60 comes up off the last ball of the 4th. And sliding doors moment as Batchat got the false shot, got the skied ball out of Baluch, but it got dropped. It wasn't taken, and then 3 sixes to finish the over. Bang, bang, bang. So 27 come off it, and the score is 61 for 2 after 4. Yeah, so game on. Yeah, Monty Luce saying he'd like to see a grizzly animation. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, so Iceland's one that we did plan to go to back in the Wild West days, but it got cancelled due to Corona. Where else would you like to see us go? We do ask this question sometimes. Delaware can't. Swing and a miss first up. For example, I've even commentated the USA national team and the Canadian national team. That was our first and so far only experience of commentating non-European based teams. I suppose Western Shield falls into that category as well. All right, in the air. Can anyone reach this? No. It's going to go to the short boundary. Great stop by Bashir. Hurled himself towards the fence. Get back for 2. I was going to say probably Asian 11 versus World 11 is 2 non-European teams as well. Great effort from Bashir there. Out towards the bite. Oh, he's smashed his bat. Where's the ball gone? Oh. Well, Baluch was worried there because the bat has shattered, and he was worried it's going to result in his dismissal. In the end, the ball doesn't carry to the outfielder. Watch this. That's a crazy one. We'll see it from another angle. But we got splinters here. Bang, right down the bottom. Bottom comes off. Broken bat single for Nasser Baluch. To be honest, that bat was going really well. So maybe that's a lucky break for Ariana CC to say, hey, we didn't want that bat anyway. I like that. Yubi walking off like he scored a century. And they're saying, we don't want it. Gee. I thought straight away this was probably going to be out, but it didn't carry. Baluch has a new bat, which is in one piece. Dash gets a full toss. Only able to get a single. All right, new bat time. Baluch on 47. Uh-oh, that's not good news at all. Delaware maybe trying to cramp the the batter for room, but that's gone miles down the leg side. And he holds his head straight away. There's no chance for the keeper, so that's a very good keeper. But this is just going further and further and further away. 5 free runs. This over had been so good too. We'd only had 3 singles in the first 4 balls, but now the 5 for free. Well, that's probably going to be a no ball. It is called. So Delaware. Yes, had it. Now he's lost it. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, definitely too high. A free hit coming up. He's almost got no front arm at all, Delaware. It's quite an interesting action he's got. He just kind of heaves it over. Probably a wide, yeah. Misses the leg stump. Baluch trying to get a little bit funky. Probably a shot he wouldn't normally play if it wasn't a free hit. Ariana Keefe, back when they were playing in the ECL in 23, they actually topped their group. Ended up getting toppled by COYMS. It's free hit, so it doesn't really matter if it's caught or not. It will get caught, but it'll just be a high single. Yeah, they topped their group. They were in that group with Oeris as well as Istanbul KSK. COYMS as well. And also the Punjab Lions. Oh, well, this has hit something. I think it's off the helmet, you know. It's going to go for 4. It's going to be given buys. I think he means leg buys because, let's have a look. That's definitely off the lid. So Deva Chandash is probably going to get the concussion test there. Lucky's wearing the helmet. That's regulations now. Ever since, a while now. But that's going to be 4 off the head. So what a strange over. It was going so normally. .111, and the 5 wide's the no ball, then another wide is single, and then 4 off the noggin to finish. So 15 off the over, and the score 76 for 2 after 5. Hey, good news as well, because we can now officially reveal to you the ECCW program for the end of the year, and that we have gone from 2 divisions to 3. That's 10 teams to 15 teams. And look in the bottom left-hand corner, Sweden will be in the ECCW, part of the emerging division. They'll be getting going on the 1st of December. Each of those tournaments go Monday to Saturday. Sunday off to prepare for the next division. All right, Bazayubi is going to come on. The first one's hit pretty hard, and it's going to beat Bashir. It's going to be 4 runs. So Baluch brings up his 50 off just 16 balls and 2 bats. It's Nasser, he's given his team a fighting chance here. Just waits on that. So good at judging the speed of the ball, Nasser Baluch. Great effort once again from Bashir. He throws himself around, but to no avail. It's good to know that other bat didn't die in vain.
Balls, guys.
All right, comeback ball for Yubi. Pretty good one. Can't get under it. I suppose at the moment you'd rather have... Oh, no way! Oh, sometimes they're too easy. And that was too easy. Just a concentration lapse here. Okay, still got to be sure. Let it go under the hands, through the legs, and... Oh, that's the captain, isn't it? That's Batcher out there. Probably got other things on his mind. No, they don't get him off strike. It's slow ball this time, actually, from Ayubi. It's very talented. Will this come back to bite Ariana CC here in Ariana Grande 1? Kind of set up that leg side that time, didn't he? And he says, hey, well bowled. I like that. I mean, I know we talk about the rivalry, but these two teams, they really enjoy the competitiveness, I think. Dash is going to come good at the right time. He's going to put one over the tents. Maximo! 6 runs. Oh, and I had a question from Dave. Just the tents made me remember it about how much do they cost, how much they weigh. I don't know, but I think we've had similar tents here before. In Landskrona. They do look good, don't they? Sometimes you need the protection here. Bazayubi's a guy we've seen play a bit for Sweden as well. That's good slower ball. I think that's a smart tactic to Dash. Tends to overswing on occasion. See, it almost comes out the front of the hand, but the arm speed's still there. That one is up. It's in the air, and it's just going to get past. He tried to turn it into a catch. It was an aggressive move. He may have even gotten there on the full. It's hard to say, but Dash will survive. And the score, 95 for 2. Yeah, didn't get there on the full in the end. And it's 95 for 2 after 6. And, I mean, they're right on the required rate at the moment. 15.5 and over. What a game this is. Oh, I like that. Brain buys, said Shiraz Ali off the head of Devash and Dash about an over or so ago. I mean, they're 4 bad overs, Ariana CC, about walking away with a loss here, which didn't look likely at 1 for 1. Big swing and a miss first up. Arabzai gets the ball. Baluch 57, going at 3 a ball at the moment. And he's going to go over cover this time to the short boundary. Crashes into the fence, 4 runs. Oh, well, Baluch, remember he skied one the keeper took on despite having to run about 35 metres. He survived that, and right now, he looks like the thin line between success and failure for Ariana CC. Arabzai with a comeback. And 1 ball away from getting him out, but can they produce it? Can they take it? Not with that. That's going to go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, you knew it was a matter of time. Just hope the insurance covers Grizzly balls because Baluch goes over cover. This is what I mean about him being a two-way player. He's not just a leg side player. He just has a very, very fluent swing, and yeah, no nets were stopping that. Time to strap on the hard hat. All right, thick edge, flies away, and there's no third, so that's going to be 4 more. Baluch to 71 now. Oh, wow. How quickly ECN cricket can change. Maybe you shouldn't be that surprised. If you've been with us for a while, you'd know. By the way, Baluch, this is his first ever ECN 50. I was quite surprised to find that. His previous high was against Ariana CC as well, 42 not out back in 2021. All right, in the air though. Can anyone get there? Bashir can't get there. Oh, well, now he wants to strike back. Oh, and he's fallen for it. Wow. Well, that is quite amazing. Having said that, there's only 1 ball left to go on the over. He basically dares him to throw and then says, okay, let's go. I think he just really likes this matchup against Arabzai, who he's seen. But yeah, a bit of the mouth taking the cheese there. Last ball of the over, and it's up in the air. Oh, well, where's this gone? It's going to run away. It's going to spin away for 4. So Baluch toying with the bowling now. 77 walking 6 for him. And after 7, game's alive. It's 115 for 2. And remember that in the first innings, Safi bowled that great last over. That meant they only are chasing 157. It looked like they'd be chasing something like 170 something. Anyway, Seaside to take on Ariana CC in the next game. Ariana CC unchanged there. Atta comes in for Seaside. And that game, I do believe, starting at 15, not 15 o'clock. All right. So 42 of 18. I mean, Valic is a pretty gamer move to basically dare the throw to come in, get the strike back. But it almost cost him his wicket when the last ball he over was an uncontrolled edge. Flicked away this time. Won't carry. Just a single. Yeah. Keith would absolutely love to chase this down, but there's still plenty to do. All right, that is high in the air. It's going to the short boundary, and it's going to go for 6. Maximal, 6 anyway. The player's got to be careful in that zone. Has he got the tower there? Just holding up the net. But Baluch, quite amazingly, this is his first ever ECN 50, but he could turn it into an ECN 100. He's 83, needs 17 for the ton. They still need 35 for the win. Might not have happened with the ball for him today, but certainly happening with the bat right now. Off the pad, that'll probably be 4-leg buys. Yeah, it is. So they've scored off the leg, they've scored off their head, they've broken a bat. There's been plenty going on, but yeah, it's a pretty easy call for the umpires. Definitely not going to hit the stumps. And so another 4 gets the equation down to 31 of 14. Quite amazing when they were 1 for 1 after the first over. And swings hard. That time will only be a single. Last ball, the 5th. Oh, Baluch didn't want that single. He's like, what are you doing to me? But they will take the single. It was a good ball. Baluch gets run back to the keeper's end. There are a few smiles around as well. These players, they do know each other very, very well. It's 128 for 2 after 8. Again, the difference between chasing 150 here and 170 is huge. They're just sitting ahead of that gold line at the moment. So, when it's hanging around that golden ball line, there's always a chance. All right, Dash. That's an interesting time there. 26 off 18. Ayubi comes back. It hasn't been the most fluent innings from Debachan Dash, but at the moment he's fine to just get out the way because Baluch is on an absolute Class A heater here. A few people wondering, can he make the century? He's on 84. Backs away. He has lived dangerously at times. That's how he lives. That's how he bats. So you always feel like you're a chance to get him out. 28 off 10 required. Slower ball, no ball. And and it's going to be hit. That's a 7-up. It's a big error from Ayubi. He's overstepped. The slow ball was picked. Baluch hits it for 6. He moves to 90 and a free hit to come. Check it out in the replay. Must have been front foot. Yeah, it is. So just a basic error there. Baluch on 90 gets a free hit. And he is going to hit it, and he's going to hit it out of the ground. Maximo! 96 now for Nasser Baluch. Oh boy, this has been a brutal innings. Now this is, he's daring you to bowl at the stumps here. Baluch on 96 on the verge of a ton. Goes up in the air. Catching ability. No, it's going to be 100 for Baluch. What a knock. 102 of 31 balls. And he has totally swung this game. Up is down, black is white. And Baluch is a centurion here in match 3 of this European Cricket Series. He's got it down to 9 off 8 now. Again, has the length to work with. He belts it, and that's going to be 4. Are they going to do this with time to spare now? Another chapter in the Ariana rivalry is written here. And it's Nasser Baluch signing on the dotted line. First over was 1 for 1. Not quite a wicket maiden, but not far off. And that'll be it. What a knock from Nasser Baluch. Oh, superstar stuff from the Burley all-rounder, and they will do it. With an over to spare, he'll finish on 112 not out. What a fantastic innings. I mean, they did feed him a little bit. I mean, they probably should learn a bit from what worked and what didn't. And in the end, I mean, sportsmanship as well, so we're the first to come and say, hey, congratulations, it's a brilliant knock. Now, who knew that the replacement bat would be just as destructive or more than the first one? Oh, well, Nasser Baluch, take a bow. What a knock. 112, actually. 112 off 33. And that 9th over, it just, the game disintegrated as a spectacle. 1 dot, but then 7 up 6, 6, 4, 6. So it's a supersonic 9th, a 30-run 9th that gets them home. And Baluch, well, he will get all the applause. He will get plenty of pats on the back. I think for Ariana CC, maybe not the worst thing that they will get straight back on the horse. And we'll see them after a bit of an extended break. It's about 40 minutes till next game starts at 1:15 here in Europe. It's 6:45 in India. But Ariana CC find themselves with an 0-1 record then heading into that. And for Ariana Keefe, they are back to 1-1. So, well, Seaside and Ariana CC fighting for their first win in match 4 when we return, with Ariana winning the toss and electing to bat. But let's have a look at this highlights package, and it was an underwhelming start to say the least. Looked a very, very different game with the Teef out there. Was able to get Patanayak nicking behind for the second time today. And it just seemed like everything was running Ariana CC's way, but then the old friendly fire here, that was a bit of a nasty one. This one was caught the very next ball, so even that didn't seem like it mattered too much, as Ibrahim Keel would catch Shirzad. But I said it at the time, didn't I? I said, maybe it's not such a bad thing that Baluch comes out with so much runway, with so much time still to bat. Now, this was the chance he gave where the keeper called it, but then he kind of got cold feet at the last moment, had to run 35 metres, did Sadat, and that really would be the last opportunity that he would give. I mean, they always give everything in the field. That's Bashir throwing himself around again. But Baluch, despite breaking this bat in the 40s, he would go on to make his 50 and then some. Meanwhile, Dash had a funny old time at the other end. It wasn't really his best. Ended up wearing one on the helmet at one stage. But it was all about the NASA Bullet show. This is another uncontrolled one after he basically got the fielder Bashir to bite and throw to get the strike back, leading edge to 4. But things just got a little bit crazy towards the end. This is the no ball that created a free hit, and then Buluc, he brings up his century, but just is so quick on the turn, isn't he? So quick, and that was the one that finished things. And unbelievably, with an over to spare, Ariana Keefe have chased the target down. 158 achieved in 9 overs. That meant that the 8 overs, excluding the first, went for 157. So pretty much 19 and a half and over. Well, probably need the extended break now after that. But I often say this in the format, that it's not a crime to make a duck or a golden duck, but the crime is if you waste time. And yeah, despite losing a couple of wickets, there was someone waiting in the wings to come out and change the game, and that's exactly what happened. Patter Knight went first ball, caught behind off the bowling of Mohammad Atif, and Shazad went for 3. Dash with 27 not out, but the real hero is Nasser Baluch. 112 off 33 balls with 13 towering sixes and 6 fours. That's 102 in boundaries alone. 16 extras in there, including 8 leg byes, 1 off the head, 1 off the pad. That went to the boundary. Bowling wise, well, Tiff bowled a good first over and kind of honours even in his second to Baluch. He finished with 1 for 15, was the best of. Delaware can't pick up a wicket, but then some of the other bowlers did go the journey. Batcher went for 36, Ayubi 49, and Arab Zai, despite a promising start to his over, he went magical as well. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes time as Ariana CC will try and pick up the pieces against Seaside. 2 teams searching for their first win. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back in around about 40 minutes time, as I said, as we will prepare for another exciting chapter of this European Cricket Series.
yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us. I'm here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground. See behind me, we have a new addition, I think, to the area. And it has caused a few issues with the boundary here being brought in. So this is I'm calling it the bite, because like they've taken a bite out of the cricket ground. So just a challenge for the fielders out here. A challenge as well for these two teams coming up to get the points in match number 4, with Seaside returning to the action, taking on Ariana CC, who are going back to back. Match 4 on the way. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch.
Ariana the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Ariana have won the toss. They're having a bat.
And they will hope that they can go a little bit better than the last game, where they did put a big score on the board, 150 plus, but Nasser Baluch with a blistering century was able to chase it down almost single-handedly. So two teams without a win so far, trying to manufacture their first one here. Let's look at the two teams. And Seaside, I mentioned they've got some national team talent in there with Saeed Gilani, who's listed at 5. We saw him actually batting 3 earlier. Saiful Hassan hit the ball well while he was there, but yeah, it's got out a bit of an inopportune moment. And got to say, I was pretty impressed with Harinder Singh behind the stumps. I thought he kept very, very well. Patula, he was also a battler, wasn't he? With some late runs and man, with the ball, trying his hardest to keep things down. For Ariana CC, though, they are heavy favourites here, but they will feel this is a bit of a banana peel game after we saw some good performers for them in that game against their rivals, Ariana Keefe. But yeah, I think that when it comes down to it, you just got to look at trying to put that behind you, and it's not a bad thing that they're playing back-to-back matches here. I want to say a warm welcome to everyone who is watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and also those of you watching on Fan Code. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxmo, taking you through day 1 in Sweden. Our first ECN cricket in Sweden since 2023, and actually our first trip to this ground since 2022. So I've got to say big thanks to everyone. Adnan's been working really hard, making sure that we looked after. There's a sensational kind of refreshment tent, which I spent a bit of time in during the break. But then also there was a wonderful home-cooked lunch. So I will say, I don't know if we can get the camera on here, but Manoj Jadvest broke his finger this morning, but he will take his position in the team. but he's got that finger heavily strapped. So hopefully it's nothing. Well, does seem like it's serious, but he's just gonna grin and bear it, so to speak. So getting ready to get going. Bit of a cult figure as well. Sahibzad Abdul Haq. There he is. Manoj, very, very brave stuff. But anyway, here we go with the start of match number 4. And it's going to start with a big beamer. It's going to be hit for 6. And it's almost going to hit somebody on the bike. It just went past them. Okay. So we're underway again here. Oh, that could have been the worst timing for a cycle ever. Check this one on the replay. I don't know if we got it going down. But I saw it. And unfortunately, well, fortunately I should say, there was nobody hurt. So now free hit coming up. Sahibzad Abdul Haq. He's a pretty popular player. Popular with the bat at that time, despite trying to knock his head off. He probably wasn't trying. He gets hit for 6. So free hit coming up. Hopefully you enjoyed your extended break. Free hit then for Sami Ibrahim Kil. Oh, well, miss. So, okay, turn the corner now. Here's the bowler. Let's try and get out of this over. And we did see a pretty dramatic turnaround the last game where Ariana Keefe only scored 1 for 1 off their first over, but still ended up chasing down the 157 with an over to spare. Another full toss. This one won't quite carry. Almost flicks straight to the boundary rider. So Eric gets his opportunity here. Swings away, and he gets a tiny piece of it. Hello to Kroom, good to see you again. Hello, Tim Lucas. Nice to see you in the chat. Monty Luce calling that first ball a beamerissimo. Hello to Luke Harad as well. All right, this is going to be up into the sky, and it's going to fly over the boundary. Maximal. Ibrahim Keel. And he does hit him. They stay hit, as they say in the classics. Bottom hand in that shot, picks it up. Don't worry, the cars aren't as close as they appear on that reverse angle. Time for an early chat. Understandable. Quick look at some of the numbers there. You can see we had a really good slice of action so far. Around about 13.3 runs per over. We're heading for 1,000 runs on the first day. All right, goes on this one as well. Slices inside out, and that's going to be over the boundary. Maximal. Now, whatever the chat was about, I think it might be time for another chat. Don't mind this, though. I mean, making him play over the offside, but Ibrahim Keel, he's able to reach it, goes with it. And the first over has gone magical now. 21 off it. Last ball of the over. And that will be it. I said last ball of the over. It is the over. So 22 without loss after 1. Seaside hoping to bring some purple power here, but they'll want to change this narrative soon. You can see what's happening over the next, what's that about? It's only about the next month there, because Czechia I think goes to the 22nd of June. So plenty of cricket coming up. I know a lot of people looking forward to Hornchurch as well. All right, high in the air, keeper's catch. Should be a fairly easy one for Harinder, and it will be. So that's a real handy one because Ibrahim Gill had started very strongly. And it will be a wicket. And it's going to be Ashik Hussain, the captain, who chips in. Just top edges that pull. And the importance of having a good keeper. We've seen some pretty good ones today so far. Harinder's very tidy. Another high ball is taken. So Ibrahim Gill is going to have to go. He steps aside for 20, and at the start of the second over, it is 22 for 1. New batter coming out there, Stella Khan. So one left-hander replaces another. Put the deep third back and bring the deep square leg up. Sign that he might get, he does swing hard, little edge, can fly away to that fielder on the boundary. You can just see his feet in the top right of the screen. Hussain. He goes short, and they just brought the fielder up from around there. That's going to be 4. So not the greatest length to bowl. If you've just changed your field, you kind of induce a front foot shot, but he just kind of stands and swivels on that 4 runs. Sun's come out, as you might have noticed as well, so it's very pleasant right now. It's tied up here. And so they won't get a run there. Yeah, so about 12 degrees. So I wouldn't say it's scorching weather, but certainly is turned into quite a pleasant afternoon for cricket after it's a bit chilly earlier on. Hello to Kenneth Burridge, and I know that he was a recipient of one of those memberships. Where are you watching from, Kenneth? Wouldn't mind finding out. All right, well, this in the end. This should be out as well. Miscued, hook, gone. So Dillawar's a dangerous hitter. He's going to go on. It's a double strike for Hussain in the second over. And Seaside, well, they're very, very happy with how things have turned around. It's been so many momentum swings. This is yet another one in a game that's only 10 balls old. So yeah, trying to get him on the pull, and that's exactly how they get him. And Seaside now, arguably on top, 26 for 2. Oh, another helmet adjustment required. Is eating into the 60 seconds. Oh, I wonder. Oh, he's rushing down there. It's Guja. He's come out. He's using every second. He's got the gloves on. Is he ready? Must have just made it. Thought I meant to get pinged earlier. Two to come in the over. No ball called. And Gujet smacked a 50 earlier in the day. Check here on the replay. Yeah, pretty comfortably over. It's getting carried away with his own success. Quick look at their century from Baluch. So we had centuries in 2 consecutive days. The Marits scoring a great 100 for MCC yesterday. Well, that's short, and this time it isn't a miscued pull. It's a heavy pull, and it narrowly misses the goals. As Gujek goes Maximo, his first. I like the move to bat him at 4 as well. Hit the ball well earlier. Get your informed players out there. Ken watching from Denmark. Well, we're neighbours then. Kenneth, are you from Copenhagen or maybe from somewhere slightly further out? I really would love to do an ECS in Denmark. I know sometimes it's a little bit of a logistical challenge, coordinating with the federations and times that work for them. No ball again. He's overstepped again. Another free hit coming up. We'll say, gets mentioned at the time, but Mujtaba Hakim taking that catch earlier in the over. He had a bit of a facepalm moment earlier in the day where he got in a bit of a tangle with his teammate Batula, putting down a catch. But that was an important one. Free hit. Oh, gee whiz. Helmet does its job again, almost causes a run out. These helmets are so important. That one is a proper headshot. Turns his head slightly right on the side of the head. He's going to get the concussion test. Well, when a free hit is turned on its head, that's what you get. And so, we'll get a leg bye, I think, off that. Remember, it's still called leg buys, even if it hits you in any part of your body. And we've got Tomal saying a thunderstorm's coming. Well, doesn't seem like it at the moment. It's very nice as weather we've had all day. It's slightly cloudy. All right, so Batula grabs the ball. 2 overs in, 35 without loss. He's going to start with a wide. So still 2 matches to go today. Vinny here with Tina in transit. I'll have to catch up with exactly where she is, but she said she was going from Corfu to Dusseldorf to Copenhagen and then making her way across to this region. Pitch is up, but that's a proper strike, isn't it, from Guja, who's in some kind of form today. And that exploded off the blade. Maximo! Seis Carreras. That was right out of the middle. I can't remember how many free hits I've seen taken on the bonds. Oh, that one is going as well. Gone. Maximo! And it ends up hitting the igloo. So again, very confident on that front foot. Gurja is just in brilliant form. And I like the way he's hitting straight through the line of the ball as well. Kenneth, thanks for the info. Interesting. Said he used to live in Copenhagen, but he's not there anymore. All right, this is going to be another one. That's almost gone all the way, but not quite. It'll just go past the other goalpost, so that's going to be 4 runs. And the 50 comes up now for Ariana CC. Seaside need to break this partnership quickly after a promising start. Things have quickly turned around. And there's a few things we're planning to do this week. It's very tough, obviously, with the schedule. We have a lot of cricket, got a lot of games every day. But one thing that I have done is I have secured tickets to a Eurovision party on Saturday night. And if you want to check, at the moment, Sweden are the favourites. Nice. Good comeback, though. Good comeback from Batula. Just put that middle there, so it wasn't an obvious pull, it wasn't an obvious drive. And again, a good comeback. So, yeah, credit to the bowler. It's never easy when you get hit for a string of boundaries. I know Seaside maybe having a bit of an off day so far, but I will remind you, back in 2020, they won every single game and then lost the final of the European Cricket Series in Gothenburg. All right, this time he's going to go for it again. It's up, it's in the air, and it will climb over. Maximo! Gilani down there did everything he could, but it will be a 6 to finish the over, so it ends up going for 23 in the third, and after 3 overs, Ariana CC are 58 for 2. Yeah, so I've got tickets, and I got one for Tina too. I didn't want her to miss out, because otherwise I'd be talking about it the next day at this. It's like a karaoke bar. It was our favourite place last time, but it's apparently, well, I know it's pretty hard to get into this place, but it's they encourage you to dress up. For me, I just get to wear my normal clothes, I guess. But yeah, Sweden are favourites in Eurovision. So they go to Ilani, national team player, Seaside. Need to find something here. If we learned anything from that last game, and we should know by now, games can change very quickly. (22, 13 and 23 in the power play. Here's the fourth. Edged. Oh, doesn't quite carry. I like that fielding position, though. I just think it's an attacking position and that you can get set players out that way. So wary. Doesn't have too much to do so far. It's only the third ball he's faced. He does get one, gets away from the strike. Effort ball there from Gilani. I think he's a very clever cricketer as well. I mean, he's watched, he's probably seen which length was working for Batula in that last over. And it's that middle length where it's not an obvious, front foot drive, it's not an easy pull. So that kind of length very, very effective at the moment anyway, to a guy who's up and running. Oh, now he's going to go 2 full. And I think that's one they're going to look at for height. I think it will be called a no ball. It's been called on the field, but yeah, it did seem high, didn't it? Yeah, good put away as well to get it for 4. And a free hit to come, so he got the length right the first time. This time he does get it wrong, and he apologised to the batter as well. Yeah, there's nothing intentional ever in that. Free hit then. End of the bat. 4. Wow, that flew so fast down there. That's Mohsen Atta. Ended up sneaking past him. But it's a combination of the speed of Gilani, but then also how fast Guja swings the bat, which is fast. Ken is saying hopefully one day we'll have an ECS in Denmark. He's just clarifying, he's talking about the cricket, not the Eurovision, because they've done that. Yeah, I mean, I remember last year, it's how quickly your world goes when you're in the ECN universe, but I remember when I was in Barcelona, I watched the Spanish finals, which is how they select the song. And I still remember, I think that Jorge Gonzalez was very hard done by. That song that he was covered in oil. I think those are regular chatters will remember I posted the clips. Oh, and there's a good comeback from Gilani. Gets someone to rise and come away a bit off the pitch. So, but I got to admit, I don't really know anything about the entrance this year. Yeah, so I wonder what that part is going to be like. Do you think I go in the yellow and blue suit? Probably would make sense. Big swing and a miss. So a good finish to this over at the moment. The first half of this over went for 10, but so far the second half's gone for nothing. ... Still a ball to go. Attack, attack, attack. That's what we're going to see this week in Sweden. All right, that's miles in the air. Can anyone reach it? It's a mile high. He's not going to. And what's worse, it's going to get across for 4. Saiful Hassan. Probably never thought he was going to catch it. He's probably worried about maybe knocking it across the boundary if he did try it. Galani's been fresh out of luck as far as the sky balls today. That over will end up going for 14. It's up across the line, and so does Saiful Hassan. So at the end of 4, it is 72 for 2. Fifth overtime then. Just got to stay in touch here. Take a wicket or two. Maybe you can turn this game. Just checking what's happening here. Guja, I think, maybe wants a new bat. We saw a shattered bat earlier with Baluch. Smashing it into smithereens. Replacement did the job though. Ended up taking him from, I think, 47 all the way to 112. Yeah, who remembers my Eurovision experience last year? And Zorra was the winning song, which grew on me after a while. But I got to admit, I haven't heard any of the songs, and actually, I don't want to hear them because I prefer to see just hear them at the Eurovision. It's always a big week, but the Swedes, they love it, and when you favour, I mean, it's a lot of pressure. It'll be glamorous. What if we had like an ECN Vision song contest? And Corey could come out and, I don't know, stripped to the waist. Maybe hanging from the ceiling with a pair of wings. What would Rico do? Tell us your ECN Vision song entries in your head. All right, pace off time now with Reef. Definitely climbing over the stumps, but no run. Yeah, ECN Vision song contest. What does it look like? What am I doing? You know. Tossed up again, this time on the sweep. Awkward one, and well, at least he stops it. Then kind of unnecessarily overcompensates by hitting the stumps from side on from 50 metres. But look, you know, that's the thing though. He got a slightly awkward hop. At least he went down and made the stop in the first place, and then yeah, very good throw. Tossed up and dispatched. Maximo. Oh, good, yeah. He's looking good for back-to-back 50s here, and that was a bomb. Was in incredible form earlier in the day, and he's not slowing down. Again, I feel for this team, Ariana CC, because we would have had the opportunity to see Gudja try this kind of thing at the Cardamore Oval, and it would have been pretty exciting, no doubt. It's drawn wide here, but it'll be called a wide. Moved to 46 now. It's his square of the wicket. This time it is fielded. So stuck on 47 for now. Trying to think. What would you get Tina doing in the ECN Vision song contest? Representing Germany. What would the outfits look like? What do the dance steps look like? What are the songs about? This one kind of into the gap, but I think they're going to take on the 2. That's good running, actually. I think there were 2 there. So that's the end of the 5th over, and it's 83 for 2. Hey, what a great opportunity for me to welcome you into the Igloo. And yeah, got to say, great to have a wonderful crew from 2 Circles who've been great today. Got Valentine's in here right now, just making a few running repairs. Don't worry, won't make it come on the camera. Got Anders pushing the buttons. I've got the young gun, Christianis as well, who's doing his first cricket in a while. But hey, it's like riding a bike. Once you do it, you never forget. But one thing about the ECN universe, it just continues to expand. More matches more locations, and the fact that I think there's something like 40 or something European Cricket Series this year, which is quite amazing. That's not even including internationals, not including the marquee events at the Carden Oval as well, and things like the Western Shield and the Meltwater Shield. So it's been a crazy time of growth. From 17 matches in 2019 to over 1,700 matches last year, and then probably even more this year. So it's kind of a 1 to 100x growth. It's quite amazing. It's great to be a part of it, even though it's stressful sometimes. Hakeem is going to get the ball here in the 6th. And the first one's going to be lifted up very high, and it's going to carry the rope. Maximo. And it will be 50 to Guja. Goes back-to-back on opening day. And this one is taking a bit longer, but he's still gotten there. In fact, it's his highest score of the day now, and he's not done yet. Still plenty of balls left. Still basically 5 overs to go. But this is high, and I'm glad I'm not under. He's under it with a broken finger, Jadvest. Oh, he's got it. Well, he just caught that with a broken finger that is taped up, and I don't even know what's going to be left. That is one of the best catches I've ever seen, given the circumstances. It was a mile high, and with a finger that's in a splint, he has taken it. So Manoj Jadvest, take a bow and maybe take another trip back to the hospital. What a catch. Now, I think that's your HCL software play of the day. Almost like on the Karate Kid at the end where he was down to having 1 foot. Jadvest has one hand. He's caught it kind of, can I say it one more time? He's kind of seen it. He's hugged it to his body. And he looked around. There's no one near him, so no one else was ever going to get there. Oh, wow. What a catch. What a moment to end that innings, which was a brilliant innings, by the way. As we saw, Gucci out for 53. I don't know if we can get some more shots of Madhu's hand, but he's got a full-on broken finger. And he told me this. He promised his wife, look, no, I'm just going to watch. I'm not going to play. And, of course, he did play. Named himself in the 11. Oh, a little flick away this time. That'll get away from the fielder as well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo. Sazai comes out at number 5. That was such a good catch. I mean, it was a good catch anyway, even if you didn't have a broken finger that was in a splint. But the fact that he caught it was pretty amazing. All right, in the air. Could he go again if he doesn't reach him this time? Oh, Jadvest probably trying to hide there at cover. He's not hiding. I guess he could always dive with one hand or something like that, but it was kind of to his right-hand side. Now, little flick away. It's going to pitch just short of the fielder, so only a single. I will say, I think manager's wife said she'll be watching, just to make sure he's not playing, so he might have a bit to answer for when he goes home. Anyway, I'm still saying that's my play of the day. So it's 97 for 3 after 6. Hakeem has picked up a wicket in the over, goes for 14. I'm just trying to work out where the odds are of him actually catching that. It's not like I've just, just a little band. It's full on straightened with a splint and it's tied to the finger next door. Yeah, a lot of comments come in. Oh, he's gone. Well, there you go. So he's been there for a long time. He's hardly faced. He's faced 7 balls in 6 overs and he goes after Abdul Haq and loses his leg stumps. Good piece of bowling. The left armer today hasn't really been able to get the line right, but this is his wicket-taking ball. Get it on the stumps, get it to straighten, and get the batter to miss. All those things happen there, and it will be the 4th wicket, 97 for 4. Yeah, Lithium, I like this saying. Jadvest is the world's worst hide-and-seek player if he's trying to hide. And Lithium also saying, he's a braver man than I am. I would not have done that with an already broken finger. He had to be brave to take on that catch anyway. It was so high. Maybe we need to get Diana to take a picture of his hand. So that we can really make it clear on social media what he was what he was dealing with. Okay, I'm going to come back to a few comments in a moment. First, hits him on the pad. Has come back enough. Oh, I think that might have been out if he'd on the run out. Maybe not just coming back enough. And then just took off again. We've seen this a couple of times today with his batters worried about the LBW appeal. Just going out of the crease. Now he'll pin his ears back. There's no one back on the offside. And that's going to be 4 runs. So Sadat, the keeper, coming out at number 6. Okay. A counter-attack coming from Sadat. Well, this one's going to go as well. Maximo! Sadat is going to launch it over long on this time. All right, high. Keeper's catch again. He's been good under these today, Harinder, and he's good again. So double strike in that over. And it will be Sadat that will go 4-6 and out. And it's 107 for 5. It's been very tidy behind the stumps, Harinder Singh. And he has the benefit of not only having unbroken fingers, but also the wicket-keeping gloves, of course. 107 for 5, just losing a bit of momentum in this innings. It looked all doom and gloom, didn't it, when Guja was there? But Jadvest has actually changed the game with his broken finger infield catch. New batter coming out. There's Bashir Ahmed. Last ball for Abdul Haq. Wants a third wicket. Won't get one though. Fielder will take off. Thinking of 2, but don't think it's there. And at this stage, lose another wicket. That will be the end of the 7th over. 2 for 11 in that over. Sahibzad Abdul Haq doing a good job. Just turning over this batting order, end to 7. 108 for 5. Yeah, good question here. Oh, got so much to try and catch up on. One of the questions I just spotted was about batters running down the middle of the pitch. It's not really an issue on an artificial pitch that's not going to change in nature. Let's have a look at the Premier Division, by the way, and you can see Sweden, they are part of that Premier Division with Group C. Bit of a northern flavour with Finland in there. Scotland 11, Jersey, Portugal, and Switzerland. I mean, all these groups are going to be tough. But only the 3 group winners will progress to meet England and the Netherlands in Championship Group. All right, that's going to fly, and it's pretty close. It's going to be given 4 runs. Check where that bounces. Hands there, Bashir. Just kind of came down at the right moment. Gilani coming back. Bowling out in the 8th over. Yeah, so it's not really an issue if you run down the middle of the pitch. If anything, it's safer than running on the grass normally. You're more likely to slip on the grass. And the reason in turf cricket you can't run down the middle of the pitch is that it can damage the pitch. That's not going to happen here. Players aren't wearing spikes. Oh, he's gonna get a bit funkalicious here. Oh, that would have been tight as well, I think. You feel a bit aggrieved here, Bashir, who actually plays the shot very well but picks out the fielder. Have to settle for one. Okay, so let's have a look at some of these Eurovision suggestions. Tell me if I've missed any. Yeah, I like Dave mentioning that Johnny G and Rico with European cricketers. Yeah, but I think it's not bizarre enough. Wide down the leg side. Hello to AI New World from Norway, saying nearly Sweden. Yeah, I suppose. I mentioned before we'd like to go to Norway as well. Well, let's keep working on it. And it was even in the provisional calendar this year, but we couldn't quite make it work. I like Montelus and his suggestion. Yes. After this ball from Gilani. Goes short, and that'll be a wide. We'll have to bowl that one again. Yeah, Gilani still searching for his first wicket here on opening day. Yeah, so this is an idea for the ECN Vision Song Contest. Tina will burst out of a giant bratwurst with the rest of the German team as backing vocalists. I'll send that to her and I'll ask what she thinks of that. I think she'll like it. Well bowled there. There's a reason Gilani's been kind of fast-tracked into the Swedish side. They like him in a number of aspects. Did you know that there are rules about the Eurovision Song Contest? Oh yeah, it's going to be 4 premeditated ramp, and Bashir this time just put the bat at the angle that if the ball hits it's going to fly off for 4. That's exactly what happens. So one of the rules I know in the Eurovision Song Contest is you can only have 6 on-stage performers, maximum of 6. I'm going to look up what the other ones are. But also I think it's a strict 3-minute limit on songs. Cannot be longer than that. Oh, that's going to fly as well. A lot of bat on that. And Gilani, he's tearing his hair out. He's not having the rub of the green. Maximo. 6 runs, still a ball to go. This one's worth 18 now. So yeah, song must be no longer than 3 minutes. Cannot contain political messages, swearing, or messages that might bring the contest into disrepute. Maximum 6 people on stage. And all vocals must be performed live. Slow ball. Wow, this is just going to creep over as well. That could go for 4. It does. Well, so Gilani, he hasn't had too much luck today with anything, including the fielding off his bowling, and the fielder wasn't really sure whether to go after it or whether to try and turn around for the catch. In the end, he watched it, and then it just kind of dribbles over the line, doesn't it? Up on a reef out there. It's the end of 8 overs. It's 130 for 5. Other rules. No live animals are allowed on stage. No objects can be thrown into the audience. Has to be safe. Any language can be used. It used to be mandatory to sing in the national language, but that changed in 1999. What else have we got? Edged and gone. Taken low down. So, little edge. And Harinder, he's been very good today. It's a bit of an awkward one low down. An easy decision for the umpire. So says I. He's going to have to go to 130 for 6. I like this from Monty Luce as well. Danny Hudacek will represent Czechia at the ECN Vision Song Contest, dressed as a pint of Staroprumen, singing Left Turn at Albuquerque. Monty Luce, that is a masterpiece, I can tell already. Oof. Ouch. It's Suppose you've got to give this a leg bite because he's kind of wanting to get out the way of it, though he doesn't do a very good job. Just gets hit. Hussein, 3 for 12 his figures. Yeah, rule number 1 for Eurovision, protect the equipment. Yeah, imagine a song called Protect the Equipment. Oh, going the long way here. We might get us an overthrow bowler. Can't let it go past. Keeper's ends on here with a good throw. It's not a good throw. In fact, it was about as wide as where it came from. I will send you a link of my favorite all-time Eurovision Song Contest move song. Down the ground. This time, might be a single. Trying to find what year it was. Okay, I found it. And it's awesome. Okay. I'll even tell you where. Actually, I'll just put it, and you can. It's 3 minutes, so it's not that long. Cuts on here. There's no one back there. Only 1 bounce 4, I think. So Haryana rebounding after that little run where they lost a few wickets. It's actually, yeah, it's Malta. It's got a certain move which I can't really describe, like a crab walk maybe. One will be the end of the over, so it'll be 138 for 6 after 9. So Haryana put big runs on the board today, but it was really just Baluch that blew them out of the water in that last game. Might even look on this link, which I've just put in the chat. Yeah. If you go to 1 minute in, you can have a look at it quickly. I've inspired myself that in the innings break, I've got 3 minutes. I'm going to watch it again. Okay. As we go to the 10th. Also, it's a reasonably good 9th over from Ashik Hussain. Only 8 runs in it. Started with that wicket. Batcha, the captain out there for Haryana CC. Charges and misses. Now, almost could think about running there with the stumps down, but then I suppose you could still get a run out at the bowler's end. You'd have to set them back up and knock them back over. Yes, okay. So there was a time in the Eurovision Song Contest where they had to be in one of the official languages of the representing country. The voting system's changed a bunch of times. I think now you can use pre-recorded backing vocals, whereas you couldn't do that before 2021. All right, high in the air. I think he's got enough. Going, and gone. Maximo. Batcha. He's almost trying to run away from the strike, but he certainly got that one close enough to the middle. It'll take them up to 145. Yeah, in 2004, a semi-final was introduced and then a second semi-final, 2008. Right now, this is final over, and final over going well for Haryana CC. That Maximo brings up the 150. So second time today they put that score on the board, but they'll be hoping this is the first time that they can defend it. So the other thing is Australia has been participating since 2015. So is that who I would be? I guess that's who I'm representing. Rico can represent Spain. Corey can be Netherlands. Right, up in the air, and that's going to go Maximo. So 3 on the spin. Very lucky they didn't try and take that bite because Batch has come good.
157, their highest score of the day now. And of course, what am I thinking? Corey lives in the Netherlands, but he does have a Greek passport. So Corey represents Greece, Tina Germany, Nish Cyprus. You can have Charlie. He can be England. They want double here. This is the last ball. And the bad news is, they will get it. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Harinder, one of the easier takes, even though it wasn't a perfect throw. That's why you push. So they will get 159 off the 10 overs. 160 for Seaside. Are going to need someone to step up big time if they are going to get the win here. Or I suppose alternatively, you look at what they need for the point, and yeah, that figure will be 112. So look, we'll go back and have a look. There's plenty of discussions around here. The purple trying to bring the power. The Hurricanes-inspired uniform, as it was mentioned earlier today. But it was Ibrahim Kill who got them off to a reasonably good start with 20 off 7 before he skied one. Harinder Singh able to take the catch. He's had a good day behind the stumps with plenty to do. Sawari, he was out there for what seemed like forever, just wasn't able to get on strike too often. Telawa Khan, he went to a pretty amazing catch. Honestly, it's got to be the HCL software player of the day with a broken finger to take a ball that high to remove the dangerous Telawa. But one door closes and another one opens, doesn't it? And Samuel Hart Gujar smashed his second 50 of the day, 53 off 20 with 6 sixes and 4 fours. So scores of 50 and 53 for Gujar here on opening day. Yeah, but they needed something to change, and it was that catch from Manoj that basically changed it and set the game to some sort of kind of flat period. Probably the reason they're not chasing kind of 170 or 180. But there was another rebound, wasn't it? Sadat went 4-6 and out. Bashir and Nasser Bacha with twin 24 not outs. With Nasser Bacha 3 sixes in the last 3 overs, making a huge difference. That one just climbing over. So, 1, 2, 3, and just like that, they went from 138 to 159. I suppose shaking off those last over blues. We all remember that in the first game, Ariana CC were held to just a single off the 10th over. So, another good batting performance from Ariana CC, the team that qualified for ECL 25. Although the first time we've seen them in competitive action due to rain, unfortunately washing out their group. But right here, they've got to back themselves in against this Seaside side. That will have nothing to lose, chasing 160 for victory. Samuel Haq Gujar, the leading scorer in that first innings with 53 off 20. 24, Ibrahim Hill opening the batting before he got caught off a skied ball. And then those twin 24s down the bottom, just the extra little push to get them up past the 150. Otherwise, it looked like maybe they're heading for kind of 135, 140 at one stage. So it certainly makes it a little bit tougher, quite a lot tougher actually, for Seaside. Bowling-wise, Ashik Hussain, excellent figures for him, 3 for 19, leads the bowlers. 2 wickets for Sahibzad Abdul Haq, who just chipped in with a couple at the right time. The other one went to Hakeem Gilani, still luckless with the ball. He finished with none for 36. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the run chase. Seaside will be hoping to create a few waves with the bat, and they'll need to if they're going to chase down this challenging target. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on opening day in Landskrona. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series Sweden.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Nope. Melbourne to call. Heads is the call.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back, ECN fans, wherever you're watching from around the world. A beautiful afternoon here in Landskrona in the Skåne region of Sweden. We are watching match number 4 of this European cricket series between Seaside and Ariana CC. Ariana CC won the toss, selected to bat here in match 4. They put 159 on the board, so 111 or less, that's the figure. Ariana CC will be hoping to restrict Seaside to and take all 4 points, or of course Seaside, if they're really going to move on. We actually saw a game where 160 was chased in less than 7 in Jersey. They could take all 4, otherwise it'll be a 3-1 split. Here's Mohamed Atif. He bent the first ball like Beckham, didn't he, earlier on in the day? Resulted in Patanaik nicking off. Here we go, bowling to a riff. 160 to win, and it starts with a drag past a fairly straight mid-wicket, only a single. But one thing about Atif, he gets the ball to bend like a banana, doesn't he? Starts it a long way outside the off stump and then swings it back in. We also saw Buluc getting him out of the screws a couple of times, trying to hit with the spin. Another good in swinger this time. Hussain gets off the mark. Did anyone end up watching my suggested homework? Was Kurt Kolija, the Malta Eurovision singer in 2012, with this weird kind of sidestep. Oh, it's well bowled on the charge there. Reef ends up yorking himself. Now remember, Atif took 1 for 1 in the first over last time, and they still lost with an over remaining. Don't know if I would be. I suppose if you charged him, you neutralise some of the swing, but I think it's about where you're trying to hit him. He's one guy, you try and get outside the line and hit him to leg. A bit like this. Although, throw comes in. That might have been close, you know. Would have had to hit one stump to make it interesting. Holding his bat, but yeah, that would have been out. It would have been out. Didn't run 100%. Big innie, this one. Dribbles back past the bowler, just a single. Another tight first over from Retief. Arif will want to get one to the boundary. And he won't. Oh, it's called a wide though. Let's have a look at this one in the replay. Maybe this one just doesn't come back enough. But that's the kind of ball that actually came in and nicked Patnaik off in the last game. This time he does go with the movement, but he picks out the one fielder on the boundary. Gujet does the work out there, and another very tight over for Retief. 6 without loss after 1. So, well, Seaside, they'll be hoping to do an Ariana Keefe from the last game, recovering from this position. 21 matches since the Golden Ball. Quite amazing, because the Golden Ball was 72 hours ago. And there's 21 completed matches in there. So think of that as 42 hours of cricket. Plus we had 4 T10, so T20s, times let's say 4 hours. So that means we've had 58 hours of live cricket since Friday afternoon. Yeah, Dave said he saw that. What do you think of the dance? I'd love to do that, but I just don't think I've quite got it in me. I was noted for my good footwork wicket keeping, so maybe it's similar, but it's also quite different. Having your different feet doing different things. Maybe just a wide. Almost get some of the line though. Stays quite low, you know. Keeper was short. That's very, very close. Looked like it should be going over, but it basically, oof, hits him on the knee roll. Probably is still maybe just going over. Let's give us a look. It is close, but I think it's probably a good decision. I think there's too much doubt there. This one, crack him on the foot as well. So yeah, he's mentioning that Ari Kavalis from Sussex is eligible to play for Greece. Well, we know that because Ari's actually played on the network before. In 2022, he played in the ECL for GEK or Yek Corfu. So I don't think we've seen him play for Greece on the network, but he's definitely, you know, obviously he's playing at a professional level, county level, but he's very proud of his Greek roots. Qualifies to play for Greece, so depending on how things go, obviously he's trying to make it in county cricket. Oh, it's going to be a no ball for 3 outfielders because somebody wasn't quite in the circle. And the fielder putting his hand up actually at, there you go, at mid-wicket. And he's like, yep, you're right. And there's no excuses here. It's not like you got the discs. There's a huge white line that marks the circle. So a bit of a break here for Arif, who's 3 off 6. He'll get the free hit off Arabzai. So free hit. And it will be hit backwards. How far has that gone? Yep. It's going to go all the way. Maximal. A Maximal for Arif. Gets out of jail on the freebie. Bold tactic. The bouncer on the free hit. Just hoping he misses it, but he doesn't miss. Yeah, so Ari certainly knows he's eligible to play for Greece. And like I said, he played in the ECL before for the Greek club as their wild card, essentially, because of that connection. And it's actually pretty closely connected to Tyrone Peters. I think Tyrone actually coached Ari at one stage. So I know that they're very close. We've got a very good relationship. Uh-oh, that one is going to swing wildly away. And nice keeping once again from Kader Sadat. I've seen some excellent keeping today. Don't think any team we've seen so far has a weak keeper. I was going to mention, actually, we've seen 4 of the 5 teams today. And there's one team that has the day off. That's Hissingen's. Dragged. Doesn't quite get the gap. They'll have to settle for a single. Yeah, actually, I think it's not often teams... Each team gets one day off, essentially. So Hissingen's have today off. Ariana Keefe have tomorrow off. Seaside have Wednesday off. And Malmö have Thursday off. So obviously that's just done in a way so that it's a day you can go to work if you do have a job with those kind of hours. So you'll have 3 teams. You have 2 teams every day playing 3 matches, and 2 teams will play 2. And there's your 5 matches a day. Arab Zion, 11 off the over. Not too bad. And rate required has gone up to 17 and over, so you hit this for 6, you could say kind of drew the over. Let's go short. Interesting. Well, wasn't there one earlier in the over that was higher? I'm sure that free hit was one for the over, wasn't it? So for me, got a feeling that's a no ball. I mean, unless they didn't think that it was a no ball, that it was a free hit earlier, a bounce earlier in the over. But hey, they know what they're doing out there. End of the second over. It's 19 without loss. And Dave liked the dance in the link that I sent. Yeah, nice to see a bit of blue sky around. It has been mostly cloudy today. I'm going to go back to Atif. Now this is going to be hit, and it's going to bounce just inside. There it'll be 4 runs. 4 carreras on the walk this time. Going to try and neutralize that movement. Crashed into the corner of the cube, actually, which withstood the impact. All right, got to get moving. Got an hour and never. 3rd over. Got to go for it. Field's still up. Tries and misses. Atif. There's no real mystery about who he's going to bowl, but the mystery is how much it will move and exactly what the location will be. That's the tactic I'd be trying, though. It's down the leg side. It's going to be called off the pad, so it's no wide. Watch it on the replay. It's frustrating for Seaside again. If that misses the trousers, if it misses that, it's an easy wide. You get it again. Get the run, free run. This one's jammed out towards deep square leg, and the ball will win the race. So Arif just trying to start with the rate. Not easy. It's crept out past 3 a ball now. That'll help a little bit. This outfit is very, very fast. I will say that. All right, high in the air. Well, they form a queue, and it's taken. Really, probably 3 fielders could have taken that. And yeah, so worry. We know that he's a character. Gives it the old football-style celebration. And number 7 is quite a famous football number. And I like this one from Marianne. Again, he's a player who I would have loved to have seen it
at the ECL and what he might be able to do. Right now, Arfan, he does crack a couple of boundaries in the over. 2 fours, 2 dot balls, and then that wicket. As Sawari shows everyone who took the catch. It'll be Harinder Singh. Keeper on strike. It's a good player. Harinder plays it off the back foot, hits it nicely. That will take us to the end of the over. So 28 for 1 after 3. It's really important here also that they at least get the point. Of course, you'd love to chase 160, but it's probably more likely than not you won't. Harinder went 4 and out. He was actually opening the batting in the earlier game. Hello to Chris Smith. Nice to see you, Chris. Hopefully you're well. Yeah, Malmo isn't too far away from here. It's about 40 minutes drive. It's beautiful, beautiful afternoon now. Okay, here's Delaware Khan. First one's short, and a little scratch on this, going to beat the fielder. That's going to run away for 4. So Hardeep, good footwork here, just stays inside it, sees it short. Just kind of transfers the weight towards the offside here, just so he can get a little scratch on it. Tina's saying she doesn't think she'd be much good in the ECN Division Song Contest because she's hurting a lot after the 3 days of cricket she's just played. Down leg side. Good take once again from Sadat. That will be a wide. And Tina, of course, was MVP of the T20 Internationals in Greece. Okay. Otherwise, pretty slippery. He's just got to try and get it online. Time rolls the fingers on it slightly, goes to the fielder on the circles as I can't handle it the first time. They'll get through for a single. Just looking control of the game right now, don't they? Around a CC, although you would have said that earlier. There's the effort ball again. It's a tough ball because I don't think this is over the shoulder, is it? Maybe. But it's still rising. It wasn't actually that short. Got up well. Oh, now goes forward. It's very close to knocking out the stumps of Hussain. And you might even be thinking now of a retirement. I don't think you can have him stay a lot longer while this game's creeping away. Opening the batting, he's 2 off 7. I reckon he's got 2 chances, otherwise they might have to make the call. Geez, that was a good in-swinging Yorker. Oh, and then Clever, slightly slower. I think he's got to go. I think you've got Saiful Hassan, who actually probably batted the best of any of the Seaside batters this morning. He's listed next, and you've got Gilani, who's a national team player, at number 5. So I think almost whatever happens here, I think I'd be retiring him. Just saying, look, let's see if someone else can make a bit more of an inroad. He does hit this one pretty well, though. And wow, that would have been an amazing catch. But the way things are going right now, maybe you're happy with him staying in because he hasn't been able to hurt you on the scoreboard. He's 3 off 9. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 35 for 1. And that was Bazayubi out there.
Almost pulled off the miracle. You can see that below even the bonus point line at the moment, the 70% line. Chris saying he's back from work, fed and watered, and didn't have a very good sleep last night. I've got to say I slept pretty well. I was smart and I shut the curtains because it does in Sweden you have a very early sunset as you get towards summer, as you'd imagine. Here's Batcher, the captain. All right, this is back of the bat. Keeper's got to find it and does. So Sadat takes the catch. It was a bizarre dismissal. It might work out for Seaside because he was 3 off 9 going into that over. Hits the back of the bat, goes up. Sadat was turned around a little bit, but he takes the catch. And keepers have been very good under the high ball today for the most part. Hussein has batted his team into a bit of a hole. He will step aside, 3 off 10. Yeah, it's 35-2. You've got a feel for him. I mean, obviously he's not trying to score slowly. He's had some tough bowlers to deal with and just didn't quite hit the ball the way he would have liked. Nice catch though from Carter. They do go Saif or Hassan. So we're almost at last chance saloon. I mean, to get a point, as you can see there, it's 13.2 and over, which I tend to think this will be around about 12.5, 13 and over this series. So about a par rate, even for a point. And well, Saif was in good form earlier today. He's going to start well here as well. Just pops it over cover for 6. Maximo. And in one ball, Saiful Hassan has doubled what Zawar was able to score in 10. Yeah, and a little bit of the Beyonce style 6 signal as well. Umpires have been very good today, we'll say. All right, well, this could be trouble. Oh, get away with it. It's a miss hit, miscue. From Saiful Hassan. And the umpires might have a row as well as Sagar Hanif and Okhtar Gulami. Harinder on strike. Yeah, can't get this past the bowler. So frustrating, I think, for Harinder too. But you've got to give credit to Batcher there. Got it pretty much up in the block hole. Harinder not able to get under it. It's so funny. You spend so much of your cricket life trying to learn how to keep the ball on the ground, but then this is a game where you do want to get it in the air. He tries this time once again. You have to settle for one. Can't get it up off terra firma. So yeah, I think that 1 point now becomes a critical one. They're going to need like 115 or something in second half to win. Don't think that's on the table, but for sure the point's still possible if they play well. Bowled him. Saif is feeling the scoreboard pressure, tries to put one into the construction site, but he loses his off pole. And Batcher will bookend the 5th over with wickets. Seaside finding it hard going, 43 for 3. Good bowling though, Fullen at the stumps. That's worked more often than anything else today. I think anything short, anything down the leg side's been whacked as it typically is in this format. So end of the 5th, it's 43 for 3. Quick look at where we are in Landskrona. Of course, the Liberation Series was a huge success last week in Jersey with men's and women's series. And I do think that could become an annual fixture. Estonia, the next location, followed by Romania. Hornchurch in England, Czechia, Finland, Bulgaria. And just like that, we're pretty much halfway through the season. And then, as you can see, the second half, starting in July, even bigger, if that's possible. Wow, really gets this to zip. For someone with no front arm, this flies off the pitch. Now, this is almost the keeper's view. Just watch it. Bang. Still on the way up. Right. Kader, the keeper, going, yeah, it's pretty good. Slower ball that time. He's a clever bowler. Oh, it's going to eat him up. Well, to be fair, that was like a rocket down towards Zazai. I think the last bounce just went under him, down towards the bite part of the field. This bounce, that bounce there, to be fair to him, it did shoot through low, but it was so fast and no time to react. Tries to pull this time, doesn't get all of it, and he's gone. So it'll be the end of Harinder. Well caught there by Sami Ibrahim Keel. It'll be a wicket for Delawar Khan. So again, heavy kind of ball. Just a little bit late on it compared to where he wanted to hit it. So it went straight up. And Sami does the rest. Harinder out for 11. It's 47 for 4. Yeah, second half of the year with the Melton Shield and Western Shield together at the Cardamore Oval. ECCW expanding to 3 divisions, including Sweden, by the way. And I wonder if we'll see some of the Swedish national team in the ECS this weekend. I'm sure they'd love to turn out. 4 matches this weekend, best of 4. Oh, again, that's going to fly. Gets the ball to really dance off the pitch. Let's have a look at this again. It's fast. Good enough to get some bat on it, though. It's Hakeem out there. Gilani is going to face up for the first time. And he gets beaten for pace as well. So it's a hard one. You probably want to get in kind of inside the line of it, but then kind of putting your head in the firing line. Again, you'd love to see something like a Delaware in the ECL. And they did qualify for the ECL, Ariana CC, but unfortunately got completely washed out. Last over for the left armour. Slow ball in the air, just out of the reach. And well, it's going to go to the danger zone, to the bite part of the field. Everyone was saying, hey, you might have chased that. I think gave up on it a little bit too quickly, but I think probably was always going to be 4. Made a last-ditch effort. You can see where the boundary's been brought in there. But anyway, it's the end of the 6th over, and the score is 52 for 4. 50 coming up. So now 60 off 24 required for a point. I will say that these two, they've got the ability to score at that rate. But Ariana CC, considering they lost that game earlier, they will be desperate to sweep the points here. Bowled him. Batcher goes full. And he goes straight. And he's on a hat trick. Took a wicket with the first ball and the last ball of his first over. And now he's going to go through Hakeem. Again, it's not rocket surgery. Get it full. Get it on the stumps. Pitch it on the popping crease. So Batcher is going to blast through Hakeem. He's out for 1, and the score is 52 for 5. Yeah, hat-trick opportunity. Could this be hat-trick number 21 of the season? I don't know if Batcher knows or not, but he did take a wicket when he got Saiful Hassan with a similar kind of delivery, actually. So Atta comes out, and Seaside not looking that good even for the point. He's going to go around the wicket. Interesting. But I think he's going to try the same kind of delivery. Batcher with 3 for 8. Hat-trick delivery in match 4. Oh, it's a pretty good one. It was a pretty good one too. Zeroing it on the stumps. But yeah, credit to the batter, Atta. He was able to negotiate it. And that was going to be carnage had he missed it. But still, 3 for 9. Brilliant figures from the captain. Had an important 3 sixes in a row late in the piece. Just hit straight, but Ibrahim Gill does well to make sure it doesn't get past him. Ariana CC, I mentioned after that loss, probably the best thing for them to get out there and play again and just kind of put it to bed. They'll get another chance at a Keith later in the week. He tries the bouncer, but loses the line of it. That'll be a wide. Plus, it will be the one for the over. Speaking of Ariana Keefe, we'll see them in the last game of the day, take on Malmö. A rematch of match one that actually saw Malmö with the spoils. Again, well bowled there. I'd love to do a bit of an analysis about kind of full versus short and the strike rates today, because I think that kind of a length there, even if you do get hit or squeeze away at 4 at most, you can't hit that ball for 6. No way. Slower ball this time. It's been a bit of a masterclass here from Batcher, and even that figure for the point seems to be a bit unreachable now. Okay, having said that, we got Gilani at the other end. Batcher's bowled out after this. They have 3 big overs. Yeah, it's possible. Last ball for Batcher. Pretty good in swinging Yorker again. So he'll finish with magnificent figures of 3 for 11, despite them trying to throw away another run off the last ball. And Seaside are 55 for 5 off 7. Magnificent all-round contribution from the Ariana CC skipper in match 4. But looking ahead to match number 5, you see Shahzad comes in for Ariana Keefe. Malmö bring Sudais in behind the stump. Now, he is a very, very good player, a national team keeper. And I think he might bat a bit higher than that as well. But maybe they just don't want to mess with what's been working for them. Malmö, who are 2-0 with Mubarak, a bit of a wild card at the top. And the news from the toss, Malmö winning the toss and electing to bowl. Probably because that's what they've done twice so far, and it's worked twice. There's a Yubi. He's going to go straight through Gilani first ball. Yeah, so that game will start in around about 30 minutes time. So it's 5:15 in Europe, 8:45 in India. All right, bit of a bat replacement here. Bit unusual that it comes after a miss. But anyway. No ball called. Let's have a look at it. Some part of the front foot has to come down behind the line. It was close, but I think the umpire, pretty sure it was either on the line or just in front that it comes down. Oh, well, it's a free hit. It's a pretty good free hit, actually, from Ayubi, but a bit of luck for Gilani. He gets a thin inside edge on it, and that'll run away for 4. That is a good example of, pretty good Yorker, or close to. Not going to go for 6, but can be unlucky and still go for 4. Yeah, Gilani's just a little bit off. He'll come back well today or later in the tournament, I'm sure. And that'll be gone. So Yubi cleaning up here, and Ariana CC, well, they're bouncing back in the best way possible, aren't they, after that loss to Keefe early in the day. With a big 4-point win and a real net run rate boost here as well, I think. Again, look at how the wicket's taken. Bounces right on the line. It's straight. Batter misses. You hit. So Gilani goes, and again, That's a picture-perfect Yorker. 60 for 6 now. Monty Loose. That's a link to a scorecard. You've heard of this game. 10 and 11 scoring centuries. Oh, look who it is. It's Judd Best coming out with his broken finger. But he's determined. His runs should be worth double, batting with a broken finger. And the other thing is, I don't even know if I would have batted him in this situation because there's not too much to gain. You wouldn't want to hurt him even further. Probably feels, well, I can't really be hurt any further. I already caught a ball that came out of a spaceship. Hata. Oh, geez. I reckon this could be out. I just got a feeling. I just don't see how. I think it's out because I don't see how he could be in. Let's have a look. He is. Oh. He is. Oh, yeah, he's gone. Ball's already bounced off the stumps there. And this is going to be out. Even though the fielder's in the way, but you could already see the ball had bounced off the stumps. Maybe they want to look at this again, but I think, I know the fielder's in the way, but yeah, it's enough out. Very good piece of fielding. Check it out one more time. And there already you can see the bails starting to fly. So, no good deed goes unpunished. It's a brave effort from Manoj to come and bat despite his finger being badly broken, but he's run out. And it will be 61 for 7. He'll go for a golden one. Oh, here's everybody's favourite, Sahib. What can he do? Well, not much at the moment because he's at the non-strikers end. Sami Ibrahim Gill looks like he's ready to bowl. And looks like he's going to go left arm around the wicket here. I hope, because the batter's on the other side. That's in the air, but not for too long. So 61 for 7 after 8. Make that 62 after that single. I've got to say, I did hold. I never really batted 11. I think I was listed 11 once, but I never batted. I think we were 8 down and I didn't bat. Because I'm one of the few people in grade cricket I've batted every position between 1 and 11. Because I was always kind of like, okay, I'll bat after the batters. So sometimes that was high and sometimes it was low. Yeah, it gives it the old college try here. Not a bad shot to get Sahib going. Yeah, so I did score. I held a couple of records for at batting position. So I know I scored 80 at number 10 and I scored 124 at number 9. Which at that stage at least were records for my grade club. It's always nice to have low expectations put at you, and I think I did particularly well when it was late in the day and the bowlers and the field's already tired, and then I'd come out and feel fit as a fiddle. Hold a ball. Abdul Haq on a strike. He's going to get stumped. And he's going to get stumped by what I would class as a lot. Clever bowling by Sammy there. I think he could sense that he was coming. Wow. It's a close one. I think they're looking to see if he might be no-balled here. Yeah, that there. I think it is a no-ball. I think he has been called back. So what looked like just a regulation stumping becomes a free hit. And now he's going to get a bit of help from the guy that should have stumped him, but couldn't wait. Can you go 5 penalty runs when you're recalled? You know what? That's probably good in a way for Sadat behind the stumps because, yeah, Remember, he's got to stay wholly behind the wickets, and he's kind of over the top of the wickets there at one point before the ball's arrived. But you know what? It might be good because when it matters, hopefully he will just be a bit more conscious of it. He was starting too close to the stumps. All right, free hit. Dead man walking. And miss hit. But he will get a run. That's a bit unlucky, though, for Ibrahim Gill. Deserved that wicket. Yeah, just that law pertaining to the wicketkeeper's position. You must stay wholly behind the wickets until either the ball passes the wickets or it hits the bat or the batter. All right, well, that's in the air. And this time it will be gone. So he's been busy, hasn't he? Set up behind the stumps. This time it'll be Atta who'll go for 3. Couldn't really move the needle too much. Tries to go leg side there. Big leading edge. And yeah, there's been so many high balls caught by the keeper today. So it'll be 8 down now. Seaside 66 for 8. Well taken. Not so easy when you're under the helmet when they go up, because you don't really track the ball the way that you do when you're in the outfield. You're kind of always chasing the ball. Hello to Thomas Martinez. Buenas tardes. Hopefully you're well. Last ball of the over here. That's a pretty good shot, actually. That's going to go for 4. So Batula, I mean, to be fair, he batted really well earlier on. Batting very low down. And he starts with a very solid strike for 4. So it will be the end of the over. And the score is, well, there's 3 batters at the crease. Don't know how, but I'm going to say that it is 74 for 8. I think 8. Glitch in the matrix. Because for some reason they've unouted Atta, but he will be re-outed, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, won't matter too much. We can probably just plug on with this last over. And it's going to be Arabzai to take us home. Still 1 game to go, though. Starting in around about 20 minutes' time. First one's going to be called a wide. And Thomas asking, wonder how some of the Jersey ladies are doing today. Some of them felt the grizzly tenderness even when completing catches. Yeah, true. Grace, she already had a damaged finger, and then she probably made it worse. And then she said she had all kinds of blisters on her feet. She saw the shoes come off straight away after the last ball on Saturday night. Oh, that's a pretty good shot. Yeah, launched away. And that will be 6. Maximo. Apologies with the lack of score. If I'm scoring at home, I forgot what happened first ball. Yeah, it's a wide, then a 6. So that should be, for me, I think it's 76 for 8. Little edge, bounces down, then bounces up over the keeper. Just a single. I'm going to call that 77. Rahel asking, when are we coming to Stockholm? Well, Stockholm series starts on the 21st of July, Rahel, and it runs for a week. Now, the bad news, I suppose for me, is I don't think I'm on that one. I think I'm off. All right, well, here's your chance. Oh, to be honest, he had so many options. That was the worst one, and he's also done it badly, and that'll be 5. He could have actually just run to the bowler's end and taken the bails. I think he would have gotten there first. It's Bashir. And then he decides, no, I'm going to go to the keeper because that's safer. But then he missed the keeper, and because there's no fine leg, it's going to be 5. 1 plus the 4 overthrows. Oh, looks like we're back. 86 for 8 with 3 balls remaining. Yeah, but we'll get back to you. I think that Rhino's meant to do that Stockholm series. Potentially Corey as well. Should be fun. Could be a no ball, you know. Already had the wide for over the head. So if this is over the shoulder, then that's a no ball. Because we already had a wide for over the head. So this has got to be a no ball, surely. It's a second one over the shoulder. So if he's clever, he just bowl and hopefully no one will notice. But I think it's going to be called. Anybody? Anybody paying attention? He's saying, hey, but there's a wide. He's like, okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it maybe matters for the batter, Tula, who I think actually, well, we see it hit high in the air. Abdul Haq actually it is. We'll get dropped, not that would have mattered. So, Seaside finding it pretty tough on opening day. But they still got time to turn things around. I mean, take you back to the Commanders. They ended up winning last week in Jersey. They didn't even take a point out of their first game. And Seaside, they've got some pretty important games tomorrow. Take on Ariana CC again in match 6, and they'll take on Malmo in match 8. Swing and a miss this time. So last ball coming up. Should be 80, what have we got? 88. Scorers have certainly been kept on their toes these last couple of overs. Last ball coming up though. And that will do it. So, well done to Ariana CC who have their first win of the tournament, and it's a big one. They take all 4 points out of this one, and the winning margin, 71 runs. For Seaside, you got to feel for them. Wasn't the day that they wanted. And so a look at what's coming up in around about 20 minutes. It will be the rematch from match 1 where Malmo actually got over Ariana Keefe. They bring in Sudais. Malmo, he's a very, very good player. Watch out for him. And Malmo winning the toss, electing to bowl in that one. Shake, rattle and roll. They needed to get off to a good start. They didn't really. Oh, that was a rare moment for Arif as he backs-a-mode. But the runs were hard to come by, and Ariana CC, they're a pretty professional outfit. I know they dropped that first game, a high-scoring one. Balut took them down, but they were all business here. And Seaside still just trying to get into the swing of things here. That was a nice catch by Sadat, who went running back to take it. But yeah, the triple strike here from Batcha. He was my player of the match. 3 for 11 plus those important runs. They might have given it to Gujjar for his 53 off 20, which I can also understand, but I just think it was a good all-round effort from the captain. This one dribbled away for 4, but the boundaries were few and far between. Batcha rattling the stumps, was on a hat-trick at one point. Went pretty close to taking it too. And Gilani just couldn't get going with the bat today or the ball. Brave stuff from Jadvest. Batting with a broken finger, but he got run out but couldn't really do anything. Then we had the stumping that wasn't, then we had the catch that was. But really by this point even the 4 points wasn't really in doubt. And in the end, a fairly strong performance. 159 to 88. 71 runs the margin. 53 to Gujjar in the first innings allowed him to take the player of the match. But in the second innings, no one was able to reach those kind of heights. 18 for Afan Arif, the top scorer. 11 to Harinder Singh, the keeper. And also Batula down at 10. He scored 11 not out of 4. Sahibzad Abdul Haq provided 10. He was the only other player to reach double figures. Bowling-wise, 3 for 11. Batchat was an absolute star. And a bit unlucky, as I said, to not get the player of the match. Singles for Atif, who bowled 2 good overs this time. Delawar Khan with 1 for 16. Ayubi with 1 for 6. And Ibrahim Kil, Sammy with 1 for 12. But no one really letting the side down. And there were 14 extras in there, so probably inflating the score a little bit as well. Obviously, it's a tough start for Seaside, but they will get the chance to come back. Just have a look at those bowling figures there. You can see it was a team effort, wasn't it? 6 bowlers used, and they all did pretty well. Even Arabzai going none for 26. They're fairly normal figures. Everyone else doing even better than that. We'll take a break, and we will be back in around about 10-15 minutes time. 15 minutes away from the first ball, actually. So we'll see the rematch between Ariana Keefe and Malmo. These two sides, Ariana CC and Seaside, can head off and just maybe reflect on their first day, which probably didn't go quite to plan, but still plenty of cricket for them this week. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a short intermission and then be back for the match 5, which includes random questions and maybe some food chat. See you then for more European Cricket Series.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the last match of what's been a pretty entertaining opening day of this European Cricket Series in Landskrona. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. And yeah, the last of, I suppose, just 5 matches today. I know we've been typically used to having the night series as well. Of course, that was pretty exciting last night with the conclusion with Phil G putting his feet up for a little bit of time. But we're not putting our feet up here because we are getting ready for the last game of the day, and this one will see Ariana Keefe versus Malmo. Let's see what happened at the toss a little while ago with Stefan Guchin, the 2 captains.
Malmo to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it is heads.
We're bowling first.
Bowling? Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Malmo have won the toss. They're bowling.
Thanks very much, Steph, and no surprises because they've won first twice today, bowling first, and including that match against Ariana Keefe, the first game of the day. We saw Malmo just restricting Ariana Keefe to 117, then chasing it down. Did have the help of 5 penalty runs for a clock penalty. Didn't really need the help in the end. They won that one with 13 balls to spare. Looking at these two teams today, he's a very, very good keeper. Watch out for him. He's one guy, he's broken into the national team and made an immediate impact. Ariana Keefe, though, they bring in Yusan Shirzad, and yeah, they'll be hoping that they can make a bit of a difference as well. Dharmender is a guy could bat anywhere in the order. He's a very tricky left arm spinner as well. The players coming onto the field, you can see Ariana Keefe, despite losing to Malmo earlier today, they regained their favouritism, or retained their favouritism. I think they were 62% favourites the first time these two teams played, and now they're 61. So at least their supercomputer thinks 1%. That's how much it moves the needle. But I will say that Keefe will be pretty keen to square the ledger. I don't think they liked going down before. In fact, I know they didn't like going down before. Didn't have too much luck, but also just got outplayed. At the end of the day, they got outplayed in that game. So, warm welcome back to all of our viewers watching on FanCone in the subcontinent and, of course, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So, always ready to get going. If you just missed it, Ariana CC had a big win over Seaside. Seaside in early trouble, aren't they? Because they took away only one single point out of a possible 8 today for Ariana CC. Well, they walk away with 5 points out of a possible 8. So despite, I suppose you could say, blowing that 156 score, they're still in decent shape. As Wahab Hassan will open the bowling. Third match of the day for these two teams. It's the second time they've played each other. So they started the day off with a pretty gripping contest, and they'll finish it off as well. Patanaik is nicked off twice in the first over so far today for 10 and 0 respectively. Shirzad comes in and comes straight into the lineup. Here we go with match 5. First one's an effort ball down the leg side. Will be called. So everybody knows. Last game of the day's random question time. We've had a few random things already today, haven't we? With, I suppose, my idea of the ECN Vision Song Contest and how that would go. We also have some food chat. Maybe you guys can give me some food recommendations here. I know the seafood in Sweden is very, very good. Well, of course, not my first rodeo here. It's pitched up. Oh, Shazad backed up a long way, but on the fumble, had time to get back. Patanaik must be old once bitten, twice shy. Third time in the day for him. He's up the top for a reason. Just hasn't made it out of the first over unscathed in the first 2 matches. And this is going to fly. Well, that's going to go for 4. Did this? No, it's off the bat, short. I thought for a second it hit his pad, and I thought there's no way a ball can fly that far off the pad. Watch this. Big leading edge then. Yeah, straight off the bat. Had a funny angle that I was watching it at. And gave himself a chance there in his army. He bowled pretty well before, actually. Well, he couldn't keep that one in the field to play. 4 runs. Oh, it's well bowled, but an even better shot from Patanaik. Well, that'll be a confidence booster. That was pretty much a Yorker. Just a fraction short of it. Maybe, I wouldn't even quite call it a half volley, but he jams down on it here. And, yeah, keeps the elbow up, plays this with a straight bat, follows through in the direction of the ball. It's technically a very good shot from Sambit Patanaik. That's one for the coaching manuals. Comeback ball for Wahab. And now Patanaik is batting with a bit of a spring in his step. He puts that one over the leg side boundary. Maximo! I think his teammate's enjoying that shot as well because he's frustrated. He got out after hitting a couple of boundaries in match one that they played. The second time around, he got a big in-swinger from Mohamed Atif that he nicked behind. Once again, he's battling in the first over. This time he's winning the battle. Still 2 to come as well. Goes for it again. This time maybe a slight slower ball from Wahab. And he gets horned over mid-wicket. Maximal 6 runs as the first over of match 5 goes magical. Well, they say revenge is the dish best served cold. I wouldn't say it's that cold here today. It's quite nice. That's Sunbit. He's hoping to turn this into a biggie, I'm sure. Like I say, we're not even out of the first over. Last ball of it coming up. He won't get a run here, so Shirzad will get to take the strike. Hassan going for 21 in the first over, 21 without loss. Johnny Heesum saying, here we go again. Yep, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, but Tina will arrive, I think, quite late tonight, maybe 10 or 11 o'clock to the hotel. So Tina will be working, I think, every day until Sunday. I know I've got a couple of days off in the middle of the week just because I've done a back-to-back. But Tina, I think she'll really enjoy being here. She said it's the first time in Sweden since she was quite young. So first time as an adult here. So I think she'll have a good time. I'm sure about it. I know we've got some plans even for the weekend. I think that's why I brought up the Eurovision thing, because I've got us tickets to a Eurovision party on Saturday night. Okay, here's Karamat, the captain. First one's fraction short. Doesn't quite get it out of the screws. It'll be a long single. That was almost straight down the throat of the fielder. And what it does do, it gets the red-hot Patnaik back out. The first time he's made it into the second over. The Ariana Keefe opener. A bit of a mixed day. Karamat, better in the second game. There's that slow ball, but he hasn't got it. This should be gone. It will be gone. Well, Patnaik, he will be kicking himself and then kicking himself again because he got off to such a great start. He got maybe a slightly off-speed full toss. He just had to get it over mid-on, but he couldn't. That just shows you timing. It's such a small margin of error in cricket between that being 6 and that being out, but he just showed too much of the ball. And Munir, he was never going to drop that. He's caught well today. He holds on to the regulation catch. That is something Malmo have done very, very well, is hold their catches. There were only a couple that went down earlier when Baluch got dropped twice in consecutive balls in the first game, but even that didn't end up hurting them that much on the scoreboard. So Johnny was asking, or saying, I hope Tina took her cricket gear back to Germany, but the truth is, I don't think so. I think she's brought it with her. Or maybe someone else took it back for her. I guess I'll find out. He'll glance away first up. New batter out there is happy. And he is happy. Hardeep Virat, he'll take 4 runs here. Just a little bit outside the legs. And the result's 4 runs. Yeah, well, Tina, she did come straight here. So either she's given it to one of her German teammates that lives near her. The thing is, she lives, I mean, I say Germany, you can't just kind of, not everyone lives in the next street, right? There's such a big country. And Tina lives right up in the north in Hamburg, not far from the Danish border, actually. So I think, actually, she'll have her gear with her. Fraction short this time and muscled over wide long on Maximo. 4 and 6. As I think that Karamat, he's just not really read the room as far as what length he should be bowling here. Even it was the full one, even though it was a full toss that got the wicket. But trying to Trying to bounce the ball halfway down. Isn't going to end up too well most of the time. Going to try round the wicket now, but I think it's about the tactics in the first place. Now this is going to go, and over the top. Maximal. Seismas. I mean, to be fair, that's a very good shot. I mean, it's on the front foot. It's not a half volley. It's a better ball from Suck Lane, but a pure swing of the bat from Hardeep. Helps himself to 6 runs. He's come out on a heater as well. And the thing is, we haven't even seen Nazar Baluch yet coming off. He hasn't batted since that 112 not out. Won that game earlier on for Keefe. Now it's a little back away, an uppercut. Third's up in the circle. Another run of 4 boundaries in a row. Second time that's happened, and we're only 2 overs into this game. As the over goes magical at the end. It's another 21 off the over. That time it does have the wicket of Patanayak, but the score is 42 for 1. Well, Thomas saying, and he hopes the gear isn't going via Frankfurt Airport. Thinks that's a bit of a black hole for luggage. Well, I've got to say, touch wood. I've been through Frankfurt quite a few times. So far, so good for me. I mean, I don't know if my suits go missing. What's the deal with that? It's priceless, isn't it? All right, Munir is going to bowl the 3rd over again. He's done this well today. He was the real difference maker in the first game of the day. He's coming on now. First one is hit high, and it's going to be hit out of the ground. Maximal. Good shot. Shirzad's been brought into the side. He's been asked to open the batting. So giving Debajan Dash a bit of a break. He's listed down at 6 in this game. Actually listed Butch to open. I don't think that would have been a bad idea. Trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice in a day. Now that's going to be up and over the top again. I think that's gone all the way. It has. Maximal. Well, this is turning into a violent power play for Malmö, who have a 2-0 record, but right now they are big underdogs. After only 2.5 overs, it's a good shot as well because he goes with the line, with the angle of the ball. That one smacked into the building. The completed building this time. 50's up as well for Ariana Keefe after only 14 balls. Short, and this one he lays into as well. So really nothing working for Malmö right now. Maximal. And that's actually 7 boundaries in a row since that wicket, which you thought, oh, geez, that's a big boost for Malmö. But since then, it's been 4-6-6, 4-6-6-6. So no good deed goes unpunished, as they say in the classics. Hello to Thorbjorn Carlson is in the chat from Sweden. What part of Sweden are you from, Thor? Great to have you with us. That one's going to go as well. It's going to be 6 more. Make that 8 in a row. And that's a 4 boundary streak in each of the 3 power play overs. And the scary one for Munir is this one isn't over yet. You wouldn't believe it, but this is Munir, who took 3 for 4 earlier in the day against his same opposition. But that's ECN cricket. In a day or even an hour, things can change very quickly. And right now, he's been hit for 4 consecutive sixes off the 4 balls he's bowled. The perfect overs on here for Shirzad. Eyeing around the fielders, don't know why. He's clearing them every time. Oh, it's a proper heave there from Shirzad. He's been sent out for one reason only. That's to go large. Well, Thor says that he's from the middle of Malmö. Who knows, Thor? Maybe you'd want to come down on Friday, finals day. Don't know what your work commitments are like. Or possibly a Saturday or Sunday. We've got the women's on from around about 9 30 to 3 o'clock. All right, well, here is your chance. This is catchable for Zach Lane. He's going to have to watch it. He couldn't believe that didn't go for 6, but it's only 4. Wow, Zach Lane took a good high catch earlier, but I think this is a ball that he's got to play on. He was just a bit worried maybe about some of the structures around there. But it will be a 4 to finish the over. 28 come off that one, and the score 70 for 1 after 3. That's right, a 70-run power play to start match 5. Wonder if Malmo are regretting bowling first. It's been a long day for these players. They've been here since around about 8:30 this morning. Currently, it's about 5:30. He got to go to spin here, and they will. They've got Musadak Mubarak to bowl. So, asking a slightly different question here. Now it's going to be hit. That's going to get away from the fielder as well. And this will be 4 runs. So, well, that makes it 10 boundaries and a dot out of the last 11 balls. And this is a supersonic assault, isn't it, from Ariane O'Keefe. So, Thor, it's great to have you in the chat. Rest but just for a second, just a single. But Thor, if you've got any questions on cricket, we don't do this enough, I suppose, because we take for granted that most people watch all the time, but give us your questions about cricket, about the rules, about some of the terms that we might use and the terminology. We are all about growing the game. This one's in the air. It is going to be caught eventually. Well, he misjudged that quite a bit down there. That's Munir. He was backing back, but then he had to kind of double forward, if that makes sense. But he does keep his composure. And it will be the end of Shirzad for a lightning 29 off 8. Good catch. Needed another circuit breaker, didn't they, Malma? And Munir, he has been very, very sure in the field today. But Shirzad goes up there and does what he was meant to do. Oh, that's hit straight, and it's going to be 4. Well, guess who? It's Baluch coming off his 112 not out. Yeah, no, it'd be great to have fielders everywhere. I was just thinking as he hit that, maybe Southern Cross Field would be handy about now. But they didn't have anyone straight down the ground. He's going to hit a 4. Remember, he came in earlier with his team miles behind. In fact, at one point they were 1 for 1, chasing down 157. And he got them there with 112 runs of his own. And they did it with a full over to spare. Good to see Tina has popped in. I've got a question for Tina. Explain when you've been to Sweden before. You said it was when you were younger. When was that? Oh, there we go. That's another smash from Baluch. Very higher than it was long, but still comfortably clears the rope. Maximal 6 runs. He's just been unbelievable today. He was run out in the last over in the first match when he had to run around his captain. But apart from that, he hasn't been out today. Quicker one, tries to sneak it in. Does Mubarak, but this one goes even further. Maximo, and yet again, O'Keefe. He seemed annoyed. You wouldn't believe this is the same matchup that we had in the first game, but it is, and right now they are flying as that over also has 4 boundaries, and despite having a wicket, goes for 21. It's 91 for 2 after 4. Chris asking me if I've watched the West Coast Eagles Aussie rules game. I have not, but I did see the score, so I probably won't. I guess they played well, though. I can only really get through 2 or 3 minutes before I fall asleep. Not because it's boring, just because it's a long day here. Anyway, Rafiq is going to try some off spin. So now you're in a funny place with what your tactics are now. You went to spin, that got smashed as well. But Bellucci just taken on everything today. I was just waiting for one mistake from him. Is that it? It is. Just taking the air out of the ball there. Rafiq gets Bellucci to try and hit it leg side. That is a big moment, and it needed to come quickly. Otherwise, this was going to be out of control. Don't think you'd have too many complaints there. So, yeah, again, asking a different question. They go to a different kind of spinner. You've got the right hand, the right arm, finger spinner, Rafiq. Removes the dangerous Bellucci. Just after I said he hadn't really gotten out today, except for being run out in the last over. He's out for 16, the score 92 for 3. Here's Akram Shirzad. Tight single first up, but they'll get there. Yeah. Bellucci is a danger man, as Akar Khan said in the chat. Yeah, Thor saying there's nothing about cricket, but it's fun to watch. Tina saying, good question. She's just checking with Mama Goff. Now, how young were you? You're saying you don't even remember. Hello to Mohammed Akshaf. He said he plays for Malmö under 15s. It's great to see that pathway as well in Sweden. Got him. It's bowled him. It's gone straight through. It's getting an overswing, and now that's Hardeep who's out. So double strike, and Malmö, well, they're not dead and buried yet. Don't you worry about that here in match 5. And just the pace off here. Again, it's a bit of a teaser, isn't it? You feel like you should be hitting this miles, but just hits the top of the stumps. And not too happy this time is Hardeep Verak, who'll have to go. Plays a good knock though, up for 26, and the score 93 for 4. Yeah, first innings of the day, kind of similar in that they had, 6 batters reach double figures, but no one made more than 24. Now in this innings we've had 4 batters reach double figures, but no one's made more than 29. So okay, it's better. But no one's really hurt them for a long time. And you can see a scenario where, if Malmö can get a couple more wickets, they might be able to keep it to like 120 or something like that, something like what they chased before. Having said that, regular opener Debajan Dash batting 6 as listed here in match 5. Yeah, so Mohammed Akshaf, good to see you with us. I'm sure you're happy with those couple of wickets. Happy that we have so many youngsters tuning in. Something that humbles me when I go to these venues, and so many youngsters, they might not be very active in the chat or anything like that, but they say, yeah, look, we love to watch all the time whenever we can. That's really what this has been built for in the first place. Well, that's in the air. Oh, well, it's going to get away. Thought for a second, could be looking at another one. So, push away there, but that will take us to the end of the 5th over. Bit of a game changing over there. First one that doesn't have 4 boundaries. It actually has no boundaries, 2 for 3 in that one. And it's 94 for 4 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Got my Skåne colours on. So, yeah, if you missed it before, because we are pretty close to Denmark, Skåne is the region that we're in. And so everyone kind of knows the Swedish flag with the blue, with the yellow cross. But the Skåne flag has the red of Denmark with the yellow cross. And we've seen it flying here before. All right, that's high. How come that's catchable? Rafiq takes it. Excellent catch. He has caught well today. Had one earlier on. This is another blast. I thought it was I actually thought it was Sucklane's catch because it was kind of fading towards him, but Rafiq, he's got the confidence under those high balls. He does very, very well. He takes this, goes to ground. Courageous catch, really, because that was coming down with snow on it, and Dash is going to have to go. So 94 for 5, and Malmö, they are just hanging on, aren't they? Yes, they got hurt. Yes, they went for some big, big overs. They went for some big runs of boundaries, but they have caught very well today, and it shows you what's possible. In fact, they got Baluch out LBW, and then the other wicket that came straight after it, Hardeep missing a straight one. Now here comes Dharmender, who already gave up a time penalty last time. This time he is more organised, and it looks like he has beaten the clock. So Mubarak, they go back to him. Probably helps that Balic was out. This is hit square of the wicket. Should be stopped, will be stopped. Love that effort down there because that was a bit awkward. It did shoot onto him. Interesting 5-over period coming up. It could be as little as kind of 120. Could still be as much as kind of 175. Oh, I like this one. Don't think he ever really dragged his foot. Well, he did for a second. I think he hit it back before the gloves came off. Good bit of bowling though. Now this one will get away from the fielder. And that will be 4. So one thing about Ariana Keefe, they're not going to push around. They're going to keep playing their shots. They've got a long batting order. As I said earlier. Now that time, I think he will be gone. In fact, they won't even need the third umpire. And credit to the bowler. Just kept on keeping on there. No issue with encroachment this time. He's not even close. Couldn't even turn around. Never gets back, in fact. And so it'll be 99 for 6 now. Tidy stumping from Sudais. Good to see him in the lineup, actually. Again, maybe some work issues, but well, that is going to be up, and that's probably in the construction site. Maximo. Yeah. It's been a day of big hits. Add that to the list. Yesterday, so he takes that stumping. He's a guy we have seen breaking into the Swedish national team. He's got history with the Lahore Qalandars as well. I said that he's a player we have seen since all the way back in 2020. So yeah, he's a multi-dimensional player. End of the over. It's 105 for 6 after 6. And Wayne's got a very good point. A couple of these bowlers might be analysed overnight. Just make sure that there's not too much bend in the action. Again, normally the procedure is, day one, we'll let it happen and then do the analysis. Got the procedure for that now in ECN. Anyway, this is going to be a bit of a step over job from Nizami. Thought he bowled well before. Hasn't had a bowl since. Matt Dharmender is going to come out and try and save the day. It's a good shot though from the lefty. Mentioned Dharmender involved with the Swedish national team. Saw him at the ECC last year. We saw Sudeis pretty recently, along with a lot of these Swedish national team players. Looks that all right, but it's out towards the bite. And it is fielded there by Atcham. Yeah, we saw Sudeis keeping for Sweden in that 5-match series against France, and it was a really good series. A really enjoyable series, wasn't it? This time it's up and it's over the top, and wow, that's a very good strike once again. So this is a topsy-turvy little game we got at the moment. Picks that one, just kind of plays it on length. Man, good comeback though. Oh, it's going to be called a wide. So something they might have to have a look at tomorrow. Oh, he always chops on here, but he gets it past the stumps, past the keeper. And only get one. Yeah, it was a really good series, the France versus Sweden series at True, so Sweden playing away. So some of these players would have pretty recent experience of playing in the format. Plus, remember, they were qualifiers to get into this in the first place. Well, going nowhere, and Sudeis is never going to drop that. That one hurried on, had touch. And it will be a wicket. As Damenda will fall for 6, and the score 118 for 7. Certainly a window of opportunity here for Malmö. Easiest of catches for the keeper on that occasion. Yeah, it was a 7-match series in France. And they kept alternating. So I remember this, it went Sweden, France, Sweden, France, Sweden, France. So it was 3-3, but then in the decider, match 7, back on the 20th of April, Sweden posted 111. It wasn't enough as France were able to get the win the series with 9 balls to spare. Hit the body, but I think it's going to climb over the top. This is Malhotra. Pretty good guy to be batting number 9. Could easily be batting much, much higher. But, yeah, you do see the order jumbled around a fair bit in this format. It's the end of the over, and it's 118 for 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow with 5 more matches. And tomorrow, Keefe actually have the day off, but we'll see the other 4 teams, including Hissingens for the first time. They've got a big program playing 3 matches. Seaside, also a big day for them. They'll play 3. So if they don't get the results that they hope for, then it could be a really tough ride home for them. So join us from 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India for day 2 of this European Cricket Series. Sweden coming to you from Landskrona, the LCG. Okay. Tina said the answer is in. I was just about to bother you. Wild swing at a ball that is outside the off stump. So yeah, Tina says she doesn't remember. Went to Ireland when she was 3, so can be forgiven for not remembering. True. It's good to hear you will be here. So you are saying you'll be here a bit later. 45-minute delay on your flight. Uh-oh. Well, that's absolutely smashed away in front of square. 4 runs. And Safi can still give it a whack. Just waits for that. Again, it's too short. Way too short from Munir. He had a bit of a nightmare over earlier on in this game. So yeah, 45-minute delay. So I'm guessing Tina will get in about 11 p.m. or midnight tonight. And well, Tina, good news. We'll be leaving the hotel 7:15 in the morning. She'll be good to go though. I've got a good question from Thomas. Just loses his front foot here. That's why he's not going to be able to catch up with it. Thomas is asking about Cher Ali. A joy to watch last year in the ECC. Yeah, well, Cher typically plays his club cricket for Mashta up in the Stockholm region. So you kind of got two main regions of cricket. I know there's teams from all around Sweden, though. Umeå is a good example. They're a long way north. But typically there's two centres of cricket. In Stockholm and then down here. End of the bat job this time. A bit of foot fielding. Keeps it to 1. Oh, now they're going to take another one. Bit of a rare error, if you want to call it that. See, it came in. It looked like it's definitely only one, but then keeper had to dive, and then basically it was a foot race on, wasn't it? Oh, wow, what a shot. He's kind of, I mean, if he misses that, it's not going to end too well, but he goes kind of outside his body to clip it, and he's going to get 6, Maximo. Yeah, Wayne, your comments are noted, and I think you're exactly right. I suppose, yeah, just need to follow the process. And I like the disclaimer, in my opinion, as well. That is absolutely blasted. Oh, wow. That's a huge hit. Maximo and a half. New balls, please. I didn't even, there we go. That's where that one's ended up, we think. We don't really know. Let's see if we can track it. Where do we lose contact with air traffic control? Well, it's definitely gone further than that. 4. Hopefully, we're past 5:30 here. I think it's illegal to work after 5:30 in Sweden. So hopefully all the construction workers have gone home and no one's in any jeopardy. End of the over as well, 136 for 7. You can see that the wickets have come and it has slowed things down a little bit, but then the rebound coming with Munir ending up going for heaps. So he took 3 for 4 earlier today, Munir, and in this one he takes none for 46. So that's how quickly things can change. Hutchum's going to get over number 9. I'll just get the one over here. Haida. Oh, well, this is the coolest bit of foot fielding I've ever seen. Just traps it under his soul and says, yeah, all right. Let's go again. Malhotra. He needs to get out of the way here, doesn't he? Because Safi's on an absolute heater at the other end. Quicker one, but that's well struck. Malhotra. He's a genuine bat. I know he's coming in low. Well, that's a beautiful bit of timing. Maximo. Hey, dear Raj. Lovely guy as well. It's nice to see him. Nice to see so many familiar faces here in Landskrona. Even though I haven't been here for 4 years, I've seen some of the players in the meantime in some of the marquee events. Hey, Tina just saying, last train from Copenhagen's at 9:45, so not sure what happens after that. Well, there are ways. Can actually just get a car, I think. Can drive because it's all part of the shared zone. And drives probably about an hour. He said, I think Samir's coming with you, so I'm sure that'll be a fun hour for you in the back of the car. No, Samir's good company. All right. Malhotra cracks this one as well. Fielding is done. So this ground's in great shape. It just seems to be a good outfield. Still very fast. Not crazy fast, but very, very even, I think. Just some of these guys are hitting the ball so hard. Hutchum to the lefty, Safi. He's been real hot. Now this is going to go, and it's going to go just inside 4 runs. So it's very close to a 6, but not quite. But this was hit hard by Safi. It's just a fraction too short. So 147 now. Now straight up in the air. Who wants it? Well, bowler wants it. Artsham. It's a real teaser, but he's going to take it. It's a good piece of fielding. Sadais kind of wanted it, but it was always going away from him. So Artsham called it. I'm not so sure Sadais had full confidence in his bowler, but it was the best option. And well taken. And who knows, that could save you a fair few runs as well, because Safi, he looked on, didn't he? But eventually hit that one straight up in the air. He'll go for a blistering 35 off 11. It's 147 for 8. Still 7 balls remaining. Sadiq Sahak will come out. It's an awkward one because he never really turned and faced the ball. It was always kind of going away from him. It's going with the flight. Last ball of the 9th. Rolls on a pace on, and that one is going to go all the way. Maximo. He tried to sneak in the quicker ball there, but he got caught red-handed, didn't he? Artsham as Sahak. And just shows you some of these top teams, they bat so low. You got Sahak coming out at number 10. But I mean, he's, again, I don't know how he's batting 10, but then I guess someone has to. Yeah, Sadiq Sahak. Again, he's another guy we've seen in the Sweden setup. Not really known for his batting in that, but that was a very good shot. It's actually his first 6 on the European Cricket Network. He's played 22 matches now. It shows he's hardly batted. He's only ever scored 19 runs. So 153 for 8 after 9. So despite pretty much using up the whole order, they're still in very good shape. 153 plus the last over. They do bring back Hassan. Malhotra will get out the way first ball. Hand it back to Sahak. Tina's also sent me a picture of what she looked like when she was 3. She looks mischievous. Yeah, one day maybe we should do this, because we'll just watch Sahak get beaten upstairs. We should find, like a baby picture, or when you're really young, pictures of all the commentators. Maybe try and pick who's who. Tina's would probably be guessed pretty quickly. I remember when we had Georgie Parker guesting for us last year. She showed some of her kids' pictures, and they were quite funny. She admits it. Big swing and a miss. Sahak charging wildly. Is it another one of these weird ones where we have nothing happening in the last over? You can see he's just not getting close enough to the ball to endanger it. Saying, hey, not a wide? Like, nope. Three to come. Let's get some bat on this. I think you probably just take the one here. Give Malhotra a go. Sahak didn't really look super confident against Wahab Hassan. Malhotra gets done for speed as well. I will say Tina does look like the kind of kid that would have easily fit in to the kids they were looking after on The Sound of Music. You've probably heard that one before. So 155. Last ball coming up. We'll be running for everything. Malhotra doesn't want to run though. He wants to hit. And he will hit. Get one. Shouldn't get two here. Go to the keeper. They go. Well, they go underarm to the bowler, so they never should have allowed a second there, but they do. Malhotra will score 2 off that last ball, so he'll finish on 10. Sahak on 7, and Ariana Keefe 157 for 8. I will say we've already seen this kind of score chased down. And with someone like a Sudais coming in, there's going to be some action, especially early on. I think Sudais is my opener. I know he's listed at 5, but I'd be thinking about having him out there. But I suppose you don't mess with what's been working. Mubarak was good earlier. Zagan was good earlier. So some decisions to be made for Malmo. But let's have a look back at the first innings, and did start with a fair few flurries of boundaries. We saw Patnaik turning it on early, but then somehow got it wrong, hit a full toss and was caught. Just the easiest of chances. And Isan Shirzad, then he got on a heater as well. So it was a funny old innings in that the first, second and the third over all had runs of 4 boundaries in a row. And in fact, all of the first 4 overs had 4 boundary balls. In fact, the third even had a 5th. But things would take a bit of a turn. There would be this kind of run of wickets, and it was Rafiq who was able to do the job. And one of the biggest moments was this, where we saw Baluch, after going on a bit of a spree, as we've seen all day, he got caught LBW, plumb right in front. And then straight away, we saw unhappy to miss one and be bowled. Good catch this one as well by Rafiq, wasn't it? He's caught very well in that area of the ground today. But they just kept having people step up. Again, it's quite an amazing innings that Safi ends up top scoring from number 8 with 35. But then we had a 29, a 26, a 20, a 16, a 10. So once again, they have six players in double figures, a bit like they did earlier today. That was a very good catch by Archam as well, wasn't it? Sudais also pretty handy behind the stumps, as you saw there. Affecting a couple of dismissals. But yeah, the difference in this innings, I suppose, is that instead of everyone making kind of between 10 and 24, the difference is it's just a bit higher. A few more of the high 20s, 26 to Virik, 29 to Ihsan Shahzad, 35 not out to Safi before he was caught and bowled late in the piece. And then Malhotra chipped in with 10 of his own. Baluch, he was certainly destructive today in this one. He faced 4 balls, 2 sixes, a 4 and an out. Bowling wise, well, 3 wickets for Hamad Rafiq, 3 for 16 of his 2. He was the best of the bowlers. 3 wickets also to Mubarak. He was very expensive in his first over. Came back well. As you can see there, though, Usman Safi, top scores from all the way down the order. In fact, he was batting number 8. 3 wickets apiece, though, as I said, to Rafiq and Mubarak. Apart from that, Archam took 1 for 17, and Karamat, the other wicket taker, though he was a little bit expensive. I think Saklane, the captain, just bowled a little bit short across the day, and has to make a few adjustments. I'm sure he'll analyse it. Also, special shout out to Wahab Hassan, who finished none for 25. I thought he bowled very well. In fact, that last over, he only conceded 4. And remember, his first one went for 21, so it was a good comeback. Just gives him a bit more of a chance. 158 will be the victory target. And honestly, it's very similar to the precursor to the chase earlier on in the day, where it was a very tight 10th over that kept a score in the 150s. It was Ariana Keefe that actually chased that one down in match 3 in the Ariana Grande. Now this time the shoe's on the other foot, and it will be Ariana Keefe, the ECL 23 team, to come out and defend that total of 157. Can Malmo pull off a big chase and make it a perfect hat trick in the day with 3 wins from 3 matches? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and see you for the exciting conclusion, the other side of this break of day 1 here in this European Cricket Series.
Get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Afternoon sunshine. Spring is in the air. Now we are getting ready for the last game of the day to conclude with the final innings. And of course, Ariana Keefe trying to get a bit of revenge from earlier on. They went down to Malmo. They're in good shape, 157 on the board. 109 or less. If they could keep Malmo to that, that would be the ultimate revenge, wouldn't it? Because it would mean they would essentially take 5 points out of the 8 available against Malmo, win at 5-3 in today at least. But Malmo, they'll believe, especially with Sudais in the lineup, gives them a bit more batting. So Baluch, he's getting ready. Just hasn't really fired with the ball today. Hasn't had a lot of luck, we'll say that. But he's going to be screaming in. Ariana Keefe, they'll know that this kind of score can be chased. In fact, they chased it down earlier on. Zargam's out there with Mubarak, so they stick with the openers. Let's roll. And wow, what a shot first up. Hangs the bat on this and slams it for 6. Maximal. Zargam, say what you like about him. I know some people have said today, oh, you know, he's not aggressive enough. But I just think he's been really smart. I think he's one guy, he's got a good technique, he backs himself in against a good bowler in Baluch. He knows he doesn't have to swing hard. This just bounces off the bat and flies for 6. That's a perfect start. Comeback ball. Oh, it's a pretty good one. Again, he plays with a straight bat, so you know, he's better equipped to deal with those balls that swing down the line. It's what Baluch is famous for. Mubarak, he's found a way to just get on top of Baluch in the battle today. Oh, wow. Wow, quick hands there. I just assumed this one was going to break his ribs, but then Mubarak, he was able to get the bat out in front and horn it away. Maximal. Both batters have hit a 6 so far. Had to be very, very quick with their hands. Man, it was a good piece of footwork. Gets behind the line of the ball, gets inside the line of the ball. Baluch still can't take a trick. Comeback ball. It's more of a filthy slog for Mubarak. Now practices a cricket shot. But yeah, I mean, if 15 and over or 16 and over, I suppose, is the required rate from the get-go. If you can somehow get 16 off Baluch's over here, you feel like you're off to a great start. He is one of the best bowlers in Europe. Definitely. That's why he hasn't been picked to play for Team Europe before. Now, low full toss, just gets over the top of it on. That'll be 4. Almost brought the wicket. It was almost like the first wicket in the first innings. But again, the pace of Baluch. Mubarak just jams down, just kind of scoops it out, and straight away, you can see all the Keefe fielders looking. Is that going to be a catch? Is it a catching opportunity? But no, it was over the top. 50-50 game right now. Wow. Last ball of the over. This is going to be quick. Oh, maybe not. Slow ball. And he will hit it. He'll hit it well. And that's going to go for 6. Baluch cannot believe it. Maximal to finish the over, and it's 23 without loss after 1. You see it just creeps over the line. And Baluch, oh, the ups and downs of a day of ECN cricket on a day where he did score his first ever ECN 50 and 100, by the way. He ends up going magical for the wrong reasons
here in the last innings of the day. 22 matches since the golden ball. Well, could this be a golden ball? We had a pretty high scoring one. I think it was 173 in Jersey. That was 22 games ago. And it was the closest golden ball we've ever had. It was a matter of millimetres as to whether it was Ed Giles, whether he got in or not. He did get in. He was adjudicated that way in the end, and that actually sent his team straight through to the final. They would actually lose. They'd be on the other side of it when they wouldn't be able to defend 207 in that game. Run rate today, it's been right there. 13.7 and over. In the air, gone. Zygum doesn't stick around too long. Had that good 6 off the first ball of the innings, but that time they showed too much of the ball and Safi does the rest. Not necessarily a technique you'll see coached into too many youngsters, the old crocodile style. But it's out nonetheless. Debachan Dash gets the big wicket of Zygum. And the score is 23 for 1. Yeah, 13.7 is the run rate today. And after that ball's just ticked down to 13.6. But yeah, kind of mid-130s. I seem to think it'll probably end up around about maybe 125, 130. I feel like it's been quite a high scoring first day. I suppose time will tell. We haven't even seen some of the biggest hitters. There's Ratula Sultan, for example. We haven't seen him today for Ariana CC. Rafiq bats 3, punches this down the ground. Cleaned up down there by Sadiq Sahak. Just thinking, how will they use Sudais, the keeper who comes in? Now, we've seen him kind of even opening for Sweden on occasion. Definitely batting in the top 3. Well bowled. Really good piece of bowling. That's the length. Dash is very experienced as well. He's got national team experience for Sweden. Good start to Dash is over. Wicket 1-1. Oh, goes for this and he gets it, Rafiq. Can change a game with the bat. He's one guy I always love watching. He was the one. He was the first in the set of dominoes. I mentioned that dramatic collapse where they lost 8 for 4. He was the one that was the first to go, and they were cruising. All right, that's in the air though, and that's a simple catch, and it's taken. So Rafiq, he doesn't waste any time, and he'll go 6 and out in the second over. And Dash has 2. It's 2 down. It's 31 for 2. Checking out the replay. But yeah, Rafiq knew straight away he was in trouble. That's the thing in the power play as well. You always got heaps of fielders in the infield to take those kind of pop-ups. Later on, sometimes you get lucky and it hits a gap. Drive first up. Sudais does get the nod at number 4. Yeah, I said this with Baluch before, and maybe it's not a bad thing that he comes in with so much of the innings left to go. I just think he can change the game. He can put you ahead. And Dash bowls a great over though, with 2 for 8 in the second, and the score is 32 for 2. Let's see, Hissingans haven't played yet. They'll play tomorrow. Harry and Keith actually have the day off tomorrow, so they're hoping for the win here that would take them to the top of the table, or close to. They'll go down to net run rate, actually. Melbourne, assuming they get a point out of this, probably could still finish top, though they have played one more game. So each team plays 8 matches, and then we've got finals on Friday, of course. The Fairly familiar format that we've been using for a while now. Okie dokie. Here's Malhotra getting a ball. This one's dragged straight to the fielder. Just be one run to Sedais. I've seen a few different keepers in Sweden. I've seen quite a few good ones actually. I know they've kind of been trying a few different options in the national team. And that one is short and it is caught. Safi, another good catch for him. Mubarak goes. He's a live wire, but he'll have to step aside for just 17. And it's Diraj Malhotra with the wicket. It was a fraction short, wasn't that short though. Just didn't get the contact he wanted, and well judged out there by Usman Safi. So Ace takes the bat, says, well, if you're not going to use it, I'll try it. But a key hitter gone. Musadak was asked to open the batting today in all 3 games. This time he's out for 17. It's 33 for 3. He's well judged out there. Atcham will get the nod at number 5. And comes out ahead of Munir. Comes out ahead of Wahab Hassan as well. So they feel he's the man. Almost gets done first ball. Well bowled by Diraj. Good ball to a new batter. And that 110 is what Malma need just to save a point here. Little kind of back away guide this time. Now he's going to up and over the top. Another catch here. Outfielder comes in, takes it. Sudais is going to go, and that's a critical blow now. He's brought into the side. They just didn't get the contact. He used the same bat that just got his partner out, or his ex-partner, Mubarak. And then he mishits one, and he's gone. So, that's 4 wickets in the last 11 balls. After the dream first over off Baluch, but it's the non-Baluch bowlers that are getting the success here. Check it out again on the replay, but yeah, simple catch in the end, really. Sudais gets caught by Patanayak out in the boundary. Munir gets a hit. Can someone change the course of this? It's well bowled, Malhotra. I want to change his shoes, Diraj. A couple of times he's gone down today. Maybe it was just the edge of the pitch. So that will be the end of the 3rd over. The score 34 for 4. So the game I'm thinking of, I'm trying to think back. The Malmo crazy collapse was against Ariana CC, where Yusuf Sahak took 5 wickets in 5 balls. The last one was a run out, and they needed, I think they lost 8 for 4. And they actually ended up getting bowled out with a ball to spare. I'm going to go find that game because that was a crazy game. They also had a golden ball in the series, Malmo. That was a real ECN classic. Wow, that's hit pretty well. Bang, check the ball. That's hit the ball pretty hard. Dash
Comes back to earth with a bang. That was absolutely smoked. I thought the ball was going to break in half. That was a very, very hard hit ball. I'm glad no one was in the way of that one. Now in the air, fielder, he's dropped it. And I think it's gone for 6. I think it has. Wow, what a catch this would have been. Oh, let's check it out. Yeah, just to go slips catch down, knocks it up, and yeah, just goes over the boundary. Funny thing was, it probably wouldn't have been 4 if he hadn't hit it. That's Baluch out there. If anyone was going to take a catch like that, it's probably him. So yeah, that game was match number 5 back in the 2021 series here. And remember, Rafiq was the one that got out. But they were cruising. They were like 81 for 2. 13 balls left. So yeah, there were 13 balls left. They needed 11 at that stage. In fact, no, they needed 10. No, they needed 11 off 14 balls with 8 wickets in hand. They were 81 for 2. So easy, right? On the ground, this should be handled by Shazad. So yeah, 14 balls left. You need 12. You got 8 wickets in hand. You got 2 set batters. Now here's what happened. It went 81 for 2, 81 for 3, 82 for 4, 83 for 5, 84 for 6, 84 for 7, 84 for 8, 84 for 9. Well, that's lifted up beautifully as well. Another little kind of a shot where he opens the face. Archam goes 6. Maximal, end of the 4th over. 50 up as well for Malmo. It's 54 for 4. So I'll give you that collapse again. They were 81 for 2, then they were 81 for 3, 82 for 4, 83 for 5, 84 for 6, 84 for 7, 84 for 8, 84 for 9. And then there was a 1 and run out, 85 for 10. And there were wickets, 5 wickets in a row. The last one was a run out. But it was also one of the rare times that a bowler took 4 wickets in 4 balls. It's a famous game, actually. Still remember it 4 years later. Yeah, something that's only been done 6 times in ECN history is the 4 wickets in 4 balls, and one of them was Yusuf Sahak in that game for Ariana CC against Malmo. I couldn't believe my eyes. So all those wickets falling. 8 wickets in 12 balls. 8 for 4 in 12 balls. Nice afternoon now, actually, here in Landskrona. Munir, 1 off 2, fairly new to the crease. Malhotra to continue, took 2 for 2 first time around. Brilliant over. Can he repeat the dose? First one's going to get hit down the ground. It's going to be dropped, and I think it's bounced just inside. I think it's 4 runs. But yeah, frustration, because that was an opportunity for Zahak. Actually, probably over-attacked it, kind of jumping when he didn't need to. I think, yeah, just pitches inside. Munir gets a lucky break. Yeah, there we go. It was the second time it had been done. We'll come back to that in a second, actually. Let's go back to Malhotra. Next one's pushed for 1. Yeah, so the first time ever, I remember, was actually Dish Benirka, who took a 5-wicket over. Yes, a 5-wicket maiden, actually. That was back in 2020. Then Sahak was the second to do it in 2021. Then didn't get done again for about almost a whole year. The new one did it in, again, each one of those is a different story. The new one's pretty amazing. That's when Roma CC needed 7 to win, and he was bowling the last over, and he went wicket, 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 and then won, and then lost the game to new one on the last ball when he got hit for 6. Mike Jones did it in Croatia. Shada Rahman became the first to do it in an international, playing for Portugal against Spain, and then Kadka did it in Romania last year. Now this is in the air. Now surely someone's reaching this. A really awkward catch, but it's taken. What a catch. Some of the catching today has been outstanding. And that's Dash. He dropped a bit of a goober before, but wow, he's got his catching boots back on. And this was always getting away from him. Well, Dash by name, not necessarily Dash by nature, but this time he judged it to perfection. Got the hands out in front. Looked like he was going to come up a bit short, but that'll be the end of Acham. Not before he hits 3 monster sixes. On the way to his 20, it's 59 for 5. See how it just seemed that he was going to almost get there? He ended up going all the way. Yeah, so as far as the 4 wickets and 4 balls, 1 instance in 2020, 1 instance in 21, 2 in 22, 1 in 23, 1 in 24. So it's kind of a once-a-year thing. That's in the air, shortish boundary, but not short enough because Karamat's going to go first ball. Bit of a horror first day for the Melbourne skipper despite his team being able to grab a couple of wins. And right now they're in big trouble even to get the point. Yeah, lift it up. That's the bite area. A disappointment for Karamat. He goes for a golden. Malhotra, he's on a hat trick. He won't be able to do 4 and 4 because he's only got 1 ball left. Got to be a bit distracting out there with all the obstacles. Says Wahab Hassan coming out. So Dheeraj with a hat trick ball here. We haven't seen a hat trick today. We had 20 in the season. Malhotra for the Hattie. Last ball for him. Oh! Went so close to the edge, but Wahab, luckily for him, he misses it. Well taken behind the stumps. That'll be the end of 5, and Malmo 59 for 6. Well, if Dheeraj had taken that, you never would have heard the end of it, so maybe it's for the best. We had quite a remarkable one as well in the T20I that I was doing just over a week ago, where we saw 7 wickets taken in a T20I, though. First time we've seen any 7 for on the network. But really, it could have been 8. It was a bit of a controversial run out. Bit of a look ahead to what's happening. These 2 weeks is kind of the northern 2 weeks because we'll be exclusively up here. We have Monday to Sunday in Landskrona, which is where I'm starting off today. But then Estonia, that'll be next week. But also starting Thursday, there's some internationals there. So 4-day crossover between these 2 locations. Oh, well. Dheeraj, he's back to earth with a thud. He's all right here, actually. For all that celebrating, Dheeraj's probably struggling a bit physically. He's gone down with cramp, and then he's basically had to field it anyway. We might have more work to do here as well. In fact, they've switched out. They've got Safi in that position. What do they need for a point here? 49 of 28. That is achievable. I mean, you've got 2 genuine bats there, even though you got Hassan coming in at number 8. Malmo, if they take a point out of this, they'll still think it's a very, very successful day. Let's hit back pretty well. Screams. Good fielding. Didn't get an easy hop there, but Shirzad was able to keep it in front of him. It's only a single. Yeah, the thing is with Malmo, yeah, they won't be too happy to lose here, obviously. But if you win your point here at least, then still it's a very successful day. So you're basically talking about kind of 7 points out of 12 against two teams that have
made it to the ECL. But if you weren't to, so that would mean they'd have 7 points out of a possible 9. That one's lifted up. That's going to be 6. Maximo. Hassan gets some 6 closer. Yeah, the thing is, if you don't get your point here, you know you've given it to Ariana Keefe. So look at these two teams playing each other. If you just want to exclude the game that Malmo played against Ariana CC for a second. It was 3-1 points-wise to Malmo earlier, but it could be 4-0 here, and you lost it 3-5 to Keefe, despite beating them. They've kind of beaten you back worse. Anyway, 6 overs down. Devils' numbers been appearing a lot lately. 66 for 6 after 6. Sahak with a pretty good over there, only concedes 7. Let me just pop back into the chat because I've been living in my own world for a little while, but I know Thor was watching earlier on. Yeah, times we're starting tomorrow. I think Thor was asking, but yeah, we start 9 a.m. Swedish time, which is 7 a.m. GMT. It's 12:30 in India, where a lot of our viewers watch from. Adian, yeah, excited about your move to Malta. I've got a question for you, Adian. Tell me one good feeling you have, one bad feeling you have about making the move. That's in the air. Can he get there, Shazad? No, almost. One hand, one bounce out in the backyard. And he survives. Oh, this is a real up and under job here. And it is catchable. Two fielders come together. Oh no, what's happened? Diraj, he came in and then he just went down. Tried to pretend he wasn't there. We've seen a couple of these today, haven't we? I mean, if you don't laugh, you cry. It shouldn't cost him. I mean, might cost him a point. Depends how things go here. But it really should have been a wicket for Safi. And to be fair, Safi's caught really well. Could have used someone returning the favour. No full toss this time. Out to the chaos zone. All right, that's in the air. Fielder should get there and take it. Excellent catch, Baluch. He's such a good cricketer. And that'll be the end of Hassan, so it doesn't cost him too much at all. And we saw Baluch attempt a flying grab earlier. Ended up parrying it over the boundary, but this time he gets in and he takes it with very good technique as well. Now he slides in feet first, so he still has a good look at the ball. He knows it's not going to be an issue as far as putting the ball on the ground because he doesn't go hands first, kind of goes feet first. Just good decision. And Safi Wells fight. Someone helps him out and holds the catch. He's got 1 for 3. 69 for 7 now. Getting really tough, even for a point here for Malmo. Oh, this is a bit of a swinging edge. And, look and take it. Sahil Shazad. Pretty keen to get down the end and accept the congratulations, but he kind of almost pulled out of that because he knew he was going to miss it, but then ended up hitting it anyway. So, hey, never give up, I guess. End of the 7th at 73 for 7. Quick look ahead to tomorrow. Seaside have a bit of a crunch day, don't they? They'll play the first, third and fifth games of the day. We can see Hissingens for the first time, though we have seen them before on ECN. Ariana CC had a mixed day as well. So join us, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. That'll answer your question as well, Thor. And it won't just be me tomorrow. Tina Goff will be here Certainly looking forward to that. Dug out this time, won't get back past the bowler. I know a few people have been asking about different records. Of course, we all always try and keep track of as many as we can. Not easy, actually. So much cricket going on. I know that Hissingens, they were on the wrong side of what was at that stage the quickest chase, where Hissingens were kept to 42 for 6 off the 10 overs, and Malmöhus chased in 2.1 overs. It's back on the 11th of August 21. That's in the air. Is that going to carry Shazad's herring it again? He won't get it, and he gets a Tortuga. That's a terrible bounce. Yeah, I mean, Shane Warne would have been proud of that one. Watch this on the replay. Really did deviate. At least didn't go for 4. I'll get 2. That one's clipped away. This one will just be a single. Still quite challenging. It's a very fast surface. It's got the odd kind of gremlin in it. That's mostly good. Yeah, so the quickest chase was then equalled by Ireland 11 versus Czechia in the ECS in 2022. They chased 45 in 2.1. But now the quickest chase is actually by fighters in Portugal, who chased in 1.4. And I'm just talking about male cricket here because in women's case we had a 5-ball chase. It was Netherlands 11 versus Gibraltar. Netherlands versus Gibraltar, actually. The first ever ECIW. That'll be the end of the 8th over, 79 for 7. So even for a point now, they need 31 of 12. 2 overs remaining in the day. Yeah, thanks, Chris, for the NFL information. This is the last game, Ian. I see you, by the way. Ninth over, as we're going to get Rahatua having an over. First one rips it out. Will be called a wide, though. Bit of an opportunity, maybe. I mean, Rahatula hasn't bowled in the day. I like that he's getting it over. He's been around the whole day. It's actually a pretty good leg spinner that time. Oh no, gets in the gap. Oh, something in the water over there. I don't know what it is. I do think it was a bit of a tough bounce again, but the placement was there. One's hit straight and hit pretty well, but Adiraj, who's learnt how to walk again, he's gonna make the stop. Like a baby deer earlier on. But I suppose that's what happens when you keep taking wickets. Your body can't handle it. Quicker one. Gets away from Björk. It's just a straight out, fast one. Doesn't go over the wrist. I think if it had been taken cleanly, there might have been a chance for a stumping there, because it does overbounce out of his crease. That is going and going and going. Maximal. I've got a bit of a thriller on for the point now. 18 off 8. Banged away. So Shazad. It could be an important point for Malmo.
It's a long way away. 18 off 8. Won't get all of this one. This time just a single. Mania. Again, he's for a big hitter. He's found it hard to get going here. He's 14 off 13. It's where that bonus point system does make this still a very fascinating finish. Pickle one straight up in the air. Rahatulla should have a wicket, and he will. And it's 8 down now. Mania just never got going in that innings. Check it out here on the replay. Again, this is just not the leg spinner. It holds it differently. It just comes out pretty much cross seamer. And a decent enough catch as well from Ihsan Shirzad. So 93 for 8. Where are we at? So they need 18, I think, for the point. Just double check that. They need 17, sorry. 17 for the point. But they got a guy there who has been hitting the ball well. Sahil Shirzad. Safi, he's had a good day. Try and close it out here. Oh, that'll help. That'll help. Ariana Keefe, even though they're happy they're going to win, they'll be really annoyed if they drop a point here. This is a classic Shirzad's wild edge. This is the last match today. Rakib, thanks for asking. All right, 13 off 5. It's a straight, could be over. No, it's been caught. Shirzad hits down the ground. It's a very good catch by Hakramuddin Shirzad. Now, if this is 6, it could put them big favourites, but a very good piece of fielding. And that surely puts the point to bed. They still need 13. They are down to their last wicket as well, 97 for 9. There's Army coming into bat at number 11. I do think Nizami could have bowled a bit more today. Maybe we'll see a bit more of him during the week. Okay, number 11 coming in. Can he be a hero? They put the third back. 13 off 4 for a point, but they're down to their last man. More wide, helps a bit. The other thing is, it's not like there's a set batter at the other end. Saad Mohammed has not faced. He's batting 10. Not exactly filling me with confidence, that shot, but at least he's trying. He's 12 off 3. A little bit leg side, made it tougher for himself. All right. All right, so basically he gets off strike, and now, so I hope they know the situation, they should. Saad Mohammed just needs to hit 2 sixes, so you might as well swing for the fences. Maximo or bust here. Could be a tail end hero. Oh yeah, there's 6. There's 6. Wow, you can see why Nizami had the confidence in Saad Mohammed. Gets a bit of a tired kind of delivery from Safi. Probably thought the job was done, but guess what? We do have a BP thriller here. 105. 5 for a point. Make that 6. Maximo for a point. Oh, he misses. And they're going to run. And, I don't know why they're running. It'll be run out. They would have had to have run 5. And look, he's not happy. He's not happy, Saad. Saying, what are you doing? But it was the last ball. So either way, he's going to be walking back. Bit of an average ruiner, though. It'll be 6 and out. And Keefe, they come good at the end of the day. They will finish winners by 52 runs. And they take all 4 points out of this contest. What that means basically is that
they win the kind of mini series with Malmö 5 points to 3, despite going down this morning. So, Ariana Keefe, I know they had a rough start to the day, but I said this at the time. I said, you know, day's a long time in ECN cricket. By the end of the day, it'll be ancient history, and it feels that way. They recovered with it, an amazing chase to get over their arch rivals, Ariana CC, and then they take all 4, sweeping the points against Malmö. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Ariana Keefe actually have the day off, so they'll be sitting pretty. They have the day off tomorrow, but we'll see the other 4 teams, starting with Seaside versus Ariana CC. Big day for Seaside. They play 3 matches, and they've only taken 1 point out of a possible 8 so far. Join me, Vinny Sandhu, and Tina Goff for day 2, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Let's shake, rattle, and roll these highlights. And it was a brilliant start. And then Baluch went the distance, didn't he? They've played some brilliant shots off him today. And actually, he only would bowl the one over here. But the wickets would come. It was Dash with the double strike in the second. And then Malhotra with 2 of his own in the third. And one thing I think that most teams did today, they held their catches. They held them and didn't allow batters to get away. There were some exceptions, of course, as there always are. But I just think it was a pretty good exhibition. For a lot of these outfielders, that would have been an amazing one if they'd held on to that. That's Baluch. This is an example of one that did get through. But even Dash, you see, this is a very good piece of work. Ball was always running away from him. And then Malhotra decided to play an impromptu game of Twister. But hey, that one didn't cost him too much. Baluch did hold on to that one with both hands. Did a really good job. That was Ihsan Shehzad holding on to that one. And this was an important one, because if this wasn't caught, then I think they've got a pretty good shot at holding the point. Then that made it super interesting. It meant they needed another 6. Last ball, you can see Saad, he probably knows exactly what his average is, and he knows it just got killed by being run out last ball. But anyway, it's all academic really. And Ariana Keefe walk away with the first 4-pointer of this European cricket series. The first ever in Sweden, because it's the first time we've had the 4-point rule. I suppose a 2 in the day, so first one for Ariana Keefe. So obviously, it's always hard to chase down 158, and you know that you need a lot of things to go right. Just not enough did go right. So obviously, plenty to look forward to. Had a pretty entertaining first day of cricket, all things considered. Here's the scorecard, with Sahil Shehzad giving his team a fighting chance at the point. In the end, 22 off 10. 20 off 9 for Atsham and 17 for Mubarak earlier. Had a pretty good day, all things considered. And look, it's still a successful day for Malmö. You win 2 games out of 3. I know they're disappointed. They don't take their point out of that last game. But I do think if you'd offered them 6 points out of 9 at the start of the day, they would have said, yeah. They would have said, we'd be pretty happy with that. 6 points out of a possible 12. So I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. It's been great to have your company. Great to be back in Sweden, actually, for the first time since 2023, and the first time at this venue since 2022, and actually my first time at this venue since 2021. So I haven't been here for 4 years, but it's all coming back to me. I think, it's amazing how quickly you get used to things like the blue pitch. At the start of the day, everyone's freaking out, but then by the end of the day, it becomes pretty normal. And if you enjoyed this, the good news is there's more coming your way tomorrow. I'll be here, and Tina Goff will be here with me as well. Same time, same place. Back to a bit more of a regular start time. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. And we'll get to see Hissingens, the other team in this ECS, for the first time. They play in the second game of the day against Malmö. They also play the 4th and the 5th. So they've got a big day coming their way as well.
Big thank you to all of you out there. Of course, all the Blue Crew, everyone that helped with the setup here, to all the players. Adnan, big special thanks to him as well for looking after us with refreshments and lunch and all these kind of things. And well, to all the Blue Crew and all of you out there, I want to say big well done, because it's been a really successful return for ECN cricket in Sweden. Just before we go, though, I will remind you, if you are watching on YouTube, I know we're so close to hitting the 455K on YouTube. So, yeah, tell your family, tell your friends. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel, and encourage others to do so, because, yeah, it's like our main thing is promoting cricket in Europe and showing it. And sometimes it's different things. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's ugly, but it is what it is, and it is growing. You can't argue about that. Also, don't forget that we do have our website, europeancricket.com. That's a place you can see all the squad stats, standings, and all the fixtures and results, things like that. And also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket, because we have so many clips from day one that we could show. Baluch with his first century was quite amazing. The big chase. We've had pretty close to hat tricks. We've had some incredible catches. We had broken bats, catches with a broken hand. So there's so much that's going on. So you can catch all that at European Cricket. But for now, I can hear it's time to move my body out of here. Big thanks once again to everybody, though. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff will be back with me tomorrow as we'll reunite and we'll get set, because strap in. We're back in Sweden, back tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Enjoy some of these best bits of opening day here in Landskrona. For me, hasta mañana.
Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.